The game that started it all, Resident Evil, launched on the Sony PlayStation on the 22nd of March 1996. At the time of its release, it became the highest selling game on the platform, totaling just over 5 million units. With a Metacritic of 91%, fans and critics alike were blown away at the jaw-dropping graphics, atmosphere, and sound design, with one reviewer stating, "Capcom has produced a perfect interactive movie." With over 25 years worth of history with the franchise, we know how successful this IP has gone on to become, but to really put it into context, not only is Resident Evil Capcom's biggest IP, with combined sales of 123 million units, it's branched into all aspects of entertainment, from TV and movies to comics and action figures. Resident Evil is often credited as defining the survival horror genre and is responsible for bringing zombies back to pop culture status, something which even 25 years on is still going strong. But where did it begin? The project was conceived by producer Tokuro Fujiwara as a follow-up of his 1989 horror game Sweet Home, with development duties handed to Shinji Mikami. Development at this time was troubled, with several revisions. It started on the SNES in 1993, but with 3D graphics on the horizon and a growing scope, the game switched to the upcoming PlayStation in 1994 for a first-person 3D shooter. But after considerable hurdles in realizing this vision, with the power available to them, they decided to get clever and work around these restrictions by utilizing 3D character models in pre-rendered 2D backgrounds. To mask loading, they incorporated door animations, and as rooms could only be made up of 8 still images, they split rooms into upper and lower levels to accommodate it. And I think that's what makes the PS1 generation my favourite. Game devs had extensive vision, wanting to pioneer gaming in a 3D space, but didn't have the power to do everything they wanted, and as such, they had to design their worlds in specific ways to be able to get as close as possible to their intended vision. It created this landscape that was incredibly varied title by title, as devs tried to push the limitations of the console, one game at a time. And personally, I find it's often in these restrictions that the secret sauce is made. Just think about it. What would Resident Evil be like if it didn't have these workarounds? Would the mansion design be as impactful as it is? Would the lack of door opening animations destroy a feeling of apprehension? Would we still consider it a landmark in gaming, like we did upon its release? Now, my experience with Resident Evil dates back to 1997. I was out shopping my gran in Woolworths. It was a simpler time. A time when decent box art was all you needed to sell copies. I was scanning the selection of games when my eyes locked with this constipated man squinting at me from across the aisle.
It will be mine. Oh yes, it will be mine.
Fortunately, my gran didn't give a single fuck about age ratings, so 8-year-old me was good to go, and the rest was history. Now, it's been a hell of a long time since then. More than 20 years have passed since I last experienced it. So, this review I aim to explain what works, what doesn't, and ultimately, does it hold up in 2022? As with all my other reviews, this will be split into plot, gameplay, and presentation. So let's dive in. Now, I could sit here and explain the setup to the plot, or I can show you the best live action scene ever put to film.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission.
You haven't found it?
No, I haven't found it yet. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered why.
Hey! Come here! Run for that house!
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert Wesker. Resident Evil.
So epic. The narrator, the fire, the Wesker comeback, Barry Big Bushy Beard Burton. What a joy that is. I'm sure there's some alternative reality where we got this as a movie and not whatever the hell Welcome to Raccoon City was.
God. Sorry. I farted.
Moving it back on track, the plot of Resident Evil 1 is simple in premise, but with plenty of room to elaborate in future entries. In this one, we learn Umbrella, a major pharmaceutical corporation, are conducting bioweapon experiments. Albert Wesker, an employee of Umbrella and team captain of STARS, sends his team into the danger zone so he can collect combat data. And that's about it. Now, I'm well versed in Resident Evil Remake, and so going back to the original, I was shocked at how little lore there actually is. Remake has 28 files which help grow the world and flesh out the history of the mansion and its creator, George Trevor. But here, there's none of that. There's a grand total of 15 files, of which 3 of them are just passcodes with biblical text. You get enough information to know what caused the outbreak to happen, and the ramifications for individuals as told through the diary entries. But that's really about it. It made me realise just how much Remake did to further expand on this story. The world of Resident Evil had ballooned by its release 6 years later, so taking the time to go back and give the fans even more information, both past and present, is a nice touch that I hadn't fully appreciated before. So, does that mean the original plot felt underwhelming? No, not at all. I think this story does exactly what it needs to do. It gets you into the world, explains what caused the events up to this point, and creates a tone of desperation as you learn how the staff working at the mansion either succumbed to the virus or ended their own life. It's dark, it's harrowing, and it's truly engaging. Now I could talk through the different choices in the game and how they affect the ending, the differences with Chris and Jill's campaign when it comes to the plot and the characters you meet along the way, but to be honest, I'll be rehashing old ground. I covered this extensively in my Resident Evil Remake review, and there really isn't too much when it comes to differences to be worth expanding upon. So for the sake of your time, I'll move on. Fixed cameras, tank controls, and limited inventory. Does it get any better? I will forever be addicted to this classic Resident Evil formula, and this is where it all began. Choosing either Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, you begin exploring the Spencer Mansion, where you need to solve puzzles and find items around the environment to collect keys to unlock additional rooms, which then give extra items to solve earlier puzzles, all the while contending with the myriad of enemies shuffling through the halls. The fusion of point-and-click adventure titles with action was a revelation back on its release, and it still holds up incredibly well today, and it's all thanks to its design philosophy. Let me explain. The tank controls restrict your ability to move, which turns the tight corridors and bullet sponge enemies into real obstacles in your path. The fixed camera not only adds a cinematic flair to the action on screen, it also creates blind spots. This restricts you to solely rely on audio cues to identify the looming threat. You can only carry 6 items as Chris and 8 as Jill, meaning each item needs to have considerable thought put into them. Now, do you take that extra heal to give yourself a bit of safety, at the risk of running out of room for that last key item you've been desperately searching for? And finally, item scarcity. The ammo, heals and saves are limited. You need to pick your targets, as there isn't enough ammo to deal with every threat. All of this is designed to restrict the player, to make you feel vulnerable. You can't run through with careless disregard. It wants you to take your time, plan, strategize. Now combine this slower pace with a musical score that makes your hair stand on end, and you've got effective atmosphere. Now, I know this game, but even with that, the feeling of tension and dread is so effective that decades after its release, it's still scary. The jump scares got me, even when I knew they were coming. Oh! For this review, I decided to tackle the director's cut, which released in September 1997. It collects the original game, but with 2 notable differences. Firstly, auto-aiming was added to the English versions of the game. Now, for some ungodly reason, it wasn't included back on the original release. Now, I don't know if Japan hates us, or if they thought we could take the challenge, but either way, I was glad to see it implemented here. Secondly, they added difficulty modes. When you boot the game, you have a choice of standard, which is playing the game through as it originally was, training, for those who might find it a struggle, and advanced, which I'll unpack for you. The gameplay you've been watching so far is split into my standard playthrough, which I did first as Jill, and then advanced, which I did as Chris. There's several differences between the 2 modes. Firstly, the difficulty is increased. Enemies move quicker, there are more of them, and they hit hard. Heals, saves, and ammunition are reduced across the entire game. And to top it all off, enemy placement and key items are changed, meaning you need to take completely different routes, not knowing where enemies are going to be. It was incredible. It felt like a completely different game, and I got my ass handed to me time and time again. Zombies took a clip of handgun ammo to take down, and hunters, well, they became nightmare fuel. The amount of times I ran the one section from the outhouse to saving Rebecca seemed infinite. It caused me to do something that I never thought I'd have to do. I used my Magnum. Now for context, I'm the guy that normally gets into the end boss looking like Arnie in Commando. I save every heavy-hitting weapon I can find till that final conflict, and then I'm gutted when I end it in 5 shots of the Magnum. Here, that was impossible. The hunters are truly weapons of mass destruction. I was stun-locked, decapitated, shanked into the next dimension. I was at my breaking point when I finally caved. It felt weirdly freeing to know that I had to rely on everything I had to get by. It was something I haven't had with a Resident Evil game in a long time. To be faced with the possibility that I might have bitten off more than I can chew, to see my limits as a player, and then surpass them through sheer determination. It really got me thinking, why don't they do this with every entry? It feels obvious. RE7 incorporated a similar mode with Madhouse difficulty, but that's all I can think of. To give a seasoned player the ability to dive back into a game they know and change everything to the point where their memory means nothing would add longevity to a game without really needing huge amounts of work. We can only hope that whenever Capcom decide to milk us with classic releases, they take the time to incorporate this style of director's cut. Now, if you're considering going back to the original, I'd implore you to follow my example and experience director's cut. On its launch, it was worth the price of admission, and even 25 years on, it still holds up. I played director's cut on the PlayStation Classic. It meant I could get the gameplay captured while having a very similar experience as I did all those years ago. And let's be real here, it's 2022. I'm not lugging a CRT upstairs like I'm fucking Atlas while trying to thumb in a SCARTly just to have an authentic experience. I'm not that guy. So, when it comes to presentation, I've already touched on the music already, but just to labor the point here, the soundtrack is incredible. It's perfectly suited to the environment, with each area having its own themes, and they all create an emotional response. Be that creating a sense of apprehension, to wanting to suit up and kick some ass towards the end of the game. Now I bet you're thinking, but Davey, what about the bunch of clowns farting into trumpets down in the basement? Well, don't fear. We are playing Director's Cut, not the DualShock edition. Instead of this, we get this. The music isn't the only part of the sound which is exceptional. It's the entire soundscape. From the menu bleeps to an exploding zombie head, every sound is beefy, iconic, and sets my nostalgia into overdrive. Now I can't review Resident Evil and skip over the performances. It's been covered to death. We all know how bad these are, but if you haven't heard them for a while, I'm going to show you how it's worse than you ever imagined.
Oh no, you must be kidding! After we've come all the way here!
Ladies first! Go first, Jill!
But Chris!
Give me a chance to play nice guy.
Okay, I leave it up to you. See you again at the heliport.
Wesker! Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from the hall all of a sudden.
I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Is that right? Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
Jesus Christ.
Gaming at this time was in its glow-up stage. We're a couple of years out from Metal Gear Solid revolutionizing the field of voice work, but common sense would tell you these performances and writing were nothing short of dog shit. The crazy thing is, it's 26 years on, and these performances are truly legendary. It's like a cheesy dad joke. We all roll our eyes, but secretly, we love them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Going back to Resident Evil was a joy. Not only is it my favourite style of Resident Evil, but the Director's Cut advanced content gave me a fresh experience with the game that I never knew I needed. Replaying the game made me realise just how incredible Remake was in elevating what was here before, taking the lore and deepening it, taking areas which in the original are quite lackluster, like the Aqua Ring, and making them unforgettable parts of the game. And that takes nothing away from what is here as a base experience. It's perfectly paced and entertaining throughout. Replaying Resident Evil was hugely nostalgic for me, and I know that can influence my perception, but in all intents and purposes, the game achieves what it sets out to do. It brings you to the edge of your seat and keeps you there. all due to its incredible gameplay, which stands tall all these years later. It's a true masterpiece in every single way, an icon of gaming, and rightly so. Resident Evil 2 was developed by Capcom and launched on the Sony PlayStation on January 21st, 1998. As successor to the game which defined survival horror, it had big shoes to fill. Fortunately for Capcom, it took these shoes, slipped them on like Cinderella's slipper, and smashed us all over the head with it. The game was a phenomenon, selling above the original outing which released 2 years prior, netting total sales over its entire run 6 million copies. Metacritic scores Resident Evil 2 at an 89%, which is lower than its predecessor, but the impact it had on the series and the wider gaming landscape is irrefutable. It solidified Resident Evil as a power franchise for the PlayStation. It forced companies to scramble and come up with their own takes on the survival horror genre, and it caused Kleenex shares to reach record heights. Okay, I might have made that last one up, but you get the point here. Resident Evil 2 is a game with legendary status, but for me, I've never regarded it in that same light. Now just to give you some background here, I was 9 on the game's release. My uncle at the time knew some guy that chipped PlayStations and could get me a copy of the game for £5. Now £5 back then for a 9-year-old was a fortune. So I washed the dishes, I chucked the hoover around, I washed the car, and earned enough pocket money to get the game. What I didn't know at the time was RE2 came on 2 discs. My uncle gave me 1. Now I don't know if it's my memory failing me in my old age, or if this is true to rights, but I vividly remember the lab section as Claire, and the start of the game as Leon, but that's it. Now I've chalked that up to my uncle creating some ungodly hybrid that never should have been allowed in the hands of a gullible wide-eyed kid. As such, I played it through, thought something was up, but never bought it to see what I was actually missing. With this in mind, my only real experience with Resident Evil 2 is the 2019 remake, which I reviewed on the channel a while ago. So it's fair to say I was bursting with excitement to get into this game and essentially experience it for the first time. Now over the course of this review, I'll explain what works, what doesn't, and ultimately answer the question, does RE2 hold up in 2022? As with all my reviews, I'll be splitting this into plot, gameplay, and presentation. And for those that haven't got to this before, there will be spoilers throughout. Now let's dive in. Resident Evil 2 takes what the first game set up and expands on the world tenfold. Not only do we learn that Umbrella has their hands in all aspects of Raccoon City, from bribing the police chief right through to running a secret lab underneath the city itself, we also get clarification on just how evil Umbrella truly are. Playing the first game, it's Wesker that's ultimately the bad guy. You know there's been an accident which caused the outbreak and the deaths of everyone working there, but your mind goes to the betrayal and the setup of STARS, not the company conducting these experiments. Here, it's Umbrella, front and center. They send a squad to retrieve Birkin's life's work, and gun him down to claim the precious G-virus for themselves. This unintentionally causes an outbreak of the T-virus, leading to a citywide disaster. And then, to top it all off, while the city goes to hell, they dispatch a tyrant into the field to try and cover their arses. Proper scumbag behaviour. Now our story begins 2 months after the events of the Spencer Mansion. Leon S. Kennedy is on his way to start a brand new job in the Raccoon City Police, while Claire Redfield is searching for the whereabouts of her brother, Chris. Now after Claire stops for a quick bite to eat, she learns firsthand that she's on the menu. God damn it, I couldn't resist that one. Leon steps in with the rescue, and the two head for the safety of the RPD. Now I covered the plot in my Resident Evil 2 remake video, so to save your time, I won't cover old ground. If you want to view that, you can find it here. But for the sake of this game, there's still a few points I want to cover which separate it from its predecessor and its remake that I think are relevant for you. At this point, it's important I clarify something. I played this game through under the order Clear A, Leon B, The reason for this is the fanbase argues this is the true version of events that happened, as elements from this story are confirmed to take place in later entries. For example, in Resident Evil 6, Sherry confirms she can heal quickly due to her being previously infected with the G virus, something that only happens in Clear A. Darkside Chronicles, in its retelling of RE2, also seems to favour this route, especially when it comes to the supposed death of Ada. Ultimately, does it really matter? No. There's elements from both A and B scenarios which occur across the wider series, but I wanted to go with the majority opinion for the sake of this review. Now what's cool is that unlike Resident Evil 2 Remake, here in the original, to see everything you'll need to play through the game 4 times, with quite substantial changes occurring in each variant that give you a real reward for seeing it through. It's awesome to see the team put this much work into giving the player more bang for their buck. And I suppose that's the feeling I have when it comes to this plot. Everything is taken to the next level. The size and scope compared to the first entry are night and day. Instead of a mansion complex, you have an entire city. The files, which help shape the world providing much needed context across the entire game, have been increased from 15 in Resident Evil 1 to 22 in RE2, and the vast majority of these pickups are incredibly detailed. And when it comes to cutscenes, we get nearly 4 times the amount. Resident Evil 2 does what any good sequel should. It grows the world and ups the stakes, without losing the central themes that make the original so impactful. RE2 takes what came before, with the fixed camera angles, tank controls and limited inventory space, which made the original so terrifying, and adds to this with a host of improvements. First up, the map. They added color coding to the doors. I love planning a route across the environment as much as the next guy, but when you're unsure of where you need to go, and can't quite remember which door is opened by which key, it can get annoying, especially if you take a break from the game for a couple of days. Color coding the doors so you know at a glance which routes are now available to you upon finding a new key is godlike. It's so helpful and doesn't take anything away from the challenge that's presented to you. You still need to plan. You still need to weigh up what you'll need to overcome the challenges around every corner. But now you get to your destination and know for certain you have the right key to open it. The second quality of life change is in the item box. In RE1, if you have stacks of ammo stored in the box, you'll have to add them into your inventory, exit the box, open your inventory, and then combine them. Here, in RE2, you just add them to your inventory, and they'll auto-stack. These may seem like small things not worth praising, but by God, I had such a massive smile on my face when I encountered these for the first time. To me, it just shows the team thought about the user experience and how best to streamline things, and I really appreciated that. Now the next improvement is a big one, the zapping system. So what is zapping, I hear you ask? Well, the zapping system is where a choice you make in your first run impacts your second. There's 9 examples of this across the game, and all of them have substantial impacts on how your B scenario plays out. Now here's just a few examples. After opening the weapons locker in the underground of the RPD, you find a side pack, which gives your character extra inventory slots and a submachine gun. You can choose to take one, both, or none. The second run will then reflect this, meaning you can make your first scenario super easy by taking both, but you'll be handicapping your next run. At the midpoint, you'll do battle with an alligator. By killing it in A, it won't appear in B, but if you choose not to finish the job, it will be there waiting for you on the next run. In the lab, you can choose to use BOW gas, which will make the enemies much easier to deal with for that scenario. But if you do this, when you return here in the B scenario, the IVs will become poisonous, as they've adapted to that gas. So the choice becomes, do you hold off using it on your first character, so that on your second run, you can activate the gas without any consequence at all? This system creates choice. Now if you've seen any of my previous reviews, you would know that choice, for the player, and the consequence from said choice, is why I adore Resident Evil. It's built into the fabric of every single encounter in the classic series, and zapping just adds to that to create additional ramifications, which make the game interesting to play multiple times through. But not only that, it ties the two stories in your A and B character together in a way that wasn't there in both RE1 and in the RE2 remake. It makes it seem like both stories are happening concurrently. The one character really did arrive at the RPD earlier than the other, and this is helped by the routes that you take. In RE1, the route for both Jill and Chris is the same, with the only differences being who has a lockpick and who has a lighter, while RE2 includes the same character differences, but creates completely different routes for Leon and Claire. Claire has to unlock Captain Iron's office and find the items across the RPD to make this happen, whereas Leon doesn't have to worry about that. Instead, he needs to find chess pieces which will unlock a door in the sewer. Add on to this the specific NPCs you meet in your run, tied to whichever character you're playing as, with Leon meeting Ada and Claire meeting Sherry, and you've got wildly different plots, with their own boss encounters specific to that run. Now, when RE2 Remake was released, I couldn't understand how diehard fans of Resident Evil 2 could be disappointed, but after playing this, I get it. I know now why they felt like the second run was lackluster, because here in the original, the second run is just as impactful as your first, bringing the entire experience together into a complete product. Now, I could go on and on about the zapping system, but I think I've spent long enough on that, so let's move on. RE2 introduced weapon modification to the series. Now, while playing as Leon, you can find parts for the handgun, shotgun, and magnum. All three of these parts turn your normal guns into death machines. Just look at this. It looks like he's about to rip his arm off. And the sound.
Holy shit!
It's a great inclusion, which rewards you for exploring your environment and adds another difference between your playthroughs as Claire and Leon. So far, I've been nothing but positive on Resident Evil 2, but this is where that's gonna change. Take it in. This, right here, is public enemy number 1. Now, if I was a 12-year-old girl surrounded by zombies, lickers, and my mutated father who wanted to impregnate me, I'd have ended it all frame 1. But Sherry finds the courage to not only go with Claire, she decides to go solo, dodging the undead without any weapons. She's a badass. Until you have to chaperone her, and then she becomes nothing more than a pain in my arse. Move more than 5 feet away from her, she stops and sits down. You're not even out of eye line with her. She just thinks, nah, I'll chill here in this infested sewer. If I could have left her, I would have. After all, she ain't my kid. I'm sure Annette will find her eventually. The only other complaint, and it's not one I thought I'd be saying going into this, but here it goes. Resident Evil 2 is too easy. In Resident Evil games, I always seem to get to the end boss with more ammo than I can take into the fight, and that's something that I'm acutely aware of. It's a me problem. I can't help myself. I'll find I scrape by with as little as possible just in case I need it, never realizing how much I have at my disposal. However, with RE2, it became abundantly clear just how much I had, especially during Leon's campaign. I'd reached the lab with 60 magnum rounds, 40 shotgun shells, 90 odd pistol rounds, a full flamethrower, and a machine gun. Add on to this the abundance of heals that I'd accumulated across my journey, it meant I never had a single worry. It turned the lab into a run and gun, where I'd challenge myself to try and use some of this ammo up. I was walking around like Tony Montana.
Say hello to my little friend!
To be totally honest here, the problem with the difficulty in this entry is it feels uneven. In the beginning of the game, I was watching every bullet like a hawk. There's way more enemies than in RE1, and they appear in large groups, forcing you to take out a few of them to move around unimpeded. So when you're reliant solely on the pistol with limited heals, this is challenging. But as soon as you get your mitts on a grenade launcher or a shotgun, you can destroy these groups with 1 or 2 shots. and as you regularly find ammo for these bigger weapons all over the place, you never get the sense that you need to play conservatively. Now, it's important to note I played the 1998 original release on the normal difficulty, which is the hardest available on this version. I know that in later ports for the Dreamcast they included a hard mode, and that would probably solve this issue for me, but as far as my experience playing the PS1 original, it's valid criticism. Launching in 1998, 2 years after Resident Evil 1, Capcom had the PlayStation figured out, and it really shows. Resident Evil 2 is a massive improvement from its predecessor. The game uses the same pre-rendered backgrounds, but they are far more detailed. From the streets of Raccoon City to the lab underneath the city itself, every environment tells a story, and it's incredibly varied, with each background being a joy to look at. It's no wonder the settings in this game have been called back time and time again in subsequent releases. They are truly iconic. And it's not just the backgrounds which have seen improvements, it's all aspects of the game. Character models are significantly improved, both for our hero characters and the enemies. Take zombies for example. Now they aren't just lab coats or naked. Here they can be male and female civilians, police officers, lab workers, or test subjects, with different variations on these designs to make groups stand out. How you damage these zombies has also changed. Here, unloading a shotgun at point blank range will split them in half, causing them to crawl after you, and if they grab hold of you and you mash out, you can rip their arm off. Little details make all the difference, and here in RE2, they went above and beyond to add these in. Take for example the player health. In RE1, you have no way of knowing how close to death you are without going into the inventory and checking your status. In RE2, they added animations to make it easily identifiable to the player. You slow down, hunch over, and shuffle, and the more damage you get, the slower you get. It became standard for the series from this point, and it's easy to see why. It's an immersive detail that must drive speedrunners wild. But for the rest of us, it's essential. These graphical improvements help immerse the player in the world, but the biggest contributor to the atmosphere across the game is the music and sound. Every enemy is easily identifiable thanks to their own unique sound palette, helping you identify the threat you're about to encounter, from the spider's soft taps to the groan of a zombie. Now you combine all this with the soundtrack, which arguably could be the best in the series, with the save theme, RPD main hall, and an end credits theme, which goes so unbelievably hard, I couldn't stop myself from dancing like a madman. On the opposite end of the emotional spectrum, I found RE2 engrossed me so deeply that I jumped at every possible scare, even when I knew something was coming. So when my wife unexpectedly came into the room to drop me off a drink, oh Jesus Christ! Now that's when you know the atmosphere has truly got you. Usually at this point is where I'd slaughter the voice acting, but to my surprise, Resident Evil 2's voice acting is great. The only person that does a dodgy job is the trucker at the beginning.
That guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me?
Apart from him, I can't fault anyone. So instead of hitting anyone down, I want to build somebody up. I want to give a special shout out to Alison Court. It's always a pleasure to hear her as the voice of Claire Redfield, and hopefully, one day, we'll have her back to reprise her role. Now let's end this review with the boss and enemy designs. All the usuals appear here, zombies, dogs and spiders, but they are joined with new additions, moths, ivies and lickers. Now the only one I want to mention here is the lickers. Holy hell, they are terrifying. Sneaking by them, looking like you've just shit your pants, is a physical representation of my anxiety squaring up to them in the early game. They hit with such ferocity, you need to respect them. Designing them to be blind and hunt solely off sound was a genius decision. It creates a different type of fear from the hunters in Resident Evil 1. They aren't just formidable foes, they can be evaded, so naturally you attempt it, slowly shuffling, before breaking into a mad dash for the nearest door. The tension you feel is simply incredible. Now, bosses in this entry are great. It's nice to see Resident Evil 2 set up recurring enemies that stay throughout the entire story, as it gives you plenty of time to see the effects of the G-Virus as Berkey mutates across the game. Now, it's not quite as varied as Resident Evil 1 due to this, but the locations where you engage in these battles changes every time, and that's what makes these fights feel unique. They are always a spectacle, even if the end result is pulling out the Magnum and ending it in a handful of bullets. Now, I have a couple of critiques. Mr. X. His end fight as Super Tyrant is fine, but during the story, he's super easy to deal with. He appears multiple times throughout the B campaign, but he's never a threat. You purposely take a hit from him, and then run through a door. Sure, he scared the pants off me when he did his Kool-Aid Man impression, but when it came to getting around him, he wasn't all that. You can see why they wanted to improve on this when it came to Nemesis's design the year after. Mr. X is a great idea, but not executed properly. The alligator fight. That was literally it. A huge spectacle where I was geared up for a massive fight, and then it just ended. Resident Evil 2 takes what RE1 set up and took the formula to the next level. It improves upon the original in nearly every way. It's cinematic, tells a compelling story which actually makes sense across its two playable characters. It grows the universe of Resident Evil, adding new enemies, a new virus, and showing us just how evil Umbrella are, and gives us, the player, more choice than we ever had previously with the zapping system, which opens the game up to 4 playthroughs to see everything it has to offer. This game is a masterpiece. Any of my critiques across this entire review are so negligible compared to everything it does right. If you're like me, and either haven't played it before, or haven't for a long time, I'd encourage you to put 8 hours aside and play through the game with both Leon and Claire. You won't regret it. We have arrived at Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Originally released on the Sony PlayStation on the 22nd of September 1999. Now, over subsequent years it came to Windows, Dreamcast and GameCube, netting sales of 3.5 million, which is a step down from the previous year's entry of Resident Evil 2, which netted in at 4.5 million. This game is seen by the general fanbase as a step back from RE2, but for me, when I first played the game on its release, I fell in love with it, and it became my favourite entry for years. Resident Evil 3 is the oldest entry I'll be covering on this series of reviews, and it's been over 20 years since I played this game. So the questions I'll be answering over the course of this review are: does the game hold up playing it this many years after its release? What makes it so unique compared to the other entries in the series? And can I put my nostalgia aside and see the flaws the game has? Now, if you've been enjoying my content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring the bell so you never miss an upload. But enough of that. This review, as always, is split into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in.
It all began as an ordinary day in September. An ordinary day in Raccoon City. A city controlled by Umbrella. No one dared to oppose them, and that lack of strength would ultimately lead to their destruction. I suppose they had to suffer the consequences of their actions, but there would be no forgiveness. If only they had had the courage to fight. It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing. It was Raccoon City's last chance, and my last chance. My last escape.
It's September 28th, 1998. 2 months after the Arkley Mansion incident, we find Jill Valentine in Raccoon City, planning to make her escape from the prying eyes of Umbrella, when all hell breaks loose around her, and she is thrown into a cat and mouse game with Umbrella's newest bioweapon. Now, in its simplest explanation, Resident Evil 3 is the same formula Resident Evil had followed from the previous 2 entries. Protagonists find themselves in a bad situation and they need to find a way out. But this time the way it's approached is very different. It throws you immediately into the fray with more zombies than we've ever encountered before, and doesn't stop this rollercoaster at any point throughout its story run. You never really have time to stop, reflect, and build any sense of anxiety, as you're always taking it second by second, avoiding a pack of dogs here, running from crows there, dealing with seemingly endless hordes of zombies, all the while pursued by the kind of stalker that would make my obsession with Lady Dimitrescu look normal. Now, that's not to say this pace means the story isn't effective. If anything, it elevates what the game is trying to accomplish. The story this time is a lot simpler than other entries. The amount of subplots and deep lore-rich files aren't as present or essential as they are in other titles. Instead, it relies solely on its characters to get us invested in Jill's struggle. During the early parts of the game, Jill encounters the UBCS, which stands for the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasures Service, and it's here with these set of characters that things get interesting throughout the remainder of the game. Sure, Jill is Jill. She's the character we are playing as. She's our substitute for the experience, and we share her disbelief at Nemesis's ability to never give up.
Why won't you die?
Carlos is your main partner throughout the experience, and he helps support you in key sections and gives us direction for where to go and what to do next to move the story onwards. But it's Nikolai that has the honour of being the absolute scumbag the game really needed to make us hate someone. Everything about him screams suspicious. He's a little too interested in that sparking wire. He apparently died like 4 times throughout the game before he shows back up again. And most importantly, he's Russian. In the late 90s, the Russians were the de facto villain in pretty much all media. So hearing that accent immediately makes you think, he's up to something. It's paper thin, to be honest, but that's how Resident Evil 3 is. It doesn't make you work for any of its story material. It's a summer blockbuster, not an Oscar winner. It gets the job done to move on to the next action-packed segment, but nothing more than that. With the previous entries in the series, you'd have a choice of 2 protagonists from the outset, with differences in gameplay and story for each of them. But here in RE3, they decide to ditch this and instead replace it with the ability to shape the story how you see fit. At 9 points across the game, you'll have choices to make. Now, they call this live selection. It can be as simple as staying to fight or running, but others will change what happens to our favourite evil Russian and give us the best cameo in the entire game. It's an interesting idea to let the story play out in this way. It gives a real incentive to replay the game to see the impact your choices can make on the way key events unfold. In comparison to how the predecessors handle replayability, I'd argue RE2 did it better, having 2 completely different protagonists with different plots, weapons, and the ability to affect each run based on the choices you made in a previous run. But I do applaud RE3 for trying something new here. Even if it doesn't reach the same heights, it does give tangible reason to want to return to Raccoon City time and time again. RE3 brings over the same fixed camera angles and pre-rendered backgrounds that made its predecessors so iconic, but decided to make some changes to the overall formula to varying results. Now let's begin with the positives. Resident Evil 3 plays like butter. It feels so fluid compared to its earlier entries, and in no small part, this is due to the quick turn, which first appeared here. It's crazy that such a small addition can make such a big difference to the way a game plays, especially when you need to back up and make space in a tight situation. It's become a staple in all games since RE3, and to be honest, it's no wonder. Gone are the days of having to run into a wall to turn at 45-degree angles. It looks so natural and feels perfect to have this extra layer of control, all the while sticking to the tank controls that made 1 and 2 feel so memorable. Another brilliant addition is the ammo creation system. Previously, ammunition was found across the environment, and it was your choice on when to take this ammo and its corresponding gun out into the wild to lay some zombies to eternal rest. And that's here too, but in RE3 the game gives us an extra layer. Gunpowders. with which we can mix in a variety of ways to create different ammo types. Gunpowders come in two varieties, A and B. If you combine A with the reloading tool, you create pistol rounds. B creates shotgun rounds. So far, easy, right? Well, combining A and B together creates C gunpowder, which creates grenade rounds. So what happens if you mix C and B together, or C and A, or AAB, or CCC? The system is surprisingly deep, and the varieties of ammo you can create are incredible. On top of this, if you create the same ammunition multiple times, your skill increases, and you will create more of this ammunition per gunpowder. In short, what this system does is it gives you choice. Choice on what you want to prioritize. Do you want to save your gunpowder and make some crazy heavy hitting ammo, like for the Magnum or grenade freeze rounds? Or do you want shitloads of pistol and shotgun rounds to make you feel comfortable versus the hordes of enemies around every corner? It's a fantastic system, and I could spend the length of this video explaining every combination and its multipliers, but for the sake of your sanity and mine, I'll move on. Now, I've been criticised in previous reviews for not mentioning other modes that are available. Now, this is often because I don't think they're too relevant in reviewing the base experience, but here in RE3, I'll tip the hat. Resident Evil 3 was responsible for introducing the Mercenaries game mode, which is loved by fans to this day. Now, I can take or leave Mercenaries or any of these additive modes. I really don't care about them. I have enough to play without needing my playtime to be added to with some half-assed game mode. But when I think back to my time playing this on its release, I sweated Mercenaries. I did all the unlocks and really enjoyed playing through as the UBCS with their unique arsenal, trying to get further and further with the limited time available. So the question is, did I play it this time? No. Of course not. I promised you guys a video of all the extra modes at a later date. I'm not forcing myself to play through it now. If anything, you're lucky I even gave it a mention. So say thank you and be happy you even got that. The final addition I'll praise here before we dive into some of the negatives is the environmental interactables. Red barrels. We all know what they do. It's built into video game logic as clearly as health packs or red flashing weak spots. But this is the first time they appeared in a Resident Evil game, and they do have some clever implementation in certain boss fights. Shooting the levers to drench Nemesis in acid, or shooting down the light to fry the Gravedigger. It's cool little additions like this which I really appreciated. It's not mind-blowing or anything like that, but it's always fun to lead a horde into the path of a barrel and blast them to Kingdom Come. Now, if I was reviewing this 20 years ago, I'd struggle to find a fault. I adored this game. But with a modern lens, it's quite easy to see flaws which are so blatant that I'm surprised I didn't care about them at the time. Now let's get the obvious one out of the way here. The dodge mechanic. It's absolutely trash. Like, tragically bad. On paper, it should be great. Chuck shit tons of enemies at you and give you an option to escape when it all goes south, as long as you're skilled enough to do so. But what is the timing? I have no idea. Sometimes I'm pulling it off no problem and feel like a god. But other times, I dodge successfully and still end up getting hit, and then most of the time, I fail it completely and run headfirst into a grab. Okay. Now if it's just me, please tell me where I'm going wrong in the comments, but surely after 2 runs through, I should have this mechanic nailed down by now. It's just so nebulous. It'll be the year 3055. Man will have conquered the known universe. We'll live forever in cool-ass cyborg bodies. Cyberpunk will have finally released on the PlayStation 50 without any flaws, and yet no one will know how to pull off a perfect dodge every time in Resident Evil 3. Let's keep going down this negative path, just for a moment. Nemesis himself. I remember being terrified of him as a kid. In playing it now, he's the easiest enemy to evade in the entire game, bar the spiders. Sure, he follows you, and his appearance always up the tension, but when it comes down to it, you can literally just run past him and he can't do anything about it. In boss fights, he's a different beast entirely, and can kick your ass if the dodges don't go your way. But when the whole game premise is based around this threat that constantly appears to make exploration dangerous, he really isn't all that, which is a real shame. Now granted, Part of this is probably due to how menacing Mr. X was in RE2 Remake, so coming straight off that to this isn't a fair comparison in any way, but that's the hand it's been dealt. Now there's loads of ways they could have made him a challenge. Christ, if he even caught me once there would be something for me to reevaluate here. But as it stands, he just chased me a bit and didn't really do anything. The way he appears and creates this illusion that he's constantly in pursuit does work now as it did then, and his inclusion as the main enemy throughout the game is brilliant. It truly does make the game feel unique. But it's just a shame that it couldn't capture the same feelings I had when I first experienced the game all those years ago. Now I'm moving it back to some positives before I see you all mash that dislike button. One thing RE3 definitely remembers from its predecessors is how to create excellent puzzles. There are a number of them scattered across the game and all of them are enjoyable. Some I nailed first time.
I'm kind of a big deal.
But others I was left stumped and had to really think about. Now if there's ever a make or break for me in these reviews, it's puzzle implementation, and here I have to say they are executed exceptionally well, breaking out the gameplay exactly when it's needed while not being obnoxiously difficult or too simple. It's exactly what it needs to be, and it excels here. Now to end this segment, I want to explain something which I believe sets the game apart from its predecessors. I'm always stating how item conservation and choosing your targets is a key component to creating a survival horror experience. How limited resources creates its own tension by making you doubt yourself. Did you take the right items with you? Should you lose an extra inventory space by taking that heal or that gun? Well here, that's not really the case. There's plenty of ammunition to go around for all of your guns, especially when you get the hang of the ammo creation system. And you need that here, as there are tons of enemies, way more than we've ever had in a Resident Evil game before, with no real opportunity to avoid them, as they stack upon themselves in corridors and alleyways. You have to fight, and by God is it fun to do that. All the weapons have impact, and it'll forever be satisfying to mow down a group of zombies with one well-placed shotgun shell, blow them to smithereens with a grenade launcher, or watch their heads pop with a mine gun dart. It makes you feel like a badass, and it also helps that Jill can take an absolute beating before she goes into caution, let alone die at the hands of the zombies. Now this change in enemies and the ammo that goes alongside this creates a totally unique feel from the other entries in the series up to this point, and to my mind it really succeeds here. I love being scared and stressing over my items as much as the next guy, but being able to have the classic controls and fixed camera angles I love, while kicking back, blowing tons of enemies away without regret, is a great marriage. Now, do I want this for the whole series? No, of course not. We see with that line threads with RE4, 5 and 6, but taking this experience as its own thing, I did really enjoy the unique formula that RE3 follows. Resident Evil 3 being released on the PlayStation 1 meant at the time it looked fantastic. I remember being in awe of the pre-rendered backdrops, and the FMVs were mind-blowing. 20 years on, not so much. The backgrounds still hold up, and the FMVs, weirdly enough, still look fantastic. But gameplay wise, it's exceptionally hard to find items in the environment with how muddy everything looks in SD. I had to reteach myself to mash X across a given space to uncover ammunition or heals. I can't really fault it. The game is older than some of you watching this video, but if you haven't played this game before, be warned, it's certainly not a looker now. I played this game in the most authentic way I could. I used a PlayStation Classic and added the PS1 version of RE3 to the system so I could play it on an original PS1 controller and still capture the gameplay that you're watching now. There are better forms of emulation out there, with cleaner graphics and less jagged edges, but I wanted to try and recapture my experience as it originally was, or as close to it anyway. The downside to this is my wife, who normally enjoys watching me play through the Resident Evil games, had to leave after 30 minutes as it was making her eyes hurt. But what can you expect? It's a game of the time, and to me it sets off a cascade of nostalgia that blinds me to the ravages of time. Now when it comes to performances from the cast, it's really hit or miss, as usual for this time frame in RE. The fault here isn't the voice actors, but more so the script work. It's mega cheesy. and when you combine this with the limited animation available at the time, it creates some truly hilarious moments.
No, if we're gonna die, then we should get to choose when it happens.
It's certainly something we take for granted now, but back in the late 90s and early 2000s, this was the usual level of quality we'd get. Things have certainly changed for the better. Now when we come to the music, RE3 is superb. From the moment the game loads, you know you're in for a real treat. And it doesn't stop. From section to section, scene to scene, the music is standout, and I'd go so far as to say it's the best soundtrack in the entire series, without question. Now, I've included a number of tracks over the course of this review, but I barely scratched the surface. So do yourself a favour, boot up Spotify, give them a listen. They are truly exceptional. So overall, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis built on what came before, and implemented changes which make it stand apart from its predecessors. It took risks with live selection, ammo creation, quick turns and dodging, with many of these features still appearing in Resident Evil to this day. It often gets overlooked, but its impact on the series as a whole is without question. 20 years on, it doesn't have the same effect on me as it once did, especially when it comes to Nemesis. But as a whole, the game is immensely enjoyable to play. I'd encourage you to put 6 hours aside and dive in. You won't regret it. Resident Evil Survivor was developed by Toei Software and published by Capcom, releasing in Japan on the 27th of January 2000 for the Sony PlayStation, releasing across Europe and the States later that year. Following up the original Resident Evil trilogy is no easy task, but to say that this game underperformed in all aspects is being kind. Its lifetime sales amount to just shy of 484,000, with a Metacritic of 39%. When you compare that to the mainline series at this point, yeah. Needless to say, I wasn't looking forward to playing this game, but you guys voted for the RE spin-offs, and I deliver. This is the first time I've ever played Survivor, and my review is going to detail what works, what doesn't, and ultimately answer the question, is it truly as bad as everyone makes out?
It is shit, Austin.
Oh good, then it's not just me.
Now if you've been enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe. It all helps me grow the channel and find a larger audience, but that's enough of that. As usual, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. 1998, Sheena Island, a short time after the Raccoon City incident. Our story begins in the best possible way, a man surviving a helicopter crash by the use of the delayed forward roll technique. The only downside to this tried and true method of survival is you lose your memory, but only the parts that are crucial to the plot. Did he forget how to walk, talk, or control his bowels? Nope. Just his name and why he's there. As he says himself, the only thing left to do is remember and survive. What follows is our protagonist embarking on a quest of identity. Who is he? What's he doing here? And why has everything gone to shit? The way the game weaves its story is on brand for Resident Evil, being told through a combination of cutscenes and file pickups. To the game's credit, the file pickups here are massive. It rivals Resident Evil 5 how meaty these are, and they're spaced out well enough that they don't feel like a hindrance, each one serving a real purpose, either to fill out the history of the island and Umbrella, or to shed light on the horrible acts which have been committed here. Through the course of the journey, the protagonist believes himself to be Vincent Goldman, the leader of the Umbrella facility, and the man responsible for causing this outbreak and the horrendous experiments that have taken place here. Now it's about the time I admit something that I feel partly at fault for. Survivor does something I never thought I'd see in a Resident Evil game. They actually took my advice. I've said on many a review that when you come to test your virus, don't test on your staff. This only slows production. But I never thought they'd go full nonce and start stealing kids. Now we all know a Werther's original in a dusty van are magnetic for children, but that doesn't mean you should steal them. I now know how Karl Marx must have felt. So the plot essentially boils down to 3/4 of the game you think you're Vincent, an umbrella leader who steals children from across the world and experiments on them, before unleashing a virus on the entire island, only to learn that no, you were sent by Leon to investigate the island, and you were impersonating Vincent to learn his dirty secrets. Your name is Ark. You don't steal kids. You're a good guy. Personally, I was bored of this twist. Every chance I got, I gave the kids a bit of medicine. Take your shot, bitch. I lent into it. I was Vincent. It'd be way more engaging to be a proper maniac who turns his life around. But nope. Instead, we get a generic cliché story which serves its purpose, if your purpose is to be as forgettable as humanly possible. Resident Evil Survivor takes the series into first person, only leaving this perspective for cutscenes. Now originally, when Shinji Mikami envisioned Resident Evil, he thought it would be in first person, but due to technical limitations and inexperience working in this way, this idea was scrapped. Now, I'd love to smugly say Survivor should have learnt from this and never pursued it. However, I can't. I actually quite like it. Survivor feels like an on-rail shooter, except you can move around the 3D environments at will. So it's an off-rails light gun game? It's very weird. With the press of R1, an aiming cursor appears, and at this point you're stuck in place and free to blast away till your heart's content. It's essentially the same tank control shooting which existed within Resident Evil all the way till Resident Evil 5, except you can aim this cursor anywhere you want. And at that point it becomes more akin to Time Crisis or House of the Dead than a traditional FPS. There were two ways to play this game on its release. In Europe and Japan, Survivor was compatible with Namco's G-Con 45, which must be the best way to experience the game hands down. However, in America, due to the recent Columbine shooting, the light gun compatibility was cut, and instead you'd be stuck with the PS1 controller. Unfortunately for me, my experience was the latter. The way I played it was I used my PlayStation Classic to emulate the game, and playing it on a modern TV, there's no way I could use a gun con with it. So, I tried to put myself in the shoes of my American audience and see how you guys fared. Surprisingly, I really enjoyed it. It's not great by any stretch, but it strangely felt intuitive to play. It didn't take more than a few minutes before I'd mastered utilizing space and aiming for those critical hits. Using the D-pad to aim isn't great, but it works. It isn't anywhere near as inaccurate as I thought it would be, and I've got to give it some credit for that. Now following that revelation, I'm going to stick to the positives for a minute. The map. Resident Evil up to this point especially relied on maps to plan your routes, to cut down on backtracks to the save point and to keep you moving onto the next unexplored location. Survivor's locations all have maps, and they work well enough to show you the layout of the environment, to aid you in choosing the right door to continue the journey. Without them, you'd enter a room and could quite easily lose track of which door you came through. It's essential, and it works to alleviate frustration. The map also gives you options. As you progress, you're presented with multiple exits from one location, and when you enter these paths, you can't go back. At first, I was furious at this, as I felt I'd missed out on exploration, but by the time the game wrapped, 1 hour 45 minutes later, it was clear why it was designed in this way. It's supposed to encourage you to replay the game, to see what you've missed. There's 4 instances of these branching paths across the game, each with 3 or so routes that you can take. Now what's eye-opening is depending on which path you choose, the story will play out very differently. My first playthrough, I didn't even get to meet Vincent. As far as I was concerned, he died right at the beginning of the game, falling from the chopper. Now I understand the idea behind this approach. The issue is, you'd have to be mentally deficient to want to replay it. Let me explain. It's too easy. Across Ark's quest for identity, you encounter hundreds of enemies, from the lowly zombie to Mr. X and everything in between. Hunters, Lickers, Plant 43, it's essentially a greatest hits of the original trilogy, yet none of them feel like a true challenge. Ark runs at such pace you can easily get enough distance to get your shots off without any sense of danger, and if you somehow manage to get cornered by an enemy, Ark can take a ridiculous amount of hits before he drops to caution, let alone die. So you just let them wail on you while you stand there shooting them in the face. There's literally no danger. Following that, there's no reload button.
A what?
That's right. It's a light gun game where all your gameplay is based around shooting, and you can't reload. This is how reloading works.
I suppose nothing hurts you.
Only pain.
Across the game, you get an assortment of handguns which all have their individual strengths and weaknesses. Do you want stronger power but slower speed? Or a fast fire rate at the cost of power? Choice is always welcome, and I had fun experimenting with the different handguns. Now what helps is these guns have unlimited ammo, which suits the type of game this is. I have no issue with that, but when you have to blast off 5 rounds into the void just to have a fresh clip going into the next encounter, it's frustrating. It's a ridiculous oversight. I honestly don't understand this at all. Now, your more powerful weapons like the grenade launcher or shotgun have ammo which you need to find across the environment, and to reload these you can combine the ammo from the menu, which is on brand for the series. But 99% of the time, you'll be sticking to the handguns, and so omitting the basic option to reload is insulting. It's like Survivor doesn't know what it wants to be. It has elements of a light gun shooter, elements of Resident Evil, but it doesn't commit to any of them. Sure, you can find new weapons, heals and ammo across the environment, but you never need to do any item management. Why would you need to worry about resources when you have unlimited ammunition in the pistol, which, even if you use the default one, is good enough to complete the game with? There's 0 puzzles, 0 save rooms or respites. It's just keep moving forward and never look back. And even if you want to artificially slow down by exploring past areas, you literally can't. You have to wait till the next run. The pace you run through the game and the lack of challenge associated with the enemies you encounter ruin any chance of building atmosphere. It's completely mindless. And that's fine if it's an on-rails light gun shooter, but it's not. I honestly feel like this game would be hundreds of times more enjoyable if instead of branching paths, it gave you the ability to explore everything. Sure, they'd have to change how the story is delivered, but when you experience what's there right now, it can't possibly get worse. If anything, it would give you more time in the world to be able to flesh the story out even more. Instead of it being delivered in the most cliche way possible, it would have had chance to explore the relationship between Vincent and Ark, and make him feel like a compelling foil. In summary, I have no issue with the way this game actually plays. It's weirdly enjoyable. I just wish key design decisions be made to bring you into this world and keep you there, rather than rushing you through and hoping you'll come back for another run. It underserves the potential this game has and ultimately fails to cater to either the arcade shooter or hardcore Resident Evil fanbase. Resident Evil 2 and 3 looked incredible on their release. I remember being blown away by the number of enemies, the differences in zombie models, from what they were wearing to their body type. So what happens when you take these same models and put the camera to first person? It looks awful. Enemies that from a distance look and move convincingly, for the time, now move like they've shit themselves and look anything but imposing. The models are so blatantly lifted from RE2 it screams low effort and low budget. And nowhere is this more true than the cutscenes and voice acting. Remember the FMVs that feature across Resident Evil 2 and 3? Yeah, well, forget them. Here it's all in-game, and by God it's painful to watch. Couple this with voice acting that is so bad it makes RE1 Oscar-worthy. It's one of the funniest games I've ever played. Now here's a few of my favourites.
I can't believe you're not dead yet.
You're human. You must be the leader of the cleaner unit sent by Umbrella to destroy the evidence of this biohazard.
Whatever. I don't have time for your pathetic games. I have already sent the self-destruction system. This island will be gone in a matter of minutes. Adios, Ark.
What? A spy? Thank you. You are a good boy, Lot.
Now there's one moment that will live with me for the rest of my days. Imagine just getting out of a living hell. You've got 2 children who are depending on you to instill some confidence. And you say this.
What are we gonna do, mister?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I don't know, but don't worry. We can fly as long as we have fuel.
What the fuck? I can't believe the localization team didn't change this. But thank God they didn't. It's the highlight of the game, no doubt. In saying all this, there are some positives in the presentation. The menu sounds and door transitions return, and no matter what entry they're in, they always flood me with a wave of nostalgia. It's something so ingrained in me that it's just guaranteed to make me smile. On top of this, the game emulates what the original trilogy did so well. It has a score for each area of the game, and this style of scoring has always been extremely effective for Resident Evil, and something I wish the remakes and newer entries would consider returning to. Ambient noise is great for building tension, sure, but having memorable pieces of music outside of the save themes is a great way to tie an area of a game to your long-term memory. Now in saying that, will I ever remember the soundtrack from Resident Evil Survivor? Probably not, but that's not the sound design's fault. That's solely down to me never wanting to revisit this game ever again in my life. Resident Evil Survivor shows what happens when you have a small budget and a muddied vision. It's a game which fails due to a cliche story, lazy visuals, and key design decisions which take away any chance of redemption. It's easily the worst Resident Evil game I've ever played in my life. Now if you decide to experience this game for yourself, then prepare for one of the funniest games of all time, albeit not for the right reasons. Today we're diving into Resident Evil Code Veronica, first released for the Sega Dreamcast in the year 2000. Now I class myself as a hardcore Resident Evil fan, having played all the numbered entries and a number of the side ones, but until recently I'd never played Code Veronica. This review will be my experience playing the game for the first time, and if it holds up in 2020, having never experienced it before. If you're looking for in-depth knowledge on the game, this probably isn't the discussion for you. However, if you stick around, I'm sure you'll enjoy the points I have to make, and I'll let it be known that I'll be going into partial spoilers on this. I played it on the PS4 under the release of Code Veronica X, and I'll break this review down as we go, covering off the presentation, plot, gameplay, and then finally giving a little summary on my overall thoughts. Let's dive in. Booting this game really took me back to my childhood, and left me grinning ear to ear. The menu sounds alone gave me a wash of nostalgia, from the familiar bleeps to the classic Resident Evil. The game has been up-res from its original release, which makes it quite appealing to the eye. However, they didn't decide to include the FMVs into this, which makes this huge contrast between gameplay and FMV, and really brings down the presentation, showing that Capcom really didn't give much love to this remaster. The frame rate for the PAL version, which I unfortunately experienced, is stuck at 25 FPS, which is a shame, but it didn't hamper the experience for me. Music-wise, this game is phenomenal. The soundtrack creates a real sense of dread, and the save room theme, just like his predecessors before it, is standout. The creatures and guns all have a great sound palette, and it seems as if the sound effects have been carried straight over from the earlier entries, again adding to my sense of nostalgia. Unfortunately, those praises are where it ends because the voice acting is beyond ridiculous. Resident Evil 1 to 3 showed huge steps forward when it came to its voice cast. They were cheesy, yeah, but comparing Resident Evil 1 to 3, you could see how much further they had progressed with it. Now with Code Veronica, it's like as if they picked up actors from the street and said, you know what guys, you got one take, have at it.
Have it your way then. You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be sure to keep you entertained before I dispose of you.
This had the unintentional consequence of turning this game into the funniest game I've ever experienced in my life. Every cutscene, I was howling with laughter, and no one No one escapes from this. There are some characters who are considerably worse than others, but no one delivers even a moderately decent performance. I know that Resi has never experienced great performances, at this time especially, but this is a considerable downgrade from Resi 2 and 3, taking it back to Resident Evil 1 levels of bad. Steve Burnside is easily the worst offender here, and I can't believe that one team member working on the game didn't take a step back and say, hold on guys, something here ain't right.
What's wrong, Steve? Shoot him!
Wait! I can't! No!
Steve!
No! Ah!
Steve.
Father. Father. Father.
The story begins with Claire Redfield, hot off Resident Evil 2, getting captured looking for her brother Chris in an Umbrella research base in Paris before being carted off to jail on a remote Umbrella testing base. Things go badly and she needs to escape. The story is simple, and the files you find over the course of the game tie it in really well to the wider lore and expand upon the different factions within Umbrella. The cast of characters you meet are, well, as mentioned already, voiced horribly. However, they are memorable, albeit not always for the right reasons. Steve Burnside and the Ashford twins don't hold up today. Steve is an absolute pervert and sounds like a douche. Alfred Ashford comes off as the world's biggest cuck. But the game does a good job in its telling of the story, as cheesy as it is. If there's any game that deserves a full remake, it's this one. There's a lot here that, if painted with a serious brush, could come off as truly spectacular. It's just a shame that, with what we're given, the antagonists never feel threatening, and Steve, in particular, is super annoying. Code Veronica is the successor to Resident Evil 3, releasing a year later, and with this entry, they really perfected the survival horror gameplay that made the original trilogy so memorable. Using the power of the Dreamcast, they were able to move away from the static 2D backgrounds that defined the earlier entries, and for the first time, were able to have the environment fully rendered in 3D. This does have the unfortunate side effect that in remastering the game, the high rendered backgrounds of the original trilogy still stand up today, whereas the whole game now does look dated. But at the time, I can imagine this was a big leap. The fixed camera angles return, but now they're dynamic and can move slightly from their fixed perspectives, tracking the player character, making the game feel more fluid. This is something I wish Resident Evil would return to, as this style holds up impressively well today, really adding suspense to new areas. Hearing the sound of a moaning zombie, but not being able to see them on screen makes for some intense sections, and opening doors is the same as the original trilogy. This also is something I didn't realise I missed. Having a quiet few seconds before the next area loaded, with Claire's heartbeat echoing through the headphones while the door slowly creaks open, made me feel uneasy in the best way possible for survival horror. Modern games rely mostly on jump scares, where classic RE left a feeling of dread, which is difficult now to replicate with over-the-shoulder cameras and seamless area transitions. The fear of the unknown is such a palpable thing, and it succeeds immensely here. The classic formula of item management, puzzles, and planning the best route to your goal all return here. There's nothing quite like organising your item box and learning which enemies you can avoid and which you have to take down to make your return visits to the save room and puzzles an easier time. Resident Evil moved away from this formula with Resident Evil 4 onwards, and I'm struggling to understand why. Sure, Resi 4 revolutionized the series and changing the gaming landscape, influencing titles even still to this day, but Code Veronica stands tall as a series high point for me in the way it brought all of its core ideas and tweaked them to the point where horror was the key factor, something I'd argue the series lost with Resi 4. It would be remiss of me to not mention tank controls here. They are divisive, and I know a lot of reviewers at the time were quick to point the finger at Resi 3 and Veronica for not modernising their schemes, but in hindsight, where this series moved to with 4, 5 and then later 6, I was so glad to be back to these controls again. Code Veronica handles just like Resi 3, albeit with one noticeable improvement. A tap of L1 causes Claire to aim at an enemy. This means that during a camera angle, when an enemy is obscured, you no longer have to wait for them to shuffle into view, and instead can unload at them off screen, knowing you aren't wasting precious ammo. This is a great feature, and I wish they would enable the option for this style of gameplay again, especially with the recent remasters of 2 or 3. The core of Resident Evil games are item management and finding objects around the map to progress. One critique with Code Veronica is I'd find objects so early before knowing where I had to go next. This often meant I was often reaching the next roadblock with all the items already in hand, whereas in Resi 1 to 3, it was more often you'd encounter the roadblock and then go through an area to find what you're missing. This felt annoying at times as I was often lugging items back and forth to the item box, not knowing why I needed to carry them all, until I encountered the roadblock, and then had to go all the way back to recollect them from the box. It just felt unorganised in this way, and I'd often say to myself, if I was in the game, and I spotted a dragonfly wing, would I pick this up? Why would I bother? Why would I bother and carry it if I didn't know I needed to attach it to something later? It's a small nitpick, but it was still annoying, and it didn't have the same flow as 1 and 2 in particular. The game is split between playing as Claire and then Chris at the midway point. I have one major gripe with the game that I feel is inexcusable. The game swaps between the protagonists seemingly randomly, with no warning, whichever items or weapons that are equipped on one are not accessible with the other. This is the worst mechanic I've ever experienced in a game. It nearly left me unable to complete the game and would have caused me a full hard restart. Deep in the game, on the final section, you control Claire for a brief few minutes. And I thought this must be the end, so I loaded her up with all my best gear I'd saved for the entire game. Assault rifle, grenade launcher, magnum, bolt gun with explosive rounds, ready to fight the final boss, only for it to swap back to Chris, who at this point only had a shotgun, knife and a handgun to deal with the final boss. I play Resident Evil games extremely carefully, and had saved all my best stuff for this boss fight, which then became impossible for me to access. Fortunately, playing as thrifty as I did, I had 30 plus shotty rounds left to deal with her, but this felt like a real kick in the teeth and made me irrationally angry. I always end up finishing Resi games with far more than I need due to how careful I am, but this was beyond a joke. A simple transfer system would have solved this problem and wouldn't take any of the tactical choices out of the game. PS2 and Dreamcast games were capable of a lot more than this at the time. I don't think it's a valid excuse to use its age as a crutch. This was an oversight that could have caused me to replay the entire game had I not been so frugal. So overall, my experience of Code Veronica has been an interesting dose of nostalgia sprinkled with dread and unintended hilarity. A full remake of this game would be incredible, as I feel it falls short of the original 3 games with its cast of characters. With a different tone, it could really elevate it to the next level. Resident Evil Survivor 2, Code Veronica, was developed by Capcom and Namco. Originally released into the arcades in June of 2001, it found success here, which gave the developers the green light to port it to the PS2 a few months later, launching in Japan that November and coming to Europe on March 22nd, 2002. Survivor 2 never came to the US in either its arcade or home console port. The arcade had gone the way of the dodo in the States by the mid-90s, thanks to the rise of the PlayStation and the popularity of console gaming. But the PS2 port? Well, when you consider the sales amount of 119,000, it didn't fill executives with much confidence for success. Now, my history with this game is non-existent. I'd never played it, and following my review of Resident Evil Survivor, I was filled with confidence that it couldn't get worse. Then, I read the comments. This review will detail what works, what doesn't, and ultimately find catharsis in sharing my suffering. Now, if you've been enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe. It all helps me grow the channel and find a larger audience. But that's enough of that. As usual, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. If you've seen my Resident Evil Survivor review, you've seen me dunk on how cliché an Amnesia story is. Well, things don't get better with Survivor 2. In fact, it gets far worse. It's all a dream.
Right.
Turns out that Claire fell asleep in the jet following the end of Code Veronica, and this is the result of that. When you dream, you'll often fuse weird things that at the time feel completely normal, but when you wake up you realise it was all batshit crazy. That's probably the easiest way to explain this game. The plot itself is basically a greatest hits of locations from Code Veronica, with enemies from Resident Evil 1, 2 and 3, but there's nothing linking them. Enemies that shouldn't be there are, and the files which explain the plot try their best to fill in the blanks but ultimately fail due to how nonsensical it all is. There's 5 files across the game, and this is how the story is delivered, and they range from trying to explain why Nemesis is released when an emergency is detected, to a man being in love with a spider, feeding people to it so it grows enormously large, and then waiting to get eaten himself, all while he describes it like some trashy romance novel you see 60-year-old women read. It's a mess. Now, I've got no issue with adapting the story of Code Veronica and telling it in a condensed format, which, actually, would fit the type of game this is. But the thing is, it's not even remotely faithful. It jumps all over the place. Hell, the end boss fight is a tyrant followed by Nemesis. It's not a dream, it's a goddamn nightmare. Resident Evil Survivor 2 was originally an arcade game. Now, you'd expect the logical choice for this would be a light gun game. You know, put it on rails, keep the enemies coming, and blast away till your heart's content. But no. They decided to carve new ground, and to be honest, it's hit and miss. Mostly miss. As I'm sure you've noticed, Survivor 2, much like Survivor, is in first person. You can move your character freely across its environments, and with this freedom of movement, it gives you the ability to find objects across the game, like file pickups, new weapons or treasures, with which, when you collect them all, you get the true ending boss fight against Nemesis. Now, all this worked well enough in the original Survivor, so why change it? Right?
Wrong.
Survivor 2 decides to do things differently. Instead of exploring environments and choosing divergent paths to encourage replayability, the game decides to simplify things, focusing on rushing you through as quickly as possible. Upon entering a stage, a timer begins to tick down. So, what's the goal? Collect a key in the environment and take it to a BOW door, beat the boss fight behind it, and congratulations, it's on to the next level. That's it. So, what happens if you don't do it in time? Nemesis breaks out of his containment and chases you. Now, when this first happened, I was actually excited to take him on, and then I realised that he was... You can't kill him. You can't even phase him. He just keeps coming. It's at this point it all clicked. This game is forcing you to move. It wants you to get as efficient at clearing the levels in as low time as possible. This change sacrifices exploration, world building and choice, all for the lowest motivator possible, a better score. It's such a waste. They could have easily put Nemesis in and made it a choice. Do you stand and fight? Potentially using all your heavy hitting weapons to down him, but in return, get a reward, be that a gun part or a more powerful weapon, or do you run and conserve your best weapons for the end of stage boss, giving yourself an easier time? Fight or flight is a choice that's been present in Resident Evil since the original, so choosing to omit it here when it makes the most sense is nothing short of idiotic. Exploration isn't the only change from Survivor to its sequel. You can't aim.
A what?
It's an arcade game ported to home consoles, compatible with a gun con, and you can't move your cursor. In the original Survivor, you'd press L1, pull your gun up and be rooted in place while you line your shots up. Here in Survivor 2, it plays more in line with other FPS games at the time. Think Quake or Doom, except way worse. Why is it worse, I hear you ask? Well, you move slow. Like, super slow. Combine this with enemies that leap across the environment or shoot objects at you, and you've got a gameplay experience which beat me down. Now, I'm not some scrub. I've played games my entire life. I've smashed through games that people call hard without too much effort. but Survivor 2 made me do something I never thought I'd have to do, especially on a Resident Evil game. During arcade mode, you have 3 lives by default, and when they're up,
Game over, man! It's game over!
Now I attempted normal mode at least 5 times, getting all the way till stage 4 out of 5 before I got slapped into oblivion. I'm sure if I wanted to, I could have embraced the timeless adage of get good, but if it's not clear by now, I wasn't exactly enjoying myself. I didn't feel the urge to suck it up and dive back in for another run. I wanted to get it over with, and the only way to make sure that happened was swallowing my pride and turning it down. Now I'd love to say something like I breezed it on easy, but in reality I got slapped. I only just got through the arcade mode. I was on my final life, a few hits from death when the credits wrapped. The sole reason for this difficulty is down to movement. Without being able to quickly strafe away, you see the hits coming from a mile off, but have no option but to tank them. Now I've been pretty negative so far. There's a lot more to get through, but let's move on to some things the game does right. I stated earlier that this game is built around time completion to achieve a high ranking score, and there's one gameplay system that separates the men from the boys: critical hits. A critical hit occurs when you move right up to an enemy, a quick sound chimes, and light flashes. You have a few frames to fire off a shot which, if successful, will instantly kill the enemy and score you double points. You essentially put yourself in harm's way to save time and rack up an even bigger score. It's a brilliant addition. If you were really wanting to top the leaderboard, you'd have to master this. And for as much as scores don't motivate me in this game, there is something really satisfying about pulling off multiple criticals in a row. Upon starting any of Survivor 2's modes, you choose a character. Now to start with, you have access to Claire Redfield and Steve Burnside. They each have their own arsenal you can find across the environment, and for as similar as they are to play, this variation in unique weapons, especially the starter guns, goes a long way to add some level of variety to the experience. Usually choosing between Claire and Steve is only going to go one way.
Relax, beautiful. I said I was sorry.
But here, there's no voice acting. So in a weird turn of events, Steve became my favourite character to play as. His golden dual Lugers fire slower, but he has 2 of them. And to be honest, I've always wanted to steal those guns off his mutated ass in Code Veronica, so finally getting the chance to blast away like an 80s pimp made me really smile. Didn't last long though, because I played dungeon mode. Survivor 2 has 2 main modes: arcade, which is what I've been talking about this entire review, and dungeon mode. Dungeon mode gives you a huge area made up of multiple rooms which you progress through, trying to build a combo to increase your score. The combo meter fills up by killing enemies, destroying crates, or really just shooting anything that breaks. And this works well enough. However, it has a fatal flaw: there's no map. As I'm sure you noticed, in arcade mode you get a map on the right side of the screen to help you orient yourself, to keep focused on the goal at hand. Dungeon mode, omitting this handy feature, means you end up continually going in circles. Adding to this frustration is every door and corridor look identical. As much as I love door transitions, this mode put it to the test. I literally rage quitted after my 10th visit to the same room and never went back. What were they thinking? Graphically, Survivor 2 looks identical to Code Veronica. The models on Claire and Steve look good enough, but just like Survivor 1, seeing the environments this close certainly ages them. Survivor 2 visually does the job, but it's certainly nothing to praise. Now, one thing I do want to pay special attention to is the end of level door. So on the nose, I love it. Now, without any voice acting, it's impossible to critique any performances here. But with how bad Code Veronica was in this department, it's probably to the game's benefit. Survivor 2 has a very limited number of cutscenes, enough to move the plot onwards. They don't amount to more than a few minutes combined. There's very little animation on offer to give any sort of critique here, but one choice I hated more than anything is how the files are presented. Typically, Resident Evil files are solid text documents you can scroll through as quickly as you want to, moving the pages back and forth to reread or skip entirely. Here, the 5 files scroll on their own, and it's so painfully slow, it's near torture. The only saving grace is the music accompanying the files. It's the best music in the game hands down. Now I have zero idea why these tracks weren't included in the arcade mode. They are actually incredible. The score that accompanies you throughout the 5 stages of arcade mode is there. I honestly can't tell you anything about it. It's super forgettable. Survivor 2 takes the few good things about Survivor 1 and throws them aside, focusing it more on time-focused arcade gameplay. But unfortunately, in doing so, it further degrades the experience. At 40 minutes long, this game should have never been sold to anybody. It was a waste of money on release, and today, it's a waste of your time. It offers nothing to the series or the game that it's adapted from. It's actually insulting how dumb this game is. It's lazy, it's pointless, and ultimately, it somehow takes the crown for the worst Resident Evil game that I've ever experienced. Developed by M4 with collaboration from Capcom, Resident Evil Gaiden released on the Game Boy Color December 14th in 2001. Now in researching this title, I learned that M4 were originally tasked with porting Dino Crisis to the handheld, but due to a number of difficulties in realising this vision, the port idea was scrapped and the project changed to a standalone Resident Evil title, with the story overlooked by Shinji Mikami and Hiroki Kato. My time with this game has been traumatic. From this to this. Oh, fuck this game. So what happened here? Well, in this review I'm going to show my experience playing it through for the first time, and why Gaiden is an abject failure. Now just before we begin, if you're enjoying my content, then like the video and subscribe. It all helps me find a larger audience and grow the channel. And that's enough of that. As usual, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation, and it's full spoilers from here on out. So if you haven't played it, then I'm saving you from it. And if you have and like it, you need professional help. Now let's dive in. Our story begins with a potential BOW on board the cruise ship Starlight. Leon Kennedy has been sent in to investigate, but comms have been lost. So they turn to the true alpha in the Resident Evil series.
Chris Redfield.
No. I said the true alpha. That's right. Barry Big Bollocks Burton returns, and this time he's playable. Upon landing on the Starlight, he learns firsthand that those reports of BOWs were greatly underreported. Everyone has been turned into a zombie. In searching for Leon, Barry happens upon a little girl, Lucia, who can sense the presence of an even bigger threat, a new type of BOW that can shapeshift. The two locate Leon and go about trying to escape the doomed ship. The story then shifts back and forth between Leon and Barry as it twists and turns, and for the most part, it's actually really good. It's essentially Resident Evil meets The Thing, all the way down to taking a blood test to see who's real and who's a BOW imposter. It's obvious where this game got its influences from story-wise, and I gotta say, it's a damn shame that it's non-canon. The ending with Leon being a BOW who escapes to live another day could have been really interesting, but alas, we got RE4 instead. Now in playing Gaiden through, I was shocked how much of this plot had been reused in Resident Evil Revelations 2. Barry finds the little girl. She has psychic abilities linking her to enemies in the game. He invites that girl to live with him and his family. The game ends with a "everything is not as it seems" cliffhanger. It's all very familiar, right? In hindsight, I'm really glad that they've recycled this. It would be a damn shame to leave it die here with Gaiden. Now I hope you enjoyed a brief moment of positivity, because from here on out lads, it's skull-fuckingly bad, so strap in. Do you like pressing a button when it lines up in a square?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Good, because you'll be doing that for the next 6 hours. What? When Gaiden started, I actually thought that combat was an inventive way of bringing Resident Evil to the Game Boy. When combat initiates, your cursor moves back and forth automatically from one side of the screen to the other. You need to get your shots off in the designated area, and if you want to be skillful, you can hit the dead center to get a critical. Ingenious, right?
Wrong.
An hour in, the charm is long gone, and the music that accompanies these battles is the most grating shit I've ever heard in my life. Now I can hear you saying, but Davey, at least there's weapon variety. Yeah, there is. You have a pistol, shotgun, grenade launcher, assault rifle, and many more. But all that changes is the square for a successful hit shrinks, and the cursor moves like the Energizer Bunny on crack. Brilliant. When not in combat, you move around the environment finding keys which unlock doors, which then moves the story on. Now while moving around the environment, the enemy count is insane and ammo is finite, meaning you need to pick your targets carefully. Now all of this sounds exactly what I'd want. So what happened? Well, buckle up, cause here's what happened to me. I was a few hours in, making great progress. I had limited ammo, but the knife was fantastic, so I decided to go knife only to conserve as much firepower as possible. I then came across a keycard for a different area of the map, which was ages away from the next destination. I did what most Resident Evil fans would do. I went exploring. Flash forward an hour or two, and I'd explored all areas of the map, unlocked all the doors, and fought hundreds of enemies without finding any ammo or extra guns. So, following this, I decided to move the story on, and due to my work exploring, I had everything to go from objective to objective immediately without any further exploration. Now while I moved from destination to destination, I came across ammo for guns that I just didn't have, and therefore I couldn't pick them up. And all the while I was thinking, well, maybe all the endgame guns are in one location that I'll move to later. I then moved into one of the final areas of the game, and had an encounter with the shapeshifting BOW. I had my knife, I had heals, I had big bulging balls. I was ready to pie. Then, he moved back out of arm's reach. It was physically impossible to win with just a knife, so I tried over and over and over again with my handful of pistol rounds, but it was just never going to happen. So, I did what any self-respecting man would do. I went straight on GameFAQs and learned firsthand how doomed I was. It turns out that if I'd done the game linear, I would have naturally discovered the extra guns and ammo that I was desperately needing at this point. But why is that? They spawn in after story progression. What? I was furious. So I reloaded the save and went across all areas of the map to find the guns I needed. The issue with this late game exploration is enemies are leveled up. They deal more damage and take more hits, which basically means I'm swapping heals for ammo. Now I got all the way back to the boss with a shit ton of pistol ammo, a grenade launcher and a rocket launcher, and I blew him away. But I was extremely low on heals. Flash forward an hour later, and 3 consecutive boss fights, and I'm at the end of the game. I fight the BOW for the last time and just do it with 1 round of shotgun left. Finally, I found success. I'd overcome insane odds. I'm a god. I'm so cracked that I live at the top of Krakatoa. If I was a dinosaur, I'd be a Krakosaurus Rex. And then...
What? I got 1 bullet! What am I supposed to do?
Suffice to say, I never went back. Knowing what I know now, I could go back and blast through this game in a few hours, sticking just to the objectives. But if I hear this one more time,
Not again!
I'm going to eat Tide Pods and end it all. To round up this section, Gaiden gave me the ability to explore, and then punished me for doing it. It made me go knife only for the entire game to save ammo because nothing spawned, and then when I could potentially end the game, the enemy can't be beaten with the knife, leading to hours and hours of extra gameplay as I tried to correct course, only to inevitably be met with a no-win zone. Fuck this game. Being a Game Boy game, Gaiden doesn't have a lot going for it. I mean, this is Barry, and this is Leon. Yeah. But what do you expect? I can't fault it for the hardware it's on. The team at M4 did the best they could with all 8 bits going to work in the cutscenes and combat encounters, and here they actually do look pretty good. However, where I can fault them is the sound design. It's god awful. Now I've already showed you the combat music, but across the rest of the game, it's not much better. The best way to describe it, you know when someone kicks the back of your chair on the airplane? You take it for a while, you turn around with a little smile on your face asking them to stop, but it just keeps happening. The parents aren't doing a goddamn thing about it, and it's become personal now. You grit your teeth and your mind races. You imagine turning around and putting all those years of Street Fighter 2 to good use by Shoryukening some kid out the roof of the plane, but you calm down. He's got to get up at some point. Yeah, it's like that. It's annoying. Gaiden brought Resident Evil to the handheld space for the first time, but god I wish they hadn't. For as good as the plot is, the combat is boring, and the exploration is run-ending. It's a disappointment on nearly every level. I literally raged for an entire weekend after playing this. I would advise everyone to learn from my mistake and just stay clear. This game makes Survivor 2 look like a masterpiece. It's simply inexcusable how bad this game is. If you're new to the channel, then just a bit of context. I've been ticking off all the Resident Evil titles I never got around to playing. And well, that's all in the past, as now we're marching onwards to May 7th and the release of Resident Evil Village by revisiting all the mainline entries in the series. Now this is the first review of a game that I've previously played, and what a game to start with. Resident Evil Remake. Let's dive in. Resident Evil Remake released on the Nintendo GameCube in Japan on the 22nd of March 2002, marking 6 years to the date since the original game graced us on the PS1. Both games are directed by Resident Evil legend Shinji Mikami, who had the rare opportunity most directors don't get, to go back and see his vision fulfilled with new hardware. Now, not meaning to date myself too much here, but just to give some much needed background on my experience. Now I played this originally in 2004. Having never owned a GameCube, me and a friend rented it from Blockbuster at the tender age of 14 and sat down for a weekend to grind out the game. Having been a massive fan of the original trilogy, we must have played it through at least 7 times over that rental period, and it immediately planted itself as my favourite entry in the series. Now it's been 17 years since I last played the game. The questions I hope to answer through this review are: does it still hold up playing through a modern lens? Is it worth playing in 2021? And does it still keep its position at the top of my internal tier list? Now as usual, I've split this review into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now to put a warning out there, I will be going through some spoilers, so if you haven't played the game before and don't want to know what happens, come back to the video after playing it. You won't regret it. It's the 24th of July 1998. A series of bizarre murders on the outskirts of Raccoon City lead Special Tactics and Rescue Service Bravo team to investigate. But when radio contact is lost, it's time to call in the big guns. Alpha team is sent in and quickly find the site of the downed helicopter. Upon inspecting the wreck, they're attacked by a pack of dogs which have definitely seen better days. Peter would have a field day. Running to safety, the survivors escape to a distant mansion to find some solace. Little do they know they've walked into an even bigger nightmare. Now choosing either Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine, you decide to investigate what is happening in this mansion, who is responsible for the undead that walk the halls, and why your teammates are acting so suspiciously. What's interesting is depending on who you choose, the story plays out quite differently. The main points are the same, but there are some big differences to the fates of key characters. As Jill, you're searching for Chris, and this is mirrored if playing as the other. What makes the difference is who you're joined with on your investigation. Jill is aided by Barry, the biggest of balls Burton, who comes in like the Kool-Aid man to save you from certain death with his massive gun. Chris gets the aid of Bravo Team's own Rebecca Chambers, the newbie to the squad, who, following the events of RE0, should be the most experienced member of the team, but obviously she must have amnesia, as she can't help but fall over when she first encounters a hunter. Now, as the team medic, she offers her assistance with keeping Chris healthy at certain safe rooms throughout the complex, and is also needed for a number of puzzles. It's in the cutscenes and interactions with the partner characters that things change quite wildly. Let's look at 2 examples here, Richard and Wesker. Poor Richard. No matter who you're playing as, he's getting murked. But it's how he goes out that changes. As Jill, if you manage to give him the antidote, he jumps in front of Yawn and sacrifices himself for you. But as Chris, for some reason, he decided to go visit the Aqua Ring and becomes fish food. With Wesker, after giving the mandatory Resident Evil bad guy monologue, gets stabbed and apparently killed by Tyrant in Chris's campaign, whereas in Jill's, he gets a pimp slap and escapes to live another day. These are just 2 of multiple changes that permeate across the game, but somehow both of these characters' stories are classed as canon. Now, I'm not the master of Resident Evil lore, but that doesn't really make much sense. If you let the inconsistencies go and take each story for what they are, it's the blueprint for Resident Evil here on out. And, on face value, you'd think it's an average plot, but where it excels is in the environmental and subsidiary storytelling. Across the environment, you find files which seek to either aid in puzzles or add some backstory to key characters and events which have left the mansion in the state it's in. Remake not only has the most memorable file in all the series, it also tells the tale of Lisa Trevor, who in my mind is the most heartbreaking character in all of Resident Evil. Learning how she's been imprisoned in this complex, endlessly searching for her mother's remains, all the while continually experimented on, is a real gut punch. The amount of story that is told in these file pickups is insane. It grows the world without needing long cutscenes or reams of narration. It leaves your mind to fill in the blanks, and combined with the ambient music, it really is effective in dragging you into this world and keeping you there long after the credits roll. Exactly the same as its 1996 counterpart, Remake uses tank controls and a fixed camera perspective. Now, I've stated this many times before, so forgive me, but I'll keep beating this drum. This is the best formula for Resident Evil. Every camera change brings a sense of dread. Combined with the unique sounds of enemies and the limited field of view, it forces you to slow down, to soak in the atmosphere, to feel fear. It's a simple recipe. Put unnecessary strain on the player to fight with their movement while hiding the approaching threat. It worked then, and it works today. Now, the remake does include a more modern control scheme under Alt controls, for those that want that. Now, I did try it, and as the saying goes, once you go tank, you're not going back. Now, in terms of bringing it back to what the series is known for, Remake's gameplay is mostly puzzle orientated. They feature much more throughout than in any other Resident Evil title, and to me, they strike that perfect balance where it makes you pause, browse back through the files and survey your environment before coming across the answer. None of them are obtuse, but for me, I still felt like a genius solving them, even if the answer is literally given to you, if you look hard enough. When Capcom sat down to remake Resident Evil 1, they didn't simply think a fresh coat of paint would do the job and shit it out. They took the time to think about how the game could be improved, to add an extra layer of challenge, to create choice for the player without having to fundamentally reinvent what made the originals so special. The inclusion of Crimson Head zombies is absolutely genius, and testament to their ambition with this title. Killing enemies in Resident Evil is always a choice. Do I conserve ammunition, but leave the threat of an enemy in the area, which I'll inevitably have to revisit at some point down the line? When you kill a zombie, normally you'd expect them to stay dead. Well, in Remake, unless you decapitate them or burn them, they'll come back. Quicker, stronger, and much more ferocious than before. Now, outside of wasting shotgun rounds to get an easy decapitate, or getting ridiculously lucky with a handgun shot, you'll need to carry a lighter and fuel canteen. Now, the fuel is limited. You can carry 2 uses at any one time before you need to find a place to refill it. There's plenty of it dotted around the mansion, but it's the choice of sacrificing your precious space to take those items with you that causes that extra level of anxiety. item management and figuring out what to go out into the unknown with is the best way to create a sense of uneasiness in the player. So by doubling down on this with another set of items on top of the heals, ammo, guns and key items is perfection. When you're deep into an area, a trek away from an item box, and you have a host of enemies in front of you, do you take the choice of killing them, use your ammo and then potentially make things way trickier when you come back through here in the future as you didn't take your fuel canteen with you? Handing the player choice is always the best solution, and here in Remake, you have so many minute-to-minute interactions which could end up bringing your own downfall. It's game design at its best. Now in terms of space, this is probably a good time to talk about the differences between Jill and Chris, which further help to make their campaigns feel unique from each other. Jill has 8 inventory slots and a lockpick. She has access to a heavier hitting arsenal with the grenade launcher, but less health. Chris can take more hits, swing the knife faster, and has access to the lighter at all times, but only has 6 slots. And due to him not being the master of unlocking, he needs to find old keys dotted around the mansion to open doors that Jill could simply open herself. This further eats up limited inventory space. The character differences combine with unique plot moments to reward players that decide to dive into the experience again with the second protagonist. The other big change to the gameplay is the inclusion of self-defense items. It's the first time they reared their head in a Resident Evil game, and their addition is life-saving. They don't fundamentally change how you approach situations, but it's a small bit of relief from what can be a punishing game. 1 hit from a zombie can put you into caution, and 2 hits normally cause the game over, so having a lifeline to fall back on when you really need it is enough to stave off any potential frustration. Now that's not to say the systems here are perfect. The map in RE1 works well enough, showing a room has either been fully explored or not, but it doesn't show what you've left there. Nor does it give any indication which key unlocks which door. It also struck me how much I really miss the ability to discard items. Now I don't mean in the RE0 sense of removing the item from my storage and placing it on the ground to collect later. I mean the scenario we've all faced. You enter a room and pick up a red herb. Then in that same room, you find the key item that you've searched for this whole time. And now you can't get rid of the red herb, forcing a lonely trek all the way back to the item box, cursing yourself all the way. Now these are minor nitpicks, and the modern entries in 7, RE2 and RE3 remakes all move to alleviate these issues. But goddamn do I miss these quality of life changes in going back. To summarise this section, Resident Evil Remake blends its faithful camera angles, limited inventory space and frequent puzzles to ensure you traverse every square inch of the mansion. You know it intimately by the time the game wraps, and by including enemies that resurrect if not disposed of properly, it means those backtracks better be planned or you're in for a world of hurt. When deciding on which version of RE1 to cover on my channel, between the 1996 version and its 2002 remake, it really wasn't a contest. Remake excels head and shoulders above its original, if nothing else, solely for the inclusions and additive content included into the experience, which elevate it far and above Shinji Mikami's original outing. Now if you haven't guessed so far, I've played this under the HD remaster, which was released in 2015 across PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One and PC. But what I'm going to cover now is true across all of its releases, regardless of the HD lick of paint. The use of fixed camera perspective meant they could put extra power into the pre-rendered backdrops, to push the detail to a level which we had never seen before on the GameCube or PS2. I can't explain just how exceptional this looked at the time compared to games releasing in 2002. The team used every resource they could to make every area feel unique, and most importantly, memorable. It's all aided and sells its surroundings by its use of lighting and sound design. For me, Remake has the best soundtrack out of the entire series. Every area has its own theme, be that just an atmospheric sound of the wind broken up by strikes of lightning, which always seem to catch me unaware, or the Aqua Ring theme, which sells its water-laden environment perfectly. The themes all elevate the areas they are tied to, and not a single one is a letdown, especially when you compare this to the director's cut of the original. needless to say, it's a major improvement. Now, much like all my other reviews, I'm a sucker for a save theme, and in Remake it's no different. I don't think it's quite as good as Resident Evil 2's, but damn it's close. Creating that space where you feel you can unwind, plan the next step, and then force yourself back out into the unknown. For the HD remake, Capcom used their internal engine, the MT framework, to push lighting to new heights above its original release on GameCube, and it certainly succeeded here. The lit candlesticks and open flames give off a sense of warmth and flood the surrounding environment in realistic light. Shadows have a sense of depth, and this adds to selling the backgrounds and environments that you traverse. I found myself, even now in 2021, in awe of how good they look. It really took me back to how I felt playing it for the first time, back on the GameCube. That sense of wonder isn't easy to create, especially when you revisit something you remember so vividly. Now, the enemy design and bosses are iconic. It's not fair to compare these with the sequels that followed, as I have done with my previous reviews. These are designs that started the series off, and they are mainstays for the franchise to come. Zombies, hunters, tyrants, dogs, spiders and snakes are all what we know from Resident Evil, but there's one enemy that doesn't appear as often as I'd like them to: sharks. Now, I'm a sucker for them in video games, and to me, if you're going to experiment on all manner of creatures, the logical endpoint has got to be the shark. Dr. Evil had it right.
I have one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Experimenting on sharks is a mad scientist idea, but for my money, whoever decided to test on them deserves a promotion, and his work continued. You just can't have too many sharks. Now, in every game there's always one enemy who's a real letdown, and for me, that's the Chimera. They're introduced far too late, with seemingly no lore surrounding them outside of one slide actually naming them. They don't cause any real danger, and are solely there as an annoyance in the final 2 rooms. When the Chimera first appear, you're carrying nitroglycerin. Now, I'm just trying to avoid a scene out of vertical limit. I don't need some useless bugs getting in my way. With the remake, they decided it was time to redo the voice work. Now, objectively, this is one area that definitely needed attention. The original voiceover and script was horrendous. The issue is that it's so bad that it's just brilliant. How can you top lines like this?
Save me!
Yeah?
That was close. Thanks, Barry.
Don't mention it. What a monster. I can't believe... What the hell is this place anyway?
The remake does a good job of fixing the mistakes of the past, but it does take away from the charm the original had. The stilted B-movie delivery of the voice work is truly iconic, and it seems ridiculous to miss this, but I really do. I wish I could toggle it back on to experience just how funny the first outing is, but with better animations. It would be hilarious, even if it is just a throwback for those who want it. Now, in terms of performances, nothing really stand out, but nothing horrendous either. It's good enough, and I suppose that's all you really need, given how outlandish the entire game's plot is. Revisiting Resident Evil Remake 17 years since I last played it has been an absolute joy. The improvements to gameplay, visuals and art design says it leagues above its original outing, all the while keeping it true to the original vision. It's the perfect remake, and for me, still sits head and shoulders above the other entries in the series. The sheer number of puzzles across the entire complex constantly force you to retread old ground, all the while putting you in harm's way from enemies you've previously killed or left alive. It takes everything that was great about the original, modernised it, while adding loads of additional content. The map and item management show its age, and this is certainly something which takes some getting used to. But for me, it's the quintessential survivor horror experience. And if for some reason you haven't played it before, go and do it. You won't regret it. Resident Evil 0 was first released in November 2002, solely on the Nintendo GameCube. It was a follow-up to my favourite entry in the series, Resident Evil Remake, which was released in the March of the same year. Now, I've experienced this game under the HD re-release on PS4. My intent with this review is to share my experience playing the game for the first time. Does it hold up in 2020? And as a veteran of the series, how does it compare to its peers? I've played every Resident Evil numbered title, and the majority are spin-offs, even Operation Raccoon City.
This game is so trash, this game is trash!
So I was really excited to find the time to dive into a classic style RE and tick it off the backlog. For all intents and purposes, I should love Resident Evil 0. My favourite entry in the entire series is Resident Evil Remake, which is copy and paste the same art style and engine, so it should hit it out the park. Unfortunately, a couple of design decisions really hold it back from becoming one of the greats. Zero is a prequel to the events of the Arklay Mansion incident of Resident Evil 1. The Raccoon City Police Special Tactics and Rescue Service, or STARS, Bravo team have been sent in to investigate a number of grisly murders in the suburbs of Raccoon City. But after their helicopter malfunctions, they're forced to land in the forest, and they happen upon a turned over prison transport truck, and then Billy Cohen, an ex-lieutenant and current death row inmate, is in the area. Bravo team splits up to hunt him down, while Rebecca Chambers, the newest recruit of Bravo team and total rookie, discovers a stopped train in the woods, the Ecliptic Express, and decides to investigate. Rebecca soon finds Billy, and the pair decide to work together to survive the night ahead. Now what separates this from other titles is the main plot our protagonists are experiencing isn't really the focus of the villains. That's more RE1 territory. Due to this, the main villain doesn't even feel like he has any connection to the player at all, only interacting with Bill Becker, that's their couple's name, once in the entire game, with the remainder of screen time showing him watching CCTV and muttering to himself about how he's entertained by it all, until he's not, and then the game ends. The plot is massively driven by the protagonist learning what they've stumbled into and the tragic backstory of Billy. That's not to say it isn't an effective plot. For an experienced Resident Evil player, it fleshes the series out, showing pivotal cutscenes between characters that really come into focus later in the series, especially with Wesker and Birkin. It shows how Umbrella formed, the various experiments of the T-Virus in the early years, and Wesker's betrayal of Umbrella. Does an effective job of enriching the wider lore, but certainly wouldn't be the best place to start for a newcomer to the series. That honour is held by RE1. RE0 is a true survival horror game. It takes my favourite mould of Resident Evil, fixed camera angles, door loading transitions, and some seriously atmospheric music, coupled with item scarcity and puzzle solving, all of which were used to great effect in RE1 Remake, but it adds some twists to the formula which unfortunately dilute the experience. Resident Evil 0, for the first time in the series, put you in control of two characters simultaneously. With a click of a button you can swap between Rebecca and Billy, and the two characters are necessary to be used together to not only keep each other safe from the threats of the infected, but to complete the puzzles which are numerous throughout the game. Swapping between the characters is impressively fast. You can have them on completely opposite ends of a map, and in a matter of seconds you're back in control. The two characters each have their strengths and weaknesses. Billy has higher HP, is able to move boxes and pull cranks, which is necessary for puzzles, whereas Rebecca is quicker, has the ability to mix herbs for greater heals, and can, for some reason, throw Molotovs further and faster than Billy. I still don't know why that one is. The training at the academy really paid off. The characters work excellently together, and even though I've read that some people experience issues with the AI, for the NPC character not doing as they should, or getting in the way, I didn't experience any of these issues at all. The ability to set the NPC to an idle state, so it doesn't attack when you do, and to give it a follow or stay command, worked brilliantly to ensure your ammo was spared where necessary, and to ensure the puzzles are completed correctly. Now the puzzles throughout the game are excellent. I really enjoyed every one of them. They walk the line between simple and complex effectively, meaning you never really spend more than a few attempts at each one before it's solved, and for a player like myself who hates abstract puzzles, it's always satisfying to remember back to a note you picked up 30 minutes before and comb back through it for the solution. A number of puzzles involve the moving of blocks or clicking of buttons to traverse an area, and this necessitates using both characters in tandem, one at the controls and one moving the blocks, and these puzzles are fun for a first time through, but I can imagine they're a speedrunner's worst nightmare, as they do take an unnecessarily long time to complete. In my Code Veronica review, I stated this. One critique with Code Veronica is I'd find objects so early before knowing where I had to go next. This often meant I was often reaching the next roadblock with all the items already in hand, whereas in Resi 1 to 3, it was more often you'd encounter the roadblock and then go through an area to find what you're missing. This felt annoying at times as I was often lugging items back and forth to the item box, not knowing why I needed to carry them all, until I encountered the roadblock and then had to go all the way back to recollect them from the box. It just felt unorganised in this way, and I'd often say to myself, if I was in the game and I spotted a dragonfly wing, would I pick this up? Why would I bother? Why would I bother and carry it if I didn't know I needed to attach it to something later? It's a small nitpick, but it was still annoying, and it didn't have the same flow as 1 and 2 in particular. Fortunately, RE0 doesn't fall into this camp. You're confronted with the obstacle in question early enough to know what you're looking for as you comb through the environment, and this makes the game feel streamlined in what you need to do and where you ultimately need to go. Now, even though the environments and puzzles are well designed, and they ultimately respect your time and guide you to progress, the item management system throws all of this praise out the window. With the ability to control 2 characters comes 2 inventories to manage. Normally, Resident Evil games have an item box, where you can store any unwanted items to reclaim for later use, with the boxes being connected across the game. Meaning, if I don't want to carry a grenade launcher now, I can deposit it, and pull it out when I'm about to encounter a boss later down the road. You sacrifice carrying large amounts of healing items or an arsenal of weaponry to allow for extra space for key items. The skill in Resident Evil games is balancing your ability to survive with the tools that you head out with, clearing paths to make backtracking as easy as possible, while keeping less trodden routes more threatening to conserve the resources you do have. The save system further embeds this behaviour, as you have to find ink ribbons across the environment, and these take space in your inventory, so you often go large portions of time in between saves, which further ups the tension in exploration. Resident Evil 0 finally adds in an oft-requested feature, the ability to drop items and re-pick them up at a later time. However, RE0 removes the item box. Now this has the unintentional consequence of adding countless hours onto game time by traipsing back and forth across the map to pick up a powerful weapon before a boss fight, or to grab the hookshot, which in hindsight I should have carried throughout the entire playthrough. It's only used 3 or 4 times throughout the game, and it's used to access key areas for progression, but it would always mean an inevitable slow breath of frustration and a large run back through entire areas just to find where I dropped it. Eventually I got into the habit of squirreling all my unused items next to a save point in the training facility. The trek back to this spot before the final boss fight was a total waste of my time, and it's fully unnecessary. All it added was a headache and caused me to play the game more aggressively than previous titles. Now normally I go into the final boss fight with far more objects in my item box than I could ever hope to use, and sure, this was still the case here. I left multiple guns, heals and ammo scattered across the different areas, but 99% of the time, I'd kill the enemies rather than avoid them, as I wasn't afraid of running out. Knowing I'd eventually have to traipse back across whole areas just to find where I stored everything, made me just want to use the items when I had them, rather than waste more time and put myself in even greater danger from repeated close calls with enemies. The added frustration came when basic enemies reappeared in previously cleared areas on my way back through to re-grab items. A nitpick I have with the item drop mechanic is the item detection. The amount of times I'll be standing right next to an object and the game just wouldn't let me pick it up. Instead I'd read the same description of the environment over and over and over again. Now there's some minor inconvenience, but it's still annoying. Item management is normally one of my favourite, if not my favourite parts of RE titles. But here it felt like every few steps I was going into the menu to recheck a map or move items and ammo between the characters. It was overkill and really sullied the overall experience for me. The shooting and basic combat is the same as the RE1 remake and is fantastic. Fixed camera angles and tank controls feel timeless to me. I know this was the last bastion of the series to hold this torch before RE4 changed the way we experience RE titles, and my opinion hasn't changed even with years of hindsight. I crave for the series to return to these roots. The fixed camera means the environment design can be pushed to the maximum. The pre-rendered backgrounds look stellar, and even with the HD paint of the remaster sprucing the presentation up to modern standards, looking at original GameCube footage, the backgrounds look truly exceptional at the time, and they still stand up today. Now don't get me wrong, I love RE7 and the RE2 and 3 remakes and how they handle gameplay, but for me, Resident Evil will always be best with static cameras and pre-rendered backdrops. But maybe that's just my age talking. Now there are a few omissions to RE1's formula in RE0. Self-defense items are gone, and so are Crimson Head zombies. Although I think this is a good thing. The need for large backtracks and a lack of item box would mean another annoyance to the experience if I had to carry fuel to dispose of bodies. Having a partner save you from an enemy grab works close enough to a self-defense item, so this is one thing I'm glad they didn't implement during development. The bosses are all decent, but none rise to being particularly memorable. They're serviceable, but nothing greater than that, and each one has real pros and cons. The bat fight in the church should be cool, but he ended up being more annoying than challenging. Lining up shots on a moving target while multiple smaller targets flying around, throwing off your aim, just adds frustration rather than challenge. And the tyrant, well, on first glimpse, I thought, oh, here we go. I was excited to see a staple of the franchise return, but in reality, yeah, I never died to a boss. They were all fodder with cool designs on paper, but in practice were all bark and no bite. The enemies you encounter throughout your experience are a mixed bag too. The zombies, dogs, spiders and bugs are all good and behave how you'd expect, with old strategies to avoid or engage working brilliantly. The hunters, which are typically my favourite enemy type in Resident Evil, normally present a good challenge with the ability to end you in one clearly telegraphed attack. But here in Zero, they become the gank squad. They normally appear in pairs and can lock you in hit stun, meaning you can get 0 to death from the off. Then you have the bane of my existence, the Eliminators. Apes infected with the T-virus. Why? Why did you do it, Umbrella? They're essentially hunters, but half the size, and are a pain in the ass to hit and eat through your shotgun shells. I died a couple of times to these bastards, and it was normally a case of run for the exit and don't look back. Now the human leech enemies aren't too big of a deal. They spawn in with terrifying music, but take such a long time to get into action, you can normally avoid them. They're also incredibly weak to fire, so a few Molotovs and it's GG's. The only death I was truly surprised by was this frog. A fodder enemy with the ability to TOD. I only ever encountered a couple of them, and they got dealt with quicker than any other enemy after that surprise. All in all, the new additions are interesting, but certainly not classics. Resident Evil Zero has fantastic sound design. The soundtracks throughout are atmospheric, increasing the tension where needed, and providing a release of comfort with the save theme, which ranks up there with one of the best in the series. All creatures and bosses have their own noises to alert the player to the incoming threat, and combined with fixed camera angles, it paints the picture of what you're about to face before even seeing it. I can't fault the weapon sounds. Reloading and firing all feel and sound impactful, and to my surprise, the voice acting isn't bad. Bill Becker sound great. The script work for any of the cast isn't going to win any awards, but is certainly an improvement from Code Veronica and the original trilogy. Now the villains are all over the top, but it feels intentional this time, rather than cheesy, and that goes a long way to selling the performances. So RE0 has been ticked off the list, and I feel like this game should be up there with one of my favourites. But due to its lack of item box, it affects the gameplay in so many ways, which they just couldn't have comprehended. It stretched the game out longer than was necessary, meant most of my time was spent in menus rather than playing, and made the simple act of preparing for potential encounters more annoying than enjoyable due to endless backtracks across all corners of the map. The dual characters work great, and I was invested in this story and the overall narrative. The puzzles and environmental design were aided by a fantastic score, but it handicaps itself from a potentially incredible experience to a decent one. It sits on the lower end of my Resident Evil experiences. It's better than 6, sure, but that's not really saying much. Resident Evil Dead Aim released on the PlayStation 2 in February of 2003 in Japan, coming to the rest of the world throughout that same year. Now going into this game, my expectations weren't exactly high. I've had a pretty rough run with the Gun Survivor series the last few months, so I was expecting to bath with a toaster by the time I got through this one. Dead Aim actually ended up surprising me. Now this review I'm going to explain what works, what doesn't, and ultimately answer the question, did they finally get it right? Just before we get into that, if you enjoyed the video, then remember to put a like on it, and subscribe to the channel. It all helps me to grow and find a larger audience. But that's enough of that. As always, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation, and I will be going through full spoilers. Now let's dive in. 2002, 4 years after the Raccoon City incident, an Umbrella lab in Paris is raided and samples of the T-virus are stolen and then set loose on the Spencer Rain, an Umbrella-owned ocean liner by Morpheus D. Duval. His plan? To unleash the T-virus across the world unless China and the US pay him
$1 million.
The US of A walk a zero-tolerance line to bioterrorism, and so they send in newcomer to the series Bruce McGivern to give Morpheus a nice cup of liberty. Now our story begins with our hero caught in a sticky situation. Morpheus is about to end it all when a mysterious woman in traditional Chinese dress lobs a grenade at the pair. Bruce gets out of there, while Morpheus learns firsthand that it isn't an ordinary grenade. It's a goddamn pocket nuke. Now we begin playing from this point, and for the next 2 hours, it's all action. Zero filler. The game just doesn't stop moving. Hell, within 15 minutes, Morpheus has injected himself with a new experimental virus, turning himself into a woman and gaining electro powers. It's wild, and it gets even crazier. By the time the game wraps, you'll have survived a ship crash, a whole barrage of missiles detonating at point-blank range, and an elevator ride straight to hell. Now even with all this over-the-top carnage, the game did something I didn't expect. It tries to weave a message throughout the narrative. Now, I don't want to get overly political here, but I'll try and explain it. That mysterious grenade-throwing woman? That's Fong Ling, a special agent sent in by the Chinese. And even though her and Bruce's missions align, the two governments are against cooperation. The juxtaposition between how America and China are shown to us here is clear as day. America doesn't back down to terrorists, and they refuse to cough up the ransom. China, at the halfway mark, does. On top of this, Bruce is trying to establish contact with Command for most of the game, whereas Fong Ling is tracked by a computer chip embedded within a tattoo, and instead of calling her off the mission, China sends a satellite to launch an orbital strike on her. Now this isn't some woke Kotaku nonsense. The difference in depiction here is overt, and certainly not something that I was expecting in a Resident Evil game. Now in saying that, I've got nothing wrong with it. It's actually quite refreshing given the situation the world finds itself in these days, but I don't think including this kind of message really fits within the Resident Evil universe. It just feels weird. The plot overall is a bit of a strange one. We pick up the game near the end of the overall mission that Bruce has been on, and then it just continues to escalate from there. For the short runtime, the game has a lot to show us, and the characters do get time to develop a relationship. It's nothing special, but it's serviceable, and I suppose that's all you really need from a gun survivor game. Survivor and Survivor 2 kept the perspective locked to the first person. In Dead Aim, it tries something new. The camera is behind your character for movement, but when you take aim, the perspective switches to first person, a reticle appears, and you shoot the living shit out of anyone that gets in your way. Now just like his predecessors, it's got an arcadey style, so if you're going into this expecting item management and a terror-filled experience, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Every safe room is chocked full of ammunition, heals are plentiful, and there's a huge assortment of weapons to lay enemies to waste. Now all the usuals are here: pistols, shotgun, magnum, and an anti-life gun? It does exactly what it says on the tin. It ends shit. Dead Aim is insanely linear. You have limited exploration to find heavy hitting ammunition, heals or file pickups to give that extra little bit of story, but for the most part it's enter an area, follow the path to an item and bring that back to another location. There's zero puzzles and no real choice in how you want to progress outside of which ammo you want to carry. The benefit with this in the context of this game is speed. it feels high tempo, and this feeling of progression helps the game flow without the drag of boredom setting in. Now, just like the other Gun Survivor games, you can choose to play either with a controller or a Namco GunCon 2. Now, when it comes to my experience, I bought the game for PS2 and played it on native hardware. Unfortunately for me, the GunCon 2 cannot be used on modern TVs, so I was stuck on the DualShock 2, and that's a damn shame.
Why?
Because aiming sucks ass. Using the right analog stick, you can aim freely across the screen, or in theory you can. In reality, the cursor is the most unresponsive thing I've ever seen. It's actually insane. It's like the game has aim assist, but instead of helping you, it throws you just past the enemies. And when 99% of the gameplay is shooting, you'd assume this would be a deal breaker for me. But it's not. This game has 2 saving graces which stopped any frustration. Enemies are absolutely useless. If this was any other Resident Evil, seeing this many enemies this close would mean you're in for a world of hurt. Here, you can weave through a crowd without any real threat. The grab range on the enemies is mega small. It's like the zombies have turned over a new leaf and gone vegan. They just aren't interested. Couple this with the fact that enemies are so slow that you can run from one room to another without needing to engage in any combat at all. Oh, and I almost forgot. The enemies can't climb stairs. So put yourself up on a small ledge and you can take as much time as you want to pick them off. Honestly, it just baffles me why China paid the ransom. These guys are about as much use as Stevie Wonder's sunglasses. You have a dodge. Now in Resident Evil, I love a good dodge. RE3, RE6 and the Revelation series all do it really well, and dead aim is no different. Just before being grabbed, if you hit L1, you can either slip right through the enemy grasp or push them back. It's easy to time and super reliable. Combine both of these points together and you can avoid having to pull your gun up in most scenarios. Now, it's on your call. You can put yourself through the suffering of aiming when you want to, rather than it being your only option. But there's times you have no choice and you have to engage in combat, and that's the bosses. Now most of them are fine, enjoyable little fights with gimmicks that make them stand out from the rest of the game. I got right to the end without seeing the game over screen and I was having loads of fun, until I got to this guy.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Morpheus turns into this gargantuan blob and slowly approaches you. To push him back, you need to damage a head, which appears at different points across his body. You're essentially playing whack-a-mole, and that sounds like fun, right?
Wrong.
It's so difficult to get your cursor over to the weak point and line a shot up, especially in time before it disappears. I felt like I was pissing in the wind. 40 minutes of pure suffering later, and I finally got the win. But what did it cost?
Everything.
If I had the GunCon, I could see myself having a very different experience here. I would have taken a lot longer to finish the game as I'd actually want to engage in the combat, and that final boss would have been a cakewalk. Now if you have the ability to play this game, then do yourself a favour and learn from me. Get a GunCon, get a CRT, and have a great time. Releasing on the PS2 means Dead Aim gets a graphical overhaul from the earlier entries, and for the time of its release, it looks great. Environments are visually distinct, enemies look decent enough, with some real differences in character models for the zombies across the entire game, and the 3 main characters in Bruce, Fong Ling and Morpheus all look excellent, both in gameplay and FMV. Now speaking of FMVs, they're surprisingly plentiful. Normally bookending the chapters, they drive the plot on and offer enough spectacle to keep you captivated. But there are issues. The voice acting. Jesus Christ. Morpheus and Fong Ling are okay at best, but Bruce?
Looks like we accomplished our mission. Fong Ling, come with me to America. There's nothing left for you in China.
There's something about him that just pisses me off. I'm not sure if it's the fact he looks like 2000's Ian Watkins, or that he sounds like he's trying too hard with the accent. There's just something there that just makes me feel uneasy. Like, I wouldn't allow him near a playground uneasy. Dead Aim does offer a bit of variety when it comes to enemies. You got returning favourites with hunters and zombies, and it's always welcome to see them, and they're joined with new additions in Glimmers and Torpedo Kids. Glimmers are frogs with a bunch of red eyes. Difficult to hit, but they deal minimal damage in return. Torpedo Kids, which has to be the dumbest name in the entire franchise, are only found in one area down in the disposal facility. They basically just charge at you, destroy their nest, and they disappear. Both of these aren't memorable. They appear so late into the game and so infrequently, they don't have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression. Now, this same criticism applies to the bosses. The fights are so simple and easy, it's over before it's even begun. You're introduced to them generally in file pickups, or shown them in a cutscene 15 minutes before you actually go to fight them. And this should create a sense of foreboding as you approach the inevitable conflict. But when they go down in a few shots, there isn't much to be intimidated by. And finally, for this section, the music. There's not really much to say here, to be honest with you. You've got an awesome ending song in Gunshot by Rise, but the rest of the soundtrack here is utterly forgettable. The save room theme is okay, going for a more Silent Hill-esque vibe than you typically find in Resident Evil, and it works, but it isn't going to find its way into my Spotify playlist anytime soon. Resident Evil Dead Aim is infinitely better than the rest of the Gun Survivor series, fusing third and first person gameplay to take what worked in Survivor 1 and elevate the overall experience, finally finding a formula for this series that works. It doesn't feel like a cheap imitation of the wider series, it feels like its own thing, which could stand tall on its own, if not for the gameplay on controller. It's a real shame, as it sullies the overall experience. Now, any game where you actively avoid engaging in the main purpose of that game is never a good sign, but for this major flaw, it does make up for it in a decent story and a short runtime that never hangs around. If you have a spare couple of hours, you could do a lot worse than Dead Aim. It's not a classic, but it certainly earns a spot as a worthy spin-off title. We have arrived at Resident Evil Outbreak. Developed by Capcom Studio 1, it released in Japan on the 11th of December 2003 before coming to America 3 months later in March 2004. And the PAL regions? Well, they were kept waiting until September of that same year. Upon its release, it was met with middling praise, netting Metacritic of 71 and sales of 1.45 million, which is higher than the other spin-offs I've covered so far, but still a far cry from the mainline series. Before I dive into this review, I'm going to share my history with this game. Following the US launch, I had a long, painful wait for its eventual UK release. But fortunately, I had an opportunity to play the game before it launched at a trade show down in London. I was 14 at the time. My dad took me and a couple of mates, and I got to play Outbreak in all its glory. 4 setups across the venue all playing together online blew my mind, and I only had a few months to go until it would be in my hands. And then, the worst happened. The PAL regions were cancelled for online play.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
That small, sweet taste of what the rest of the world had been enjoying for months slipping through my grasp was more than a boy could take. So out of sheer fury, I ended up cancelling my pre-order and played it through on my mate's chipped PS2, not wanting to give Capcom a single penny. Needless to say, it's been a long time since then, and I've never gone back to Outbreak. So on the build up to this review, I was beyond excited to finally give it a fair shot. When it came to playing, I was presented with 2 options, online or offline. Now I can hear you saying, but Davey, if the game came out in 2003, how the hell are you going to play it online now? Surely the servers are shut. Well, yeah, they are, but that doesn't stop anything. A group of fans got together and opened a server. Sure, you have to emulate it, but the online works decent enough to make it playable with your friends. Now unfortunately, my laptop is a goddamn potato and can't run it. So, it meant I was left with one option: buy the game on PS2 and experience it the same way I did all the way back then. Over the course of this review, I'm going to detail what works, what doesn't, and ultimately answer the question, does it hold up in the 2020s? Now just before I get into that, if If you're enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe. It all helps me find a larger audience and grow the channel. But that's enough of that. As usual, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. Outbreak tells a story differently from any game I've covered up to this point. Splitting into 5 chapters, the story is told out of sequence. Now due to the game being online, the splitting the story makes perfect sense. You can then dive into specific scenarios and play only the ones you want to revisit. You don't need to do the entire game in one sitting to stay with your buddies. The thing is, I just don't understand why it's given to us in a jumbled way. The first scenario, titled Outbreak, chronicles the beginning of the outbreak in Raccoon City, putting it just before the events of Resident Evil 3 in terms of chronology, and to be honest, it's what every fan wanted to see. We got small glimpses of Raccoon City's fall in Resident Evil 2 and 3, but with an entire city to explore, there's plenty of stories to tell. It also finally shows us what the police have been up to on that fateful day. Scenario 2, below freezing point, we jump into the Umbrella Labs, presumably a day or so later, and here is typical affair. Greedy Umbrella employee wants to steal bioweapons while everything is in disarray. Things get out of hand, and survivors need to escape. Scenario 3, The Hive, we find ourselves in Raccoon City Hospital, trying to escape the clutches of a leech man. Scenario 4, Hellfire, is set the same day as Outbreak. The group escape into the Apple Inn Hotel, only to find it on fire and besieged by lickers. The final scenario, Decisions, the group arrive at Raccoon City University to find a cure and escape for good. In my headcanon, I'd order them chronologically like this, but really, I'm just pulling this out my arse. Hopefully Outbreak File 2 will give me more answers.
But why?
Originally Outbreak was going to be 18 scenarios at least, but late in development they cut it to 5 and heavily edited them to reach the Japanese release date, and that's probably the reason for this confusing order of events, but who really knows? Putting chronology to the side, the plot on show here is delivered pretty well. Each scenario starts with a big CG cutscene giving us all the information we need. As the scenario unfolds, more and more cutscenes are given to drive that scenario's plot onwards, while supplementing this with all the files we've come to expect to fill in some of those blanks. Now to see everything this game has, you can expect to complete the entire game through using each of the 8 characters, and with 28 different endings depending on your choices in decisions, combined with the character you play as, there's every chance I've missed something here that fills in the blanks of where they've come from and where they're going next. So there's not really too much point in me dwelling on chronology any longer. The plot overall does the job. It's standard Resident Evil affair. Nothing stands out to me outside of the opening in Raccoon City. For all the other scenarios, we've seen similar locations and plot devices used in the mainline games. It ends up feeling more like a greatest hits of the series, rather than striking new ground. Let's start this section with a big statement. Outbreak is the natural evolution of classic Resident Evil. Big words. But what do I mean? Well, Outbreak shares the same DNA as the mainline series up to Code Veronica. We have a dynamic camera, limited item capacity, ammunition and heals, and an abundance of puzzles. But what it adds to this is context and character specific actions. Now I'll explain these first before looping back into the changes that have been made to accommodate online play. As you begin, you choose a scenario to tackle and a character to play as. There's 8 different survivors. Each one has their own unique skill to aid themselves or the wider team. Kevin starts with a powerful pistol which frees up a space in his inventory. His unique skill is taking a power stance, where you deal increased damage to enemies using the gun. You can expect zombies to drop in a single shot with this. He can also channel his inner Shawn Michaels. David can create new weapons out of items. Give him a lighter and an aerosol can, and that's now a flamethrower. He can also throw spanners from his utility belt. And no lie, this actually saved my ass on a boss fight. Alyssa is the master of unlocking, helping to uncover more items or move through locked doors with ease. And for the final example, Yoko. She has a backpack, enabling her 8 slots as opposed to the rest of the cast, who only have 4. And this is of course super handy when it comes to storing your key items, weapons, ammunition and heals. Each character has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's not just their skills that separate them, they each have their own health and speed stats, so your playstyle will need to change depending on who you pick. Now I mentioned context sensitive actions, but what do I mean? Well, you hear a zombie banging on the door, what do? In previous games you'd evaluate your position and either avoid or engage, but here you can brace yourself against the door to stop them entering. You can even board up the door or create a barricade to slow the zombies down. And that's not all. Let's say you encounter a door locked with a simple lock, but you don't have Alyssa on the team. You can just boot it down. You can even harness your inner Solid Snake and get inside a locker to hide from enemies. It's truly awesome to have this much control while still using the tank controls that I adore so much. Outbreak was made from the ground up to be an online experience, and so, to accommodate for all the menu navigation that's part and parcel of classic RE, they made one key change. Going into the menus doesn't pause the action. And that means if you need to check the map, heal, change gun, or read a file, you better make sure you're in a safe spot, as enemies will continue to come at you regardless to how invested you are in that file pickup. Now this non-stop action is combined with a new introduction to the series, a viral indicator. Separated from health, this meter continues to tick up, and when it hits 100%, it's game over. For online play, you actually revive as a zombie and can hunt down your old teammates. The meter continues to progress slowly on its own, and increases rapidly when damaged by enemies. Now you can slow it down with antiviral medication or heals, but you can't reverse it. It's an addition to the game to keep you moving. You can't afford to dawdle. For the majority of the game, it's more of an illusion of haste rather than something to actively worry about. But in the later chapters, which have multiple puzzles and objectives, it does become a real worry. There's nothing worse than getting near the end and dying to this. The only saving grace is that you know it's your own fault. Maybe I shouldn't have taken so many hits. I should have been quicker. I should have spotted the solution for that puzzle way earlier. It's a clever system, and one which does its intended job well. Sticking to the positives, the amount of weapons on offer in Outbreak is insane. You've got all the usuals we've come to expect: pistols, shotguns, grenade launchers and magnums, and they are joined with a bucket load of new melee options. No longer is the knife the only pick. Here, you can bash a zombie in with a broom or an iron rod. Hell, you can even chuck a block of concrete. With this assortment of items and only 4 spaces for you to store them, it's essential that item management works well. Unfortunately, it does. Following in RE0's footsteps, there's no item box to be found here. Items can be placed in the environment and collected later, with the map updating on what's been left where. With the limited inventory on offer, you'll be constantly choosing between which items you want to carry, and so, knowing you aren't losing an item forever does eliminate potential frustration. In offline play, it's you and 2 CPUs, which makes a total of 12 slots. Or, if Yoko is there, that's up to 16. Now if you want to give or take an item from one of them, you pull up your menu, select the item, click either request or present, and that's it. It's easy. It's a shame you can't select multiple items in one interaction, which would avoid multiple menu transitions, but that's only a minor critique. Unfortunately, the issues I have with Outbreak put that minor inconvenience to the side, so let's get into them. Outbreak is shockingly bad at communicating to the player which items you need to keep, and which you don't. Normally in the series, upon using a key item, you're presented with text, informing you this item is no longer needed, and would you like to discard it? Outbreak, for some ungodly reason, decided to omit this. Now if you had 8 slots each, this wouldn't be a deal breaker, but only having 4 meant I was stuck lugging about a key card for an entire scenario, thinking I'd need it again. I was 3 scenarios in before this realization hit me, meaning that for the majority of the game, I'd given myself a huge handicap. It gets worse too. David can create new weapons out of other items, but which items are his? and which are key items. There's no color coding, no line of descriptive text to inform the player, it's just trial and error. Now on scenario 4 I had to restore power to an emergency ladder. I found a battery pack early on and thought, this is bound to be a key item. I'll need this when I head to the power room later. Its sole use is to make a stun rod with an iron pipe. A simple key or piece of text would make this a non-issue. And to me, that's just bad design. Nowhere else in the series would you unintentionally restrict yourself down to 2 working slots, all because you're carrying some redundant key item and an item for a character that you're not even playing as. Now, as I stated, I played this game in offline mode, and there's one real issue with that. The AI is dog shit. Just take a look at this.
Just this massive fucking space here, but you're just still clocking on down the road, aren't you? Fucking move! Move! Move!
My normal experience was one partner stayed with me, and the other fucked off and died on their own, carrying nothing but a blue herb and a shit ton of ammo for guns they don't even hold. Oh, and item conservation? Say you give them a shotgun, or God help you, a grenade launcher. They're firing it off the moment an enemy gets close, even when they have a melee option on offer. It didn't take me long to realise I had to hoard all the heavy stuff and leave them with nothing more than a pistol. To help direct the AI, you are given a host of commands to try and guide them, from follow and stay, through to specifically calling an individual character. But for some reason, they decided it would be a good idea for the AI to ignore you.
Come on! No. The fuck you say to me, you little shit!
What does this do? Does this add any realism to the game? Or does it simply make me want to bash in their fucking skull with this old battery I've lugged about for an hour? Now, the AI does have some uses. They can solve puzzles and get key items for you while they're off on their one-man crusades. But to be brutally honest, the vast majority of the time whoever went AWOL stayed that way. There was no chance I was putting myself in harm's way to save them when they're nothing but a liability. So if it's not abundantly clear here, the best way to experience this game would be to get together with a group of mates. That way, you can separate into teams to accomplish goals and organise a meeting point. You can double down on your specific character traits and use them to aid the whole team. In playing it solo, your best bet, in my opinion, is to essentially lone wolf it with Kevin or Mark and use your teammates as nothing more than human shields. Outbreak chose a similar style to Code Veronica than the newer Resident Evil 0 and Remake, which had been released only a year prior. This means the 3D real-time backgrounds are here alongside a dynamic camera. The game, for the most part, looks excellent. The character models and environments all look great, but when you compare it to its GameCube brothers, 0 and Remake, the pre-rendered backgrounds are so impressive. It's baffling why they didn't take the same approach when it came to Outbreak. But, whatever the reason, in and out of cutscene, it still looks great. Unfortunately, I'm happy to say, it also sounds excellent. The soundtrack on offer across every scenario, location, and menu is superb, creating real moments of apprehension, suspense, and intrigue. And I've included a number across this review to try and show my sheer appreciation for how good this soundtrack is. Now, usually at this point, I'd say something negative about the voice acting, but here, it's actually done really well. The voice actors do a great job with the writing they've been given, selling their character's personality in every syllable. Due to the ad-libbing that's ingrained in the game, you hear the same lines over and over again, but fortunately, it never seemed to grate on me, and I can only chalk that up to the great work delivered by every one of the cast. In terms of enemies and their design, it's pretty much a greatest hits of the wider series. We have all the usuals from RE1 to 3, zombies, dogs, lickers, hunters, spiders, and my favourite enemy in the entire series. The shark is back. It's been a long time since we last saw them, all the way back in Resident Evil 1. but for a brief appearance they return and immediately put a massive smile on my face. After all, how can you be an evil organization hell-bent on creating the perfect life form and not have an entire army of sharks ready to go at every opportunity? Now, there are a few new additions to the series which are mostly used in boss fights, but to be honest, they aren't much different from any enemy we've encountered before. The Regis Licker is just another Licker, and Thanatos is essentially any old tyrant. The designs on all of these are fine, it's just a shame the team didn't try and leave their own stamp on the series by creating something truly unique. Resident Evil Outbreak blew me away. I was so wrong to write this game off at the time of its release. Even playing it offline, which essentially hampers it from its true potential, the game does so many things right. Outbreak loves to give you options: who you play, what you use, and how you do it. It's a true evolution of classic gameplay within Resident Evil, and it somehow keeps hold of what makes the older games work so well, with its limited resources, route planning and puzzles, and brings it into an online environment. Even though the AI on the CPUs is beyond awful, and the game lacks a cohesive plot, I can't help but be impressed with what Capcom achieved here. In my mind, this is the game that deserves a remake more than any other entry in the entire series. Having this kind of online experience on PC and console, available for all of us to play with full voice support and 4K graphics, would be a welcome breath of fresh air from all the experiences we have available to us right now. And let's be real, I'd buy this game again if they just put it up in its current form. Capcom, make it happen. If you have a decent PC or a PS2 and haven't played Outbreak before, I'd encourage you to check it out. You won't be disappointed. Resident Evil Outbreak File 2 is a sequel and standalone expansion to Resident Evil Outbreak, releasing in Japan on the 9th of September 2004, which is only 10 months after the first entry. Now, just like the rollout with Outbreak, America had to wait till April of 2005, and Europe had to hang on until August of the same year. As with its predecessor, File 2 was developed by Capcom Production Studios 1 for the PlayStation 2, but unfortunately for the publisher, it didn't get the same critical or commercial reception as its earlier title, only earning a 58 on Metacritic and sales just short of 214,000, which is a huge step down from Outbreak's 1.45 million. Now, I'm partly to blame for this drop-off, as when File 2 launched, I didn't pick it up. The reason for that is my disappointment following Outbreak's neutered UK launch. But if there's anything I've learned since doing these reviews, it's that younger me was a goddamn idiot. So 16 years later, I've finally given the game a chance, and well, I was blown away. Before I get into this review, I want to make something very clear. Outbreak File 2 is an expansion of Outbreak, and as such, the games share the same DNA. For that reason, before watching this video, I'd strongly suggest you watch my coverage of Outbreak. You can find it here, and in the description below. In that video, I cover how the game works, the viral meter, item management and character differences. All of that is the same here, so there's no point in covering old ground. To differentiate my experience, I decided to play this game the way I could have all those years ago. I played it online, from start to finish.
Yeah, boy.
Now, as usual, this review is split into plot, gameplay and presentation, and I will be going through full spoilers. So let's dive in. File 2 features the same cast of characters we've grown to love, thrust into 5 new scenarios. And it's in the selection of these that Outbreak File 2 shines. Wild Things finds Cindy leading the group of survivors into Raccoon City Zoo to rendezvous with a rescue helicopter before things go wildly out of control. Underbelly takes place in the subway. We need to get the train back online and make a quick escape. Flashback sees us venture into the Arkley Mountains before arriving at a dilapidated hospital. Desperate Times returns us to the RPD, where we get to see firsthand the fall of the precinct before the arrival of Jill, Leon and Claire. And finally, in End of the Road, The group arrive at an Umbrella facility. We need to rely on unlikely allies to find a way out before the nukes arrive. Just like the previous game, these scenarios are told out of order. Now, in looking online, the internet seems to be in agreement that the group splits into two distinct parties, with events happening concurrently, and so, I've assembled this little image to try and visualize events across both games. Yeah, it's confusing. But does it actually matter? I was pretty hung up on the plot in the first Outbreak. I wanted to find the order and make sense of it all. But by the time I got a few scenarios into File 2, I couldn't find myself caring about the timeline of events. Instead, I took each scenario as a contained story and just went with it. Sure, it would be nice to actually be able to say for definite which order it all goes in, but the only way the game could do this is to lock characters to specific scenarios, and personally, I prefer the choice of using who you want in each given scenario rather than gate characters off. Now, diving back into the specifics with these scenarios, I have to lay huge praise here at File 2. Each scenario is completely unique from any of the others we've seen so far. Now, I'll be heading into specifics on gameplay differences in the next section, but in terms of setting and plot, it's basically a love letter to fans. We've wanted to see the Arkley Mountains ever since trying to leave the mansion doors in Resident Evil 1.
Nope.
So actually being able to run around and explore this environment put a massive smile on my face. And speaking of smiles, have you ever wanted to see how a tyrant fares against a horde of hunters?
You're goddamn right.
Tiger!
Now, the story within these sections is delivered to us with a mixture of cutscenes and file pickups, and I'm really glad to report the quality on these is just as good as Outbreak. There's all the usual tropes you've come to expect within a Resident Evil game, but it's in how the gameplay takes these story beats and offers replayability that elevate them to such high levels. Now let's get into this. I'll give you a couple of examples. Scenario 1, Wild Things. You're pursued by a zombie elephant across the level. He's constantly on your ass as soon as you move into the open. You've got to find 3 medallions across the map and use them to open an exit. Now, you're presented with 2 different options here for how this scenario plays out. Option 1, chuck on your Nikes and avoid the elephant, eventually squaring up with him as the final boss after inserting all 3 medallions. Option 2, find a parade music tape, make a copy of it, and use it to lure the elephant before locking him in place. This means you're free to explore in relative peace, but after inserting all 3 medallions, you square off with a goddamn lion. In the final scenario, End of the Road, the game splits into 2 distinct routes. One player has to avoid sniper fire while traversing through a minefield, while the other deals with a juiced up tyrant. Now, both of these routes have their own puzzles and enemies to deal with, and the choices just don't stop coming. The tyrant has a bomb embedded in his chest. You find this remote about midway through the scenario. You can use it on him at any point. Do you burn it immediately to keep him off your ass? Or do you save it till the end to make the final confrontation that little bit easier? The choice is yours. Now, during this final battle, there's a timer where you need to get onto a helicopter. If you miss this, you don't get a game over and a terrible ending, you get another boss fight. It's differences like this that add so much replayability outside of the character you choose, and I adore it. Sure, Outbreak had events which were specific to individual characters, and some were left to random chance, but nothing on this level. The sheer amount of variety in how a scenario unfolds, depending on who you're playing as, and the choices you make throughout, are staggering. And these are just 2 examples. There's plenty more throughout the game. Now, in terms of general gameplay, the same character-specific strengths and weaknesses I spoke about in my Outbreak review return, as does the mixture of puzzles. After playing Outbreak, none of them seem particularly unique. Sure, the puzzles are challenging, but after you've seen the implementation of them in the first 5 scenarios, you aren't going to get any surprises here in File 2. Outbreak File 2 does make one change to classic Resident Evil that was years ahead of its mainline entries. It gives you the ability to walk and shoot. Resident Evil didn't incorporate this change into the mainline entries till Revelations in 2012, so seeing it appear here was a big shock. Now in saying this, it's not game changing like it is in Resident Evil Revelations or RE6. You aren't going to be zooming about the place running and gunning. Here in Outbreak File 2, you take the usual weapon stance, and from this, you can slowly shuffle forwards and backwards. If I'm completely honest, I mostly forgot about its inclusion. Now this could be due to muscle memory more than the game's fault. I'm so used to repositioning and quick turning to take on any threats that I found myself hardly use it, but for those that have wanted this feature to rear its head, it is a nice inclusion. Now I've already explained the differences in how scenarios can unfold depending on your choices, and how varied those settings themselves are, but there's also another key factor that helps differentiate the scenarios from each other, and that's the threat. Now, I'm not talking solely about enemies here, I'm talking more about scenario gimmicks and how they're designed. Let's take Scenario 3, Flashback, and Scenario 4, Desperate Times as examples. Flashback finds us evading an axe-wielding madman, all the while dealing with plants and zombies which inflict poison when shot. The scenario only gives a limited number of herbs to combat this poison, and it's in your management of this resource, all the while avoiding an enemy that forces you to move quickly into oncoming threats that will ultimately lead to success. Desperate Times has you concerned with your infection meter. Nerve gas fills random rooms in the RPD. Staying in this will make your infection meter fly up. You can't stay still. Your only options are to either leave the room and return later, or use a gas neutralizing canister to clear it. Now in this scenario, you're not just managing your infection rate, but also your item space, as right at the end of the scenario, you'll need to hold your ground versus 40 or so zombies. It creates this fantastic dichotomy between exploring to prepare for the onslaught, and also limiting your space to ensure you can move around unimpeded. All of these elements of choice, item management, and tactics to overcome the individual scenarios all help to make each of the 5 levels feel distinct. And I have to tip my hat to the team here. All of the scenarios are truly a joy to play through. Now, I think it's about time I explain how I went about playing this game. As I stated at the start of the video, I played the game online. The official servers for Outbreak File 2 were closed on the 31st of March 2007, but fans brought them back from the dead and made it available for us all to enjoy. Now I played it through the PSX2 emulator and hosted a call on Discord to ensure constant communication throughout our play sessions. Now, in looking at the Metacritic reviews of Outbreak File 2, the biggest complaint bar none was the lack of voice support, and I can 100% say that without effective communication, this experience would have been a nightmare. Playing it in 2021 and being able to speak with your partners made the game a joy. Every issue I had with Outbreak File 1 was resolved. Gone was the shitty AI who would constantly get themselves killed, or, even worse, use your resources. Here, we were able to split up to make overcoming tasks quick and easy. We could divvy up ammo and guns to play to character strengths. And ultimately, we could work as a team, coming to each other's aid when we needed it. The entire experience was made what it is by playing with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining me and proving to me what I thought would be true in File 1. The game is meant to be played with others, and if you can get a group of friends up for it, there's so much joy to be had here. It's just insane to me that Capcom hasn't gone back and released this series onto modern consoles. It's a far superior multiplayer experience than Resistance or RE-verse could ever hope to be. Just do it, Capcom. Outbreak File 2 doesn't do anything new in the presentation front. Even though the team had essentially an extra year of development on the game, none of it went into the graphics. File 2 is identical to its predecessor. You can tell this is an add-on rather than a brand new entry. These days, this would just be DLC rather than another retail release, but this was in the good old days of gaming, before battle passes and roadmaps. This is the team knowing they had extra scenarios that couldn't quite hit the release date, and with a little bit of extra time, they could add the same amount of content and put it out as another game. Now I have no problem with that. Hell, for my money, these 5 scenarios have higher highs than the original Outbreak, and that's mostly down to the enemies that we have on offer. In my review of Outbreak, I stated this: it's just a shame the team didn't try and leave their own stamp on the series by creating something truly unique. Here, in File 2, this is completely the opposite. Sure, we have all the usuals, but now we have an entire zoo full of new creatures. Elephants, lions, hyenas, and fucking Zazu?
Die, devil bird!
And to top it all off, the boss fights that end each of these scenarios are engaging, challenging, and show a level of creativity not seen in its predecessor. Now, there's not much to say here regarding the music and performances that I didn't cover in the Outbreak video. It's the same level of quality, with themes for each area, and voice acting which goes against Resident Evil norms to deliver great performances from all the cast. With one exception.
I don't get many visitors around here. I hear the city's in quite a state right about now. Well, there is an old road through these woods that leads to the neighboring town. It's easy to get lost, I'm afraid. Let me show you the way. Let's hope no one gets hurt. It's not like there's a decent hospital around here after all.
Oh, hell no!
I mean, come on. Why would you ever follow this guy? He's about as trustworthy as a lucky man. Resident Evil Outbreak File 2 brings 5 new scenarios to the table, each one offering tons of replayability in paths, strategy, and team combinations with the various characters. The scenarios in my mind build off what came before, offering true variety from the wider series. As essentially an expansion of Outbreak, if you didn't enjoy that game, you won't find anything here to change your mind. But if you liked Outbreak and want more, this is the place for you. In my opinion, it's a better game than its predecessor, due to how strong each scenario is. And as I originally thought, playing this online as it was intended is the best way to experience it. Now if you look at the wider series here, playing co-op has the unintended consequence of destroying tension, looking at you 5 and 6, but I never felt that here. It elevated the experience by allowing you to actually use your character as they were designed to aid a wider team, and it puts extra pressure on you to try and ensure everyone makes it out alive. I just want to express my gratitude to the fans who resurrected the server to allow the game to be enjoyed years after Capcom hit the off switch. I had a complete blast with this game, and can only hope that one day Capcom brings both entries to console, so more of you can see what a fantastic experience Outbreak is with friends. So we have arrived at the halfway mark on these series of reviews. Resident Evil 4. Developed by Capcom and directed by series shepherd Shinji Mikami, it was announced as part of the Capcom 5, an initiative to bring third-party support to the Nintendo GameCube, and the biggest get of all of these was certainly Resident Evil 4. It fixed eyes on the system, and especially when Mikami stated that Resident Evil 4 will definitely release only on GameCube. If it comes to another console, I'll cut my head off. Now that was back in 2002. Now this was a big deal, as the series is, and was, synonymous with the PlayStation brand. Resident Evil 4 released to critical success on the 11th of January 2005 on the GameCube, before it then came to PS2 in October of the same year. It has since become the closest thing to Skyrim, being available on pretty much all systems known to man, and this has helped it reach the highest sales of any Resident Evil that we've covered on the channel so far, at over 10 million. Now I first played Resident Evil 4 on my friend's GameCube on release day. We sweated the game for months and I loved it at the time. Now it is regarded as one of the best games of all time, and for a lot of the fan base, RE4 is their favourite. But unlike the other games in the series, I don't look back on this title with reverence. If anything, the passing of time has made me sour on the game. I look back and think, this is where it all went wrong. Now I haven't played this game for over 15 years, so the questions I'll be answering in this review are: does it hold up playing it this long since release? Do I feel the same way I did going into it? And finally, does it even deserve to be called a Resident Evil game? Now if you've been enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more reviews in the coming weeks. Now that's enough of that. Let's dive headfirst into this, and as always I'm splitting this review into plot, gameplay and presentation. 6 years have passed since the events in Raccoon City. Leon Kennedy has been recruited and trained by a secret service under direct control from the president. His first assignment? To look after the president's family. And, in typical Leon fashion, as soon as he starts, it all goes to shit. The president's daughter, Ashley Graham, has been kidnapped. Intelligence leads Leon to investigate a village in rural Spain and a mysterious cult called the Los Illuminados. Now, unlike the Resident Evil games up to this point, this story is very different. Not only is it a rescue mission, not just an escape, it gives context, direction and character through detailed cutscenes and character conversations through a rip-off of Metal Gear's Codex. The benefit to this is it means the Rogues Gallery get a real chance to shine. Gone are the days of seeing the big bad stare at a CCTV across the entire game before a final face-to-face reveal and a fight right at the end. Here we get to know the enemies. I'm not sure how they all got his number, but regardless, they all managed to get screen time by giving threats or taunting Leon to try and overcome the odds that are heavily stacked against him. And it's brilliant. Having sections of the game dedicated to a single big bad, all the while getting closer and closer to the head of the Los Illuminados, is an excellent way to create progress, without some arbitrary random boss fight. They all feel like actual roadblocks on your journey. And it helps that the Rogues Gallery here are all designed brilliantly, feeling unique and timeless. You've got Rasputin, anemic Milky Bar Kid, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Sith who's got a dildo for a staff. The only downside to this delivery of the plot is that the files you find across the game are generally throwaway, mostly just warnings about enemies that are down the line and communications between leadership to the grunts. But given the choice between the two, I think the codex and cutscenes work excellently to get you invested in the plot. Now what helps sell the experience even more is the cheese level. RE4 sits back and revels in its cheddar. Older entries with its dodgy voice acting and limited performances meant it was unintentionally funny. They lean into it here, giving off a typical Saturday morning cartoon flavour to the over-the-top scenes that are on display during the game, and it just works to make it feel like a cohesive experience. It had me invested in seeing the story right through to the end.
Stick around.
Resident Evil 4 reinvents the series in pretty much every way. Gone are the fixed camera angles. Instead, the camera is moved to a third-person perspective before it swings up to an over-the-shoulder view for aiming. Aiming? Yep, that's new. Here, you can aim in all directions instead of just up and down, which means you could target specific parts of an enemy to cause them to stumble, fall over, or simply disarm them with a shot to the hand. Did I say disarm them? Yep, that's right, we aren't fighting zombies this time. In fact, there isn't a virus in the entire game. Here, it's a parasite which is controlling all the villagers and turning them into ganados, people who can wield weapons, run, climb and operate machinery. The item box, you remember that? Well, that's gone. Instead, it's an inventory which can be upgraded to fit all your weapons, heals and ammunition, and you take all of it out with you at the same time. Okay, but that's it, right? Well, remember finding weapon parts for upgrades? Gone. Instead, here you find money and jewels as you play, and you use this to upgrade or buy new guns. Well, what about the tank controls? Surely they're not gone. No, well, kinda. You're fixed in place to shoot, but you have so much control over your movement with the third-person camera, especially compared to earlier entries, and you can interact with tons of the environment, like leaping through windows or kicking down ladders. It doesn't feel anywhere near as restrictive as the series used to. Now, let's go through the positives. Combat in RE4 is genuinely fun. Enemies are thrown at you constantly, and shooting them in the head before running up for a quick Kia! Is always satisfying. This is helped by all the weapons serving a purpose. Purchasing and using the arsenal in the right scenarios can be the make or break between surviving an encounter or not. And the amount of space on offer in the inventory means you never have to worry about not purchasing a gun. You can squidge them all in. if you played Tetris well enough. And by God, this is the best item organization in the entire series. I lost hours making sure my big box looked perfect.
Oh, behave.
Speaking of purchasing weapons, the Merchant. He's a true icon. There isn't any Resident Evil fan alive who wouldn't crack a cheeky smile to, "What are you buying?" The gameplay loop of killing enemies to get gold, to spend it on becoming more powerful, works exceptionally well to keep you engaged. Actively seeking out combat encounters to get more loot, to become even more powerful, is addictive. And it also helps that it brings exploration into this upgrade loop. From the Merchant himself, you can buy treasure maps, which highlight valuable items across the environment. Now fortunately, the map system here is excellent, and so finding these treasures is an actual joy. I loved backtracking and exploring areas to find every treasure I could, so I could continue to rake in those big stacks. Now, there's one issue with all of this. It just isn't Resident Evil. Now let me explain. Being rewarded for combat, never having to worry about ammo, never having to think about what to take out with you into the field, as you have access to all your items at all times, that's a power fantasy, not a survival horror. In every review up to this point, I've laboured the fact that tension is evoked by your decision making and planning. While here, there isn't any need for any of that. So instead, they try to evoke tension by the sheer number of enemies that they throw at you. And it just doesn't work. In fact, across the entire game, there was only one section that I felt any fear, and that's when you take on the invisible enemies in the sewer, as you can't simply shoot your way out of it. You need to stop, listen, slow down. The thing previous games did as a standard to evoke fear is only utilised this one time. Now I bet you're screaming, what about the regenerators? Sure, they sound spooky, but when you could just tap them in the leg and sprint off, where's the danger there? The fear evoked by your choices in planning and decision making is much better than throwing numbers at you, and it robs the game of any potential feelings of anxiety it could have induced. Instead, it's a fun trip, and Resident Evil should never just be a fun experience. It should be much more than that. In fact, the game's description is experience a new era in survival horror, but it's not. It's an action game. Now the other key component to making a Resident Evil game is puzzles. Puzzles, oh yeah, there's two, right. You see my point here. A reinvention to any series is bound to happen as it ages. I don't think that's a bad thing. But when you lose everything that made the previous game so special, you aren't reinventing, you're creating a new series. The only links this game has to previous entries are a couple of key characters and green herbs. And that's it. Now I know I've chucked a major dampener on the game here, but it's something I'm not going to get over. I'm an old school Resident Evil fan, and I do appreciate reinvention and reimaginings. Hell, I love RE7. But RE4 in my mind, they've moved so far away from what makes an RE game. They've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. Now you're probably expecting me to say that hearing "Leon, help!" is my final negative point. But no, I actually don't mind it. Going into this experience, I thought I'd end up waking up in cold sweats. Ashley's voice echoing across all the chambers of my brain, tormenting me for years to come. I'd eventually seek therapy before relapsing and choosing to end it all on a really overly elaborate suicide, where you need 3 different keys and to move a few statues, dodging some well-placed traps, to find my, by this point, skeletal remains. But in reality, the game is paced so well that you aren't actively on an escort mission for too long, and when you are, you're given tools to avoid frustration. You can order her to stay or follow to ensure she isn't too close or too far away from you at any one time. And in most combat encounters, you can just bin her off. Literally. So no, I didn't have a single issue with Ashley throughout the entire game, which is a big surprise for me. My final negative is actually with the in-game economy. And I'll admit, this is the smallest negative out of the lot. Specifically, my problem is the price of the RPGs. Now for 30,000 pesos, you could buy a single-use RPG, which kills any enemy, including bosses, in one hit. Now in comparison, the Broken Butterfly, which is a Magnum, is generally used for bosses, and that costs 38,000 pesos. Now to fully upgrade its power, you're talking 360,000 pesos. Now that's the cost of 13 rocket launchers. It just begs the question, what's the point in even bothering to spend all that cash when you could just one-hit slap a boss? Now RE4 has fantastic bosses. In fact, there isn't one bad boss in the entire game, which is massive praise. So being able to essentially skip these fights with hardly any cost is stupid. If the rocket launcher was 100,000 pesos, you'd at least stop and think before dropping that level of cash. It would mean you'd have to forego a lot of upgrades on your way to saving that amount of money. But as it stands, from the midpoint, I always had one in my inventory, and still had loads of room for all my heals and other weapons, including the Magnum. Sure, I could have just gone without the RPG, but there didn't really seem to be any detriment in having one at all times. And to me, that's just bad game design. Now, I know I've been laying into this game for the past few minutes, so I feel I do need to clarify. I really enjoyed playing this game at all times. I was on board for the gameplay loop, and I found exploration and combat extremely fun. But it shouldn't be called Resident Evil, or even a survival horror, and that's my issue here. I've played and captured the gameplay here from the PS4 HD release of Resident Evil 4. Now I've gone back and reviewed some older GameCube footage to ensure I'm not speaking out of turn on this, but Resident Evil 4 was, and still is, very pretty to look at. The character models are absolutely stellar, and a massive step up from previous entries in the series, with a wide variety of animations and in-game cutscenes which at the time blew me away, and even now still look brilliant. What helps make this game pop so much to me is the varied environments and gameplay sequences. Resident Evil 4 features so much variety, it's outstanding. From the starting location in villages and small farm buildings, to labs, cold urban forts, castles, ruins, and even mines, the constantly changing scenarios you find yourself in ensure the game always feels fresh, and fortunately, the design on all of these areas is top notch. Resident Evil 4 features a ton of dialogue from all of the cast, and this is where we finally get the more modern style of performance that we expect from our games, and it was here that Resident Evil finally ascended in this department. I love all the script work and performances delivered by the entire cast, but for me, the two highlights here are Paul Mercier as Leon Kennedy. He just emanates cool throughout, a proper alpha lad.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
While Rene Mujica, as Salazar, dives deep into the cheese drawer to create a voice for a villain that is creepy, but also fun. Proper 90s cartoon villain vibes, and I love it. In terms of sound, all the enemies throughout have their own unique noises, which immediately inform you of the threat that you're about to blast into the next dimension, and they all work great to give them a true sense of identity. The soundtrack in Resident Evil 4 is good. I wouldn't say it's great, like earlier entries. Now this is due mostly to the tracks being there just for ambience and mood setting, sinking more into the background, whereas older entries in the series, they were themed per area, which added more to the experience in making locations feel distinct with sound. Now there are great tracks like Serenity and the Save theme, which I highly recommend adding to your Spotify playlist. They're mega nostalgic. It's just a shame that the rest of the soundtrack doesn't transcend to that same level. Resident Evil 4, as a game, is fantastic. It stands up incredibly well, even today. It's essentially a perfect game to play. The plot is engaging, with a fantastic rogues gallery, excellent script work, and performances from all the cast. The gameplay is fun at all times, with the most varied campaign in any Resident Evil game up to this point. However, reinventing the series to this extent means it lost what made it unique as a franchise. It lost its choice planning and decision making in favour of a streamlined experience, which forgoes horror and puzzles for action. And in my mind, it isn't a Resident Evil in any way. And so even though I would recommend this game to anybody wanting a fun experience, if you're looking for your next Resident Evil fix, this certainly isn't it. Now I know that this is going to be controversial, especially for a game as beloved as this one, but I can't change what makes Resident Evil for me, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that view. Now I'd love to hear from you in the comments on this. Do you vehemently disagree with me, or do you feel the same? I love responding to all of you on my channel, and so even if we do feel completely different about the game, I'd love to discuss it with you. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles was co-developed by Capcom and Cavia, releasing across the world in November 2007 for the Nintendo Wii, and, in a first for the series, it takes the action on rails for an arcade light gun experience. The Wii was the perfect console to realise this vision. The world at this point had Wii fever. They were near impossible to find for months following its launch the year earlier, and so, Capcom capitalised on this by putting their premier franchise in the spotlight, going on stage to show it would support the new Wii Zapper peripheral. This is how I originally played the game. Me and a few mates got together, put Wii Bowling and WarioWare smooth moves to the side, cracked a case of lager, and started blasting some zombies, and I loved it. And my experience seems to be in line with both the critics and the public. Umbrella Chronicles sold 1.3 million units and earned a Metacritic of 75%. The game performed admirably for what is an arcade-style experience. 15 years later, I'm playing the game as part of the Umbrella Chronicles HD, which collects both Umbrella Chronicles and its sequel, the Darkside Chronicles, together into a HD port for the PS3. This was originally released 5 years on from the Wii version in 2012. To try and recapture my previous experience, I dusted off my PlayStation Move, picked up the navigation controller, took aim, and readied myself for some skull busting. Now this review, as with all my others, will be split into plot, gameplay, and presentation. So let's dive in. Umbrella Chronicles condenses the stories of Resident Evil 0, Remake, and Resident Evil 3 before exploring new territory to show the true ending of Umbrella at the hands of Albert Wesker. To bind the games together, Umbrella Chronicles is narrated and presented to us by Wesker himself. He adds the context for each game, and by the end of the 9-hour runtime, he makes the entries feel cohesive, which is big praise, and a long shot from Survivor 2, which can't even condense Code Veronica and make it flow properly. Now as you boot the game, you progress through the series in chronological order. Each game, you get 3 chapters which give the keystrokes of the plot. The events in each game aren't exactly one-to-one, but it does the job to give you enough to know what happens, and to be honest, you can't expect much more from what is essentially 30 minutes with each game. To add to this, if you perform well in these chapters, you'll unlock additional stories which seek to answer what Wesker or other cast members were up to during the events of the games. It's here that the Umbrella Chronicles gives something back to long-standing fans. Have you ever wondered how Wesker escaped the mansion after his fatal encounter with Tyrant? Or how about how Ada got out of Raccoon City following RE2? Well, it's all here for you. On top of this, the game has an abundance of file pickups you can collect across the environment. These further fill in a number of gaps we've had for the series, and for newbies, it gives overviews of the plot for the mainline series. Umbrella Chronicles surprisingly is classed as canon, so for people that love the over-the-top lore of Resident Evil, there's a lot here to sink your teeth into. For new players, it shows enough to get you familiar with the various viruses and BOWs that make Resident Evil what it is, giving you the information to have a base understanding of the world and the characters on the run-up to Resident Evil 5. I don't think new players will get as much from the game as long-term fans, but it might encourage them to go and check out some of the other entries in the series, and that's never a bad thing. There's actually quite a bit to talk about here. Umbrella Chronicles smartly uses its systems to encourage replayability. Upon finishing a mission, you'll get a ranking from S to C, which is dependent on a few factors: time completion, number of enemies killed, critical hits, objects destroyed, and files obtained. To explain this, I'll break it down piece by piece and how they all tie together to influence how you play the game. Critical hits and time completion go hand in hand. To get a critical hit, you need to hit an enemy in their vulnerable zone. Now with the zombie, this is a headshot directly between the eyes. It'll down them in one hit, compared to an entire clip if you miss this zone. It stops you spraying, and instead forces you to go for accuracy. The pistol is by far the best weapon for this approach. However, you'll often find yourself in situations with multiple targets closing space, and then you need to choose which ones you can go for the criticals, and which you need to change to a heavier hitting weapon to avoid taking unnecessary damage. It's here the weapon choice comes into play, and I'm happy to report Umbrella Chronicles has fantastic weapon variety. Upon starting a level, you'll pick your character and then pick a weapon to take in with you. No matter what you choose, you'll have a pistol as default. It's unlimited ammo and does the job at clearing out the zombie scum that appear all over the game, but for beefier targets, you'll need something bigger. You can choose between 5 different weapon categories: shotguns, submachine guns, magnums, grenade launchers, and heavy weaponry. These are then split into 3 different variations, each having their strengths and weaknesses. You find the weapons across the game, and after they've been discovered, you can take them into any level. These powerful weapons have limited ammunition, and importantly, the ammo count carries forwards between levels. Meaning, if you conserve your ammunition, you can rack it up and take it into a harder level to give you a huge advantage. It's awesome. It encourages you to really consider when you'll need to use them. I found myself switching weapons all the time depending on which enemies I was facing, how many of them there were, and my current health level. There's nothing I can point to and say, it's busted. There are pros and cons to using each of the weapons depending on the situation you find yourself in, and they all work in conjunction with each other to make the experience feel constantly engaging. The final 2 parts of the scoring system, objects destroyed and files obtained, go hand in hand. To find the files, you'll need to destroy objects in the environment. They can be hidden in light fittings, computers, crates, desks. Hell, anything that can be shot potentially could be hiding a file. This means from the moment a level begins till it ends, you should be blasting everything on screen, even when there isn't an enemy present. This keeps you engaged even in the sections of downtime between enemy encounters. All of this comes together to influence your ranking, but ultimately, this wouldn't matter if the reward wasn't substantial. In Umbrella Chronicles, they not only provide a leaderboard so you can chase the top spot on the world rankings, they go one better than that. The score you get gives you stars, which you can use to upgrade your weapons. Each gun has 4 levels of upgrades, increasing their max ammo, clip size, power, and finally, giving unlimited ammo. Personally, I'm never motivated by leaderboards, but upgrades? Yeah, baby! It really pushed me to improve my critical hit numbers and use my newly beefed up weapons to fly through levels quicker than I did previously to get those higher scores. It's an effective gameplay cycle and adds a meaningful reason to replay completed levels. Now in terms of the levels themselves, for the most part they're all similar. You start, shoot everything in sight, pass a couple of quick time events, and then engage with a boss fight. And these bosses are done really well. They typically have 3 or 4 attacks in a sequence, which then repeats until you whittle down their health. It'll usually be attacking a specific weak point. The boss will then chuck some projectiles your way while you blast them out of the sky, do a quick time event, and then shoot some more weak points. Sure, it's basic, but really fun. With 18 bosses across the game, they could have easily fallen into reskin territory, but they don't. And that's really surprising, seeing as how many tyrant variants there are in the original trilogy. Even though most of the levels follow the same path, there's one in particular that introduces something I wish the team had incorporated more into the game. You enter the subway from Outbreak File 2. It's pitch black, and you need to use your aiming reticle as a torch to find the enemies who are shuffling towards you in the darkness. it's nerve-wracking. The light only illuminates the tiny section of your aim. Not knowing what you're up against, and where they are, adds a level of terror into the mix I definitely didn't expect when going into this. I just wish the team had incorporated more unique moments like this into the campaign, rather than it be the same thing over and over again, just in different locations. This review so far has been overwhelmingly positive. I think it's time to change that. If you've seen my previous tier list, you'll know how highly I rank Resident Evil 3, so it's fair to say I loved revisiting all the locations and plot points again.
Are you mental?
The game isn't here. We get the locations of Outbreak 1 and 2, with Jill and Carlos running about. Fucking Gravedigger appears in the streets for God's sake. We don't even get to visit the clock tower or the disposal facility. Hell, we only see Nemesis in the final section of Jill's story, and even then he's just mucking about in the RPD. It's lazy as shit. Oh, and Resident Evil 2? It just isn't here at all. Capcom must have given the team a shoestring budget to work off, so instead of taking the time to remake these environments for the Wii, they decided to rip assets from Zero, Remake, and Outbreak, and try to stitch RE3 together from it. This is how my experience went upon starting RE3's missions. I saw the gas truck from Outbreak, and immediately thought, wow, this is an awesome Easter egg. My initial elation turned to horror as I realised what the team had done here. The question I asked myself, why not just bin off RE3 entirely like they did with 2, and just set it as an Outbreak scenario? It's the only time in the entire game I felt like I'd been cheated. I thought for sure the collection of levels entitled Raccoon City's Destruction would be Resident Evil 2 and 3 condensed across 3 levels. But no, we get some shitty failed fusion of Outbreak and Resident Evil 3, which serves none of them to the level that they should have been. Oh, and Nemesis voice acting? Just listen to this.
Stars.
Why not rip the original voice file from Resident Evil 3? This version of Nemesis sounds like he's got his balls taped to a car battery. Jesus Christ. I'm on a roll with this now, so let's just bring it on home. Here's my final complaints, and I'll do this quick time. The design on the new Tyrant Ivan. My guy's got fucking pants on his eyes. Billy's voice actor. He suddenly becomes Chris Redfield for one scene.
Can we put a hold on the whole arresting me thing? We have bigger things to worry about right now.
The team really went all out to make sure we knew this guy was evil. Not only is he Russian, but he constantly licks a knife for no reason whatsoever. Let's move on. For the most part, the cutscenes which bookend the first and last chapter of each story are decent, and the voice acting which accompanies them are all delivered to a good standard. DC Douglas, of course, steals the show. His Wesker is as smarmy as ever, and I'll never get sick of his line delivery, so it's to the game's strength that he delivers most of the lines across the entire game. Musically, this game has some real highlights. The title menu and stage selection are great, as is the final fight with Nemesis. It's just a shame they didn't choose to incorporate more of the themes from the main series, which could have been put to good use here, especially for areas like the Aqua Ring or the RPD, which would have been easy wins. But generally, it serves its purpose, if a bit generic at times. Enemy-wise, you got all the same ones that appear in RE0, Remake and Outbreak. They're put to good use, and offer some real challenge in different numbers and variations, which help to keep the combat feeling enjoyable from the start right through to the end credits. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles takes the Resident Evil story we all love from Resident Evil 0 and Remake, sprinkles in a bit of RE3, and adds additional content to flesh out what happened to cause Umbrella's collapse. And it puts this onto an arcade-style light gun game with engaging combat and systems which encourage replayability. It succeeds in what it sets out to do, realising a form of gameplay which, surprisingly, hadn't been done with the Resident Evil franchise up until now. And it does this without feeling like a quick cash grab, and it does stand on its own as a competent entry to the wider series. It's just a shame Capcom didn't give the team the budget they needed to really make this the love letter it should have been. Omitting RE2 and splicing Outbreak with RE3 was a mistake that shows how limited the team were to using existing assets, with very little scope for anything grander. Now, in saying all this, Umbrella Chronicles has been a real joy to play. If you have a Wii or a PS3 knocking about, dust it off and give the game a go. It's great fun solo, and even better in co-op. And I'm glad to say, it holds up 15 years later. RE5 was developed by Capcom and released in March of 2009 on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, coming to PC in September of the same year. RE5 went on to be the commercial powerhouse of the series, selling over 13 million units, which makes it the highest selling entry in the entire franchise. I played this game on its release on the PlayStation 3, and I played it to death over a period of a year, earning the Platinum Trophy, which is one of only 3 Resident Evil games I've taken the time to actually accomplish. In the years that followed its release, I'd look back on RE5 as RE4, but better. Now, it goes without saying, that's like dropping a nuke right at the start of this video, but I think it's important for you to know what my mindset was going into this. Now, during the course of this review, I'll explain what I loved, what I hated, and ultimately, if it does live up to my memory. Now, if you've been enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. It all helps me grow and find a larger audience. But that's enough of that. As usual, I've split this review into plot, gameplay, and presentation. Now let's dive in. Resident Evil 5 finds us in control of the series' leading man, Chris Redfield. And he's certainly been keeping busy since we last saw him in Code Veronica. He's absolutely jacked. Since the downfall of Umbrella, he's joined the BSAA, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, a counter-terrorism organisation sanctioned by the United Nations to seek out and stop bioterrorism, which has exploded since the downfall of Umbrella. This time, Chris finds himself on an operation to uncover BOW smuggling in Africa. And joining him on his mission is Sheva Alama, a BSAA agent from the West African branch. Their mission is to rendezvous with the Alpha team, who are on the hunt for a known BOW smuggler, Ricardo Irving. What immediately begins as a straightforward mission quickly turns to chaos. All the townsfolk have been infected by an improved strain of the Las Plagas parasite, which acts within 10 seconds, turning the host into a mindless puppet, seeking only to destroy our heroes. With all their reinforcements wiped out, Chris and Sheva are forced to embark on a suicide mission, where their newly formed partnership will be put to the test against a ridiculous amount of enemies on the quest to stop a global catastrophe. Now, Resident Evil 5's plot in a nutshell is a real Resident Evil story. You've got everything that you've come to expect by this point. A global threat, someone mentioning a new world order. The bad guy has multiple chances to end it, but ultimately decides not to.
No. I'm going to leave them alone and not actually witness them dying. I'm just going to assume it all went to plan. What?
RE5 plays it all straight-faced, which just adds to the sheer lunacy of it all. Proper Resident Evil. It also helps that we get the best villain from the entire series. Albert Wesker is back. Having not appeared since Code Veronica, he's front and center as the big bad throughout, and he's exceptional. Resident Evil, in my opinion, peaked with him as a villain, and it's always a joy hearing him scream. RE5 decided to do away with the codec conversations and instead go back to what the series used to do: cutscenes and lore-rich files. I'll cover the cutscenes in more depth later in the review, but the lore pickups are truly exceptional. They're so insanely detailed, it borders on a time sink. Usually a chapter begins and you'll find a file pickup right off the bat. You soon come to realise that it's time to pack a lunch and settle in. And for me, who loves reading and exploring all the Resident Evil lore, it was a real treat. Now, gratefully, for those who just want to shoot stuff, it's all optional. And I think this was the best way to deliver it. Seeing all the links from plot points which started all the way back with 1, right through the series, and they come to culminate here, is excellent. and shed some real light on the wider series, blowing the doors off how Umbrella came to be and the secret ingredient that started all of it. Now, when I cast my mind back to when I first played the game upon release, I remember the flashbacks being super effective. Seeing Jill Valentine's gravestone and her supposed death near the beginning of the game got me. I stand for Jill, and when her eventual reveal came to be, I was blown away. Knowing it was coming on this run, it's super obvious. Now, could it be that 20-year-old me was just in a constant state of hangover, making me mentally incapable of basic deduction? Or is it actually effective? I'm not sure, but regardless, it's still a great way to spin intrigue throughout the game, and ultimately, it is what motivates Chris throughout the entire story. Now, I've been nothing but positive on this plot, and to be honest, I'm struggling to think of things I don't like about it. Sure, there's not much character development, but for Resident Evil, it's exactly what it needs to be, and it's delivered in the best way possible, putting story there for those that want it in the file pickups, but leaving enough in the cutscenes for you to know what you're doing and why you're doing it. Remember Resident Evil 4? Well, it's that again. If you liked it before, you're probably going to like it here. Okay, we'll break it down. Following from the success of Resident Evil 4, RE5 brings much of what made that game feel so satisfying over to this entry. However, in my mind, it misses the mark on what made RE4 feel so good to play. RE5 is the first entry to include full co-op throughout. Now, for my own sanity, I chose to play it through with my friend and fellow podcast host Spencer. And for those that don't know, I run a PlayStation podcast which releases fortnightly on Wednesdays. I'll leave a link in the description for anyone that's interested in hearing Spencer's thoughts on the game, having experienced it for the first time. But that's enough of that plug, let's get back to it. If you decide to play this solo and leave Sheva as an AI, then good luck to you. She's a hindrance, constantly getting herself killed. You can't trust her not to burn through your best items, and it's simply more annoying than it needs to be. But in co-op with another person, it makes the experience infinitely more enjoyable. However, introducing co-op into the mix opens its own Pandora's box full of issues. The tank controls from Resident Evil 4 are back, and while they work here, they are pushed to their limit. The sheer amount of enemies to contend with in this entry is insane, so having your movement stuck in place with how overly quick the enemies close the distance can mean you end up trading blow for blows. A dodge function would have made this way more enjoyable. Think RE3, but one that actually works. There are ways that they've found to offset frustration here. The melee system has been completely overhauled. On the face of it, it looks the same as 4, but it's not. Depending on where you stun the enemy and your position relative to them, you'll have access to different moves to lay the smackdown. Be that a neck break from behind, or if they get tapped in the leg, it sets up for a But it's how this works with your partner that sets it apart from its predecessor. Melee attacks can be comboed between you both for massive damage. It becomes essential in the higher difficulties the game has to offer, and fortunately, it's incredibly satisfying to work in tandem with your partner to beat the living shit out of an enemy. The co-op has also had a massive impact on item management. Resident Evil 5 brings real-time item management back, and it's the first time that we've seen it since Resident Evil Outbreak. Now, it's obvious why this is. Last thing you'd want is the action to pause every few seconds while you or your partner go to grab a heal or reload. I remember the marketing at the time hyping up how scary this made the game, as you didn't have the opportunity to pause and take a second to heal in peace. Well, that's purely marketing speak. The real-time menus don't add any sense of urgency or any panic to the game. How can you feel nervous when failure means reloading an auto quick save from 2 minutes earlier, with literally no ramifications whatsoever? The game also gives you options to try and aid you from having to do any menu work in the middle of battles. Resident Evil 5 introduced a quick select system. Now on PC, it's pretty much perfect, as every space on your inventory corresponds to a number on the keyboard. so you can easily select any item without having to open the menu, whereas on console, it's more restrictive. You only have access to 4 directions, the up, down, left and right on the D-pad. Now, does that limitation cause any tension? No. It's just annoying. Why can't I use diagonals or button combos to access the rest? Having your guns mapped to a direction, and then having to go into the menu to pull out a grenade, losing that perfect opportunity to blow a horde of enemies to Kingdom Come, sucks. Now, there is one pro to this system compared to Resident Evil 4. Here, you can reload weapons instantly from the menu, which is something I really missed. In RE4, having to scroll through your entire arsenal just to reload them for the next encounter was tedious. But that's it. I stated before how Resident Evil 4 had the best inventory management in the entire series, and I lost hours sorting my items. But here, there's none of that. Sure, you can move items between you and your partner, and that's easy, but none of it is satisfying. It just does the job. There's other omissions in RE5 which just make zero sense to me. The merchant. He's gone. Why? Upgrading and selling guns works exactly the same as RE4, and it works fine, but having a shop in a menu whenever you die or start a new chapter makes the process dull. The merchant not only added character to a gameplay mechanic, he also was a sight for sore eyes. You'd reach him and know you'd have a quiet moment to prepare and tool up before you go back out into the next high-octane encounter. In RE5, you just do it because why not? There's no feeling of joy. There's no charm in it. It's just a mechanic front and center, and I honestly don't understand it. It's just completely soulless. Continuing in the same vein here is the treasures. In Resident Evil 4, you'd find precious items across the environment, and oftentimes by holding off selling them, you can combine them into each other to increase their value. This added additional layers to the gameplay. Do you need to sell now? Or can you hold off a little longer in the hope of finding that one missing piece? Here, in Resident Evil 5, the treasures look different, and they do hold various values, but you can't combine them, so you get them and sell them immediately. So what's the point in them even looking different? It doesn't serve any purpose other than set dressing, and that's the thing about Resident Evil 5. It does the same things as 4, but it just does them worse. I think it's worth saying here that when it comes to gameplay, Resident Evil 5 shares all the same issues that I had with Resident Evil 4. A lack of atmosphere, tension, choice, and, unfortunately, as fun as the co-op experience is, it has the unintended consequence of ruining the shining beacons of design that 4 did so well. With Resident Evil 5 releasing on the HD consoles of the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, at the time, its character models and environments were absolutely stellar, and under a modern eye, it still looks superb. The character models all look excellent, especially for the main cast. All the cutscenes are beautifully animated and are a real joy to watch, or they would be if they weren't overrun with QuickTime events. After my Resident Evil 4 review, I saw loads of comments of, what about the QTEs? And sure, Resident Evil 4 had them in abundance, but here in RE5, they are taken to the next level. It's insane. Every cutscene, no matter how tame, you need to be prepared, or you're hitting that game over screen. Now, failing once or twice is alright, but when you or your partner fail time and time and time again, it's equal parts annoying and hysterical. The biggest problem I have with their inclusion is it actually takes away from the hype on screen. You aren't watching them, you're staring at the bottom part of the screen for the button prompts. Now, if it's not a cutscene, during gameplay you encounter some form of mashing. It wasn't fun then, and this many years later, it's just frustrating. And it's also worth saying to you guys, don't take inspiration from Chris here. If you ever need to move a giant rock, don't lay into it with hooks to the body. Just push it for God's sake. Now, going back to performances, the cast generally are great. I've already praised DC Douglas, who plays Wesker to absolute perfection, but I want to give a shout out to villainess Excella.
Those milkers.
You think she's going to be the stereotypical femme fatale, which is synonymous with the series, but she's actually quite tragic, and her performance is equally as over the top as the game demands it to be. But this is a Resident Evil, and there's always one.
Won't you two just die already? You're making me look bad!
Why didn't anyone in production have a word? Maybe just tone it down a little? It's too much, even for me, and I live for the cheese. It doesn't help that he also looks like a goblin. There's no way that you'd buy a bag of sweets from this dick, let alone BOWs. There's some part of my primitive brain that just activates seeing him. It's an irrational hatred. He's just... Ow! Now this does bring us onto the bosses. They're just roadblocks. Nothing more. A random bat monster dropped off here, a crab creature there. Not overly fun or even connected to the actual plot. They're just thrown in. Resident Evil 4 made the bosses feel like you're working your way towards the end goal. But with Resident Evil 5, it's not until you get to the boss fights with Jill later into the game do you experience that same feeling. The last 3 bosses in Jill, Excella and Wesker are great battles, with equal parts interesting gameplay and tactics. But for 80% of the game, it's just random big enemies, without any interesting or intriguing gimmicks. Now unfortunately this extends to the wider design of the campaign and the enemies that you face. Sure, it's varied in what you're doing section to section, but it feels copy-paste Resident Evil 4. It's fun, but it feels like you've seen and done it all before. Now I'm going to close out here with the music. Much like Resident Evil 4, it stays in the background for the most part. I hardly noticed it, apart from one section on the final assault. There is one highlight, and that's the end of chapter theme, but that's truly about it. It's serviceable, but that's all. After writing this review, it really stood out to me just how far my opinion has changed on Resident Evil 5. For all the fun that co-op brings to the experience, it just doesn't feel unique. Everything feels like it's been done before, but just worse. Item management and the in-game economy feel stale. Combine this with enemy design that you've seen before and throwaway bosses, and you end up with a game that's fun to play, but not one that should stick with you for long. Now the plot and lore on offer with Resident Evil 5 exceeds Resident Evil 4 by a country mile, to make it at least seem like it belongs in the Resident Evil family. But when the majority of your time is spent fighting enemies, you need to have systems that underpin it all, to raise up the default gameplay. And here, they're simplified and distilled to such an extent, it leaves the whole experience feel hollow. We have arrived at Resident Evil, the Darkside Chronicles. Developed by Cavia and Capcom, the game launched on the Nintendo Wii in November 2009 in both the US and Europe, with Japan following behind in January 2010. Following the successful launch and reception of its predecessor, The Umbrella Chronicles, long-time Resident Evil game producer Masachika Kawata decided to develop the Darkside Chronicles to retell the scenarios that couldn't be included in the previous game, namely Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica. So with those titles, you'd anticipate Darkside would outclass its predecessor when it came to sales and critical reception, right? So what happened here? Well, this review I'm going to break down what works, what doesn't, and ultimately the fundamental flaw which holds this game back from being one of the greats. Now just before we get into this, it's worth saying I will be referencing the Umbrella Chronicles quite a lot, so if you haven't seen my previous review, I'd highly recommend watching that before going any further. Still here? Well, this review, as with all my others, will be split into plot, gameplay and presentation, so let's dive in. 2002, South America. Leon S. Kennedy and Jack Krauser are sent in to find Javier Hidalgo, a drug lord who has started dabbling in bioweaponry. Now as the game opens, the duo reach a fishing village and are shocked to find no one there. But where could they be? And why are there so many posters for missing girls in this one town? Their loneliness doesn't last long, as within minutes they're under attack by hundreds of T-virus infected locals, Hunter Wise, and a river monster, that would make Jeremy Wade shit his pants. It's here we get introduced to Manuela, and the plot really starts to take shape. Manuela is Javier's daughter. She, like her mother before her, has a fatal condition. Her father, not wanting to lose his only daughter, turned to Albert Wesker for answers, and ended up giving her the T. Veronica virus. To help explain what this means and the origin of the nasties, Krauser acts as the player's surrogate for the story, getting Leon to reminisce on past events to try and understand what they could be up against. Told across 22 stages split between the events in present day, Resident Evil 2, and Code Veronica, the plot not only retells the events of previous games, it also fleshes out Krauser's character, showing the path he takes on the run-up to Resident Evil 4, which is set 2 years later from the events of this game. And I've got to say, his internal monologue gives me so many Vegeta vibes. I just can't help but share this with you.
We just saw him a moment ago. He was human. How could he become so powerful in such a short time? Was it the virus that did this? Could it really give you this much strength?
Now, I went into this game completely blind. I'd never played it before, and so going back to Raccoon City for 8 whole levels blew me away. Comparing Darkside to Umbrella Chronicles, which only gave 3 stages per game, this gives it way more time to be surprisingly faithful. Sure, there's differences, but for someone that's never played Resident Evil 2, there's more than enough here to understand the story and the key events that occur on Leon and Claire's adventure. If you've been following my content for a while, it should come as no surprise there's 2 games I want remade, Resident Evil Outbreak and Code Veronica. So being able to return to Rockford Island was enough to make me go nuclear. As with Resident Evil 2, the key plot strokes and characters return, but here there's more extensive changes. Whole new areas are added, and Alexia's character is substantially different from the one seen in the original. But all in all, it didn't bother me. I was just happy to see the enemies and environments remade from the ground up. The plot still worked, even in this new revision. Now, would I have liked to see Chris get his shit rocked by Matrix Wesker? Yeah, of course. But beggars can't be choosers. Seeing the Ashford twins return as well as relive key plot points is enough for me to walk away contented. After my experience with Umbrella Chronicles, where I had to witness one of my favourite games in the franchise, Resident Evil 3, getting cucked with a lazy fusion of Outbreak, I was blown away by the lengths the team at Cavia and Capcom went to retell these classics. But enough of living in the past. The new story, Operation Javier, has some great moments that make it stand on its own 2 feet. There's nothing overly new here, but the story is smartly built around the mystique that Manuela brings. How is she linked to the river monster? How has she survived the T. Veronica virus without being frozen? And finally, is keeping her alive going to backfire for our duo? These questions kept me invested from the start till the end. I didn't feel like it was a step down from the classics, which it really could have been if not handled properly. Plot-wise, I walk away from the Darkside Chronicles with a deeper understanding on Krauser's character, a bucket ton of fan service, and a new interesting character, which I'd be overjoyed to see return in a new entry. As with its predecessor, Darkside Chronicles is an on-rails light gun game, and for the most part, it's largely similar. Complete scenarios and receive a score. The higher the ranking, the more gold you receive for upgrading guns, as well as being awarded with additional archive files, which help flesh out events from the 3 different scenarios. Just like Umbrella Chronicles, your ammo count carries forwards, so you'll want to be frugal, choosing your targets carefully to ensure you have the firepower when you really need it. It's all stuff I've covered in the previous review, so instead of spending time on that, I'll break down what they've changed and how this affects the gameplay. Let's start with the positives. In Umbrella Chronicles, finding a herb in the environment would immediately use it. I'd often encounter herbs while at full health and not even bother collecting them, and then when I really needed one, they were nowhere to be found. Here, in Darkside Chronicles, upon picking up a herb, they're added to your inventory. You can use them when you need to. This simple change makes a massive difference in how a level plays out. With 2 herbs in my back pocket, I was entering encounters pistol only like I was Barry Big Bollocks. With no herbs, I was playing like a little bitch. I would use whatever I had at my disposal to survive encounters. Shotgun on a zombie? Yeah. Magnum on a hunter? You bet your ass. This simple change creates these moments that you end up hating yourself. Why was I so careless earlier? Why did I let myself get hit just so I can get some criticals off? What was I thinking?
You are stupid.
Darkside Chronicles introduces a weapon wheel. This takes what works so well with Umbrella Chronicles and amplifies it. As I stated, ammo count carries forwards, and it's up to you when you want to use it. But now, instead of taking one gun into a level, you now have access to your entire arsenal at all times and can switch on the fly. To make things easy, you have 4 weapons in a weapon wheel, which you can change to with the simple press of a directional arrow on the D-pad. Then, if you want to swap one of these guns out for one in the inventory, you can go into the menu and re-customize your wheel at any time. The difference this makes to gameplay is incredible. It means you can react to the threats on screen and pick the right tool for the job, instead of having to replay the level from the start to bring in the gun that would make the difference. I sound like a broken record on these reviews, but choice is always king. Giving the player the ability to choose when they want to use their resources and ensuring they are never in the situation where they have too much of anything is a great combination that forces you to adapt on the fly and deal with the consequences when they inevitably dawn. Now that's the major changes, but there's a couple of smaller ones I want to call out. They've added reloading animations. It not only adds an extra layer of polish to the game, it also communicates to the player how long heavier hitting weapons like the shotgun take to reload much more effectively than the bar moving across the screen was in Umbrella Chronicles. This, in turn, encourages you to seek out the gold across the levels to get the reload stat leveled up as quickly as possible. The final positive change is critical hit multipliers. In Darkside Chronicles, if you pop multiple criticals in quick succession, it increases your scoring and, of course, makes you feel like a gaming god. This scoring is fluid, dependent on your health level. The lower the health you have, the more points you'll accumulate for kills and criticals, which can influence you to take a few hits on purpose and live life on the knife edge. This will make it easier to achieve an S rank, at the risk of hitting the game over screen. Now all of these changes are welcome additions that improve the gameplay experience from its predecessor, but unfortunately, for all the praise I've been laying at Darkside Chronicles' feet, I'm about to reach up and punch it right in the sack. Darkside Chronicles is a light gun game that forgets the whole point of the genre is aiming and shooting. In a Q&A with Masachika Kawata, he stated, with this title, he wanted to put a bigger emphasis on horror, employing a camera system that will try to convey a sense of actually being in the game. To research realistic camera shaking in hectic situations, one of the team members went out in town for a day to make motion tests with the camcorder. Now I can only imagine his test footage looks something like this. Seriously, just look at this. How the fuck are you supposed to hit anything here? It's cinematic, sure, but it's to the game's detriment. When I first started playing this game, I got motion sickness. It took me a solid hour to acclimatize, and then all that was left was pure rage. Not being able to shoot your targets leads to taking damage which could have easily been avoided if the camera just stayed still. It's like the game goes out of its way to fuck you for no reason. Here's a tiny target for you to hit while the enemy moves across the screen. Think you can handle that? Well, we're going to put you in the middle of a fucking earthquake as well. Good luck. Just another example for you. You turn a corner and unless you're popping Adderall like Tic Tacs, you've got no chance of reacting to this. The worst thing about all of this is it doesn't even create the desired effect. There was no point in the game that I felt the horror on screen. All I felt was pain. Now in saying all this, when the game throws a shooting gallery your way, like Umbrella Chronicles did, Darkside is leagues better. It just doesn't do it that often. and by bookending chapters with boss fights that are actually insulting to play, it leaves a bitter taste in your mouth that doesn't go away. The Darkside Chronicles looks absolutely stunning. I've played this entry through as part of the PS3 HD port, which released in 2012. Comparing it to Umbrella Chronicles is night and day. An obviously larger budget and a 2-year time gap combined to create an experience which still holds up today. Seeing the amount of effort Kavia and Capcom have gone to remake older environments and enemies and bring them into modern day is really impressive. Now when it comes to the cutscenes, Darkside Chronicles offers 45 minutes, which are all directed amazingly. Just look at this. And it's the same when it comes to performances. Everyone does a great job. I honestly don't have a bad thing to say, and that's huge praise considering they've remade Code Veronica. I was nervously anticipating putting my fist through my speakers as soon as Steve showed up. But no, they've given him a major glow up. They've changed literally everything. He's actually funny, his voice acting and general attitude have been overhauled, and to be honest, I actually liked him here. Steve isn't the only one to get a glow up. In fact, this game might as well be called Resident Evil Sexy. Literally everyone is super hot fire. Mostly everyone. Putting my simping ways aside, Darkside Chronicles uses its music very effectively. I'm glad to say the themes from both Resident Evil 2 and Code Veronica are used throughout their sections, and it's so welcome. Nothing sets off nostalgia in video games more than sound, and when you've got access to some of the best themes in the entire series, why not use them? The Darkside Chronicles should be an improvement over Umbrella Chronicles in nearly every way. All of my criticism in its predecessor has been addressed here, with additional improvements to make the gameplay on paper superior, but they've sacrificed all of this to try and make the game more cinematic, which in turn forgets what type of game they were actually making. After all, how are you supposed to aim and shoot when the game is going out of its way to throw you off your aim? It's a damn shame, as this really is superior in plot and presentation, but with just one decision, they've nuked their own success. It's something I can't get over. I really tried. But every time the game started to click with me, I had another boss fight appear to cause me insurmountable rage. This game isn't hard, but it's a hard game to play. As some of you may know, I've covered a few Resident Evil titles on this channel. Now I'm using it as a way to tick off the last few Resi games I never got around to, and this video is no different. Now I've played this under the HD re-release on PS4, so join me as I recount my experience playing through Resident Evil Revelations for the first time, what I loved, what I hated, and ultimately, if it's worth your time playing in the 2020s. Resident Evil Revelations first released on the 3DS in February of 2012, 3 years after the release of Resident Evil 5 and 6 months prior to the release of Resident Evil 6. Capcom at the time was riding high off the success of Resident Evil 5, which is still, to this day, the best-selling Resident Evil game. Fans were more vocal, however, on this new action-heavy gameplay style, and so the goal of Revelations was to bring both new and old audiences together with a hybrid experience. Did they succeed on this lofty ambition, or did it sink into the briny depths? Well, the answer is a little more nuanced. First, let's dive into the plot. Resident Evil isn't known for its plot, however it's actually extremely intricate, with corporate subterfuge, world domination, and evil monologues masking the deep lore the series has to offer for fans that want that. Revelations is no different. Set before the events of Resident Evil 5 and leading directly into the start of that game, Revelations gives us the story we all wanted: how the BSAA amassed its global influence.
Oh my god.
I'll only go into light spoilers here, so don't worry, I'm not going to ruin the experience for anyone that hasn't got round to it yet. 1 year prior to the events of the game, the city of Terra Grigia was a beacon to the world. It showed that by harnessing the power of solar energy with a giant space mirror, they could power an entire city. The terrorist organisation, Veltro, didn't like this, viewing it as a poster child for mankind's moral corruption, and so they decided to unleash a bioterrorist attack. Now all I'm saying is, these guys clearly didn't watch Captain Planet growing up. To contain the outbreak, the Federal Bioterrorism Commission, or the FBC, turned the solar array on the city itself, vaporizing every living thing in what is the biggest disaster since the fall of Raccoon City. Now our story picks up with everyone's favourite master of unlocking, Jill Valentine, and her partner Parker, as they search for the disappearance of Chris Redfield, whose last known coordinates are on an abandoned luxury cruise ship, the Queen Zenobia. Now even though this is the backdrop, the game quickly expands its focus into the true nature of Veltro, the FBC, and how it all links back to Terra Grigia. It's a good plot, get all the usual elements, backstabs galore, guys which so clearly show they're evil from the first moment you see them, and even more scientists who are sacrificed to achieve the next virus. At this point, taking a job as a viral scientist must be the most dead-end job imaginable. But seriously, it's got all the things you want from a Resident Evil story, and it conveys these with good voice acting and performances from the cast. I can't really fault it. It's not the best story in the series, and the lack of a main villain to work up to fighting at the climax does hinder it from achieving the high points it could have otherwise, but it's enjoyable, and that's really all I need from Resident Evil. If you've seen any of my previous Resident Evil reviews, you'd know that fixed camera angles and tank controls make Resident Evil what it is for me. I love the fear of having your vision obscured, the reliance on sound to gauge threats, and the slow loading screens of opening a door, combined with worrying about what items you left the save room with. Do you take more heals and ammo with you to make combat easier, but delay progression? Or do you leave most of your heavy hitting arsenal and have room for key items? It's that balancing act of pushing on into the unknown. Now, none of this returns in Revelations. So the question is, did they succeed in returning to the horror roots they set out to achieve? Well, they do and they don't. So I'll start with the combat. It's very fluid. The ability to move and shoot at the same time feels more akin to Resident Evil 6 than any of the others. They offset this with having ammo being a rarer commodity than Resident Evil 5 or 6. At least for the first half of the game, this is something you have to be mindful of. And even myself, who is very frugal when I play these games, got the wrong idea to start with. And I found myself having to reload a chapter to ignore enemies, picking my targets to progress. Now combine this with enemy AI that wants to close distance as fast as possible, and you can find yourself getting swarmed if you're not careful. The enemies hit hard and heals can be limited, which ups the tension. Now unfortunately this all falls apart from the halfway point, at the very latest. The reason for this is the weapon upgrades. Your guns can all be upgraded with mods, which range from damage bonus, increased stun percentage, to giving you a charged attack. In theory, it gives you good reasons to explore, to uncover the mod kits, to make your arsenal as deadly as possible. But in reality, the mod kits meant for me, I turned my rifle into a one-shot death machine. It was like having the Magnum at all times, with more ammo than I could ever realistically need. The hardest enemies would go down in a handful of bullets, and when you have that kind of power, nothing becomes a threat. And so the feeling of dread never has a chance to surface. I wish they never introduced them. The first half of the game I actually found challenging, but after I got my rifle and put some upgrades on it, it was a cakewalk. Now I could have chosen not to add my mods and play through under harder conditions, but why would you do that on your first time through? You'd expect enemy numbers to increase, or to really limit down the ammo to make you not want to use your big hitting guns. But this certainly wasn't my experience, and it did dilute the tension. The lack of the item box also means you don't have to worry about prioritizing heals and guns and key items to progress. And this too hurts, as all you have to worry about is getting to the icon on the map, which as I said is more than doable without much trouble. Now I know I've just shit on the combat, but that's not the whole story here. The shooting and movement all feel great, and they reintroduce a dodge command by pressing into or away from the attack and hitting X. This will get you out of the way and you can prepare a counterattack. Now it's an essential skill which bosses and all enemies force you to master. It's really satisfying and makes the more enclosed areas of the map feel fair to the player. Putting the onus on your skill to avoid getting ganked is a big win from me. Exploration is still a major draw of Revelations. Just like other titles, you gradually get keys which open previously inaccessible sections of the map, and this encourages backtracking to find mod kits, guns, and other useful objects away from the main goal. I did enjoy the act of going back through the environment and seeking these out. Not having to worry about my ammo count meant I had no reason to not go off the beaten path, whereas I could see this being more of a harder choice to make without the resources I had at my disposal. The issue with exploration is objects are hidden. Literally. You have a scanner with which you can scan the environment to reveal these items, which are generally ammo or mod kits. Now this is one of the only times across the game you can tell that this was originally developed for the 3DS. Think of it just like the visor scanning on Metroid Prime. Now it's not just the environment that you use the scanner for, you can scan enemies too. Now this fills a meter which at 100% gives you a green herb, so you're encouraged to do this all the time, as you more often than not find at least one hidden resource in a room. The issue with this is that it just isn't satisfying. It feels like a gimmick and doesn't add anything to the game, other than ruining the beautiful presentation with an ugly green filter. Scanning enemies to give you additional intel or files would be way more fun, and feel like the kind of optional task I'd like to do. But when it's basically essential to use all the time, it just feels redundant. The other bugbear I have with Revelations is the map. In the corner of the screen you have a mini-map which is more reminiscent of Metal Gear Solid than anything else, and it works excellently. The issue I have is when you pull up your full map to try and plan a route, it becomes very difficult to see where exactly you are in a given room. Now I'm not a big fan of 3D maps in any game, I find them much more difficult than they need to be. It's generally style over substance. It's a small nitpick, but it is worth a mention. Now where the game fully succeeds in flying colours is certain bosses. Now this is where the creepiness gets ratcheted up to 11, and the game shows its marriage of new and old styles of Resident Evil. Just watch this. The comms officer kicked my ass. I hadn't yet upgraded anything to a decent standard. His design is grotesque, and the way he repeats his call before you start the boss fight really makes you feel on edge, and it meets the high bar for the series in terms of bosses. He was incredible. Sure, the fight overall can be summarised by a gank attack with a one-hit killing main boss, but it's the atmosphere this fight evokes. I was genuinely terrified. Now the boss fight against Rachel was also a great standout moment for me. Seeing her come through the vents as I worked my way towards the cafeteria was fantastic. She wasn't as opposing as the comms officer, but these encounters used sound to really get under your skin in all the best ways. It's a real shame that later bosses are more generic and don't hit the high points of earlier in the game. As mentioned previously, this game is an up-res of a 3DS game, but honestly you wouldn't know it. It just looks great. You'll find the odd texture which looks like it got missed on the up-res treatment, but by and large it certainly isn't a lesser experience, considering the hardware it was designed for. The Queen Zenobia is so reminiscent of the mansion in RE1, and it has a lot of character. It was a real joy walking around it all and soaking the atmosphere in. The thing that blew me away with Revelations is the level of production that went into the game. There are loads of cutscenes, around 90 minutes worth in total. I just never expected that level of quality going into this game, let alone a game which ran on a 3DS cart. All the cutscenes are animated decently and look great for the time. The voice acting and performances of all the characters, which is normally a gripe of mine in Resident Evil, is good for most of the cast. There's just one exception. These guys.
Almost. I had her until the very end, but I lost you near the... Hey! You think I'm a stalker, don't you?
Good God. It's like they walked in straight from a Final Fantasy game. It's so over the top. And not in a comedic way. It's just infuriating. And unfortunately, there's always one in a Resident Evil game.
I can't! No!
Now, one thing to note, the BSAA really have a strange outfit choice when it comes to the women. Now, back in 2013, would I have noticed or even cared that all the girls have either their boobs or arse out? No, not at all. Do I care now? Not really. But it's certainly a sign of the times and how far forward things have moved since then. Music-wise, the themes never seem to stand out like they do in other Resident Evils. Normally, it's the safe themes which always are my standouts. And here, the closest we get to that is the weapon box theme, which is great. There is other music featured, but nothing that really elevates the experience. I don't think this necessarily hurts the game. What's there is serviceable, but it's not something that will bring back nostalgia in a handful of years. So overall, I did enjoy my time with Resident Evil Revelations. I probably sound more negative on the game than I truly am. What the game does right, it succeeds, and on such a high bar. The combat is fun and engaging, the environment and presentation of the game is stellar, and the earlier bosses in particular sit up there with some of the greats. It's just a shame that the systems they implemented don't enrich the experience. Weapon mods make the game remarkably easy from the midway point, and exploration is hampered by a scan gimmick. All this pulls it back from achieving the heights it could otherwise hit. Now, I do think it's well worth your time, even today. What I would say is, due to its hybrid nature of the old and new styles, it ensures it's more of a jack of all trades, master of none. I don't think either camp would get the full experience they want from the game, but you'd enjoy your time with it regardless. Developed by Six Slant Games and Capcom, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City released in North America on the 20th of March 2012, before releasing across the rest of the world by April of the same year. Launching on PS3, Xbox 360 and PC, it offered a different experience from typical Resident Evils, giving us the chance to play as the bad guys to cover up Umbrella's mess during the events of Resident Evil 2 and 3. And it does this in a multiplayer squad-based shooter. I'm not sure if it was the cool design of the protagonists, or the chance to play through a classic setting in a new way, but whatever the reason, the game went on to sell exceptionally well, netting sales of 3.2 million. Critically, it didn't fare so well, sitting at a Metacritic of 52%, and earning itself a whole host of backlash from the fans, who often regard it as one of the worst titles in the entire series. My experience with the game is a weird one. Upon starting these reviews, I'd have sworn blindly I'd never played it, but in exploring my trophy list, it turns out, yeah, I have. My in-game records show I had nearly 5 hours clocked up in the campaign, beating the veteran mode playing exclusively Beltway.
Damn, boy, he's thick!
It's 10 years later, and my lack of memory means one of two things. Either the years of alcohol abuse and old age are taking their toll, or this game is so horrendous I buried it deep down in my psyche as a defense mechanism. Regardless, I wasn't expecting great things from this entry. Now this review I'm going to detail what works, what doesn't, and ultimately, is it as bad as everyone makes out? As usual, I'm going to split this into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. September 1998. The Umbrella security service Delta Team are sent into William Birkin's lab to assist Hunk and his Alpha team in retrieving the G-Virus before Birkin sells it to the US government. The mission, as we all know, goes off without a hitch.
Knock, knock.
From here, Delta Team find themselves on cleanup duty. Time is ticking, and Umbrella's dirty secrets are about to go public. Told over 7 missions, you move from objective to objective, destroying evidence, cutting communications, and generally covering Umbrella's arse. It's a non-canon story that puts the Wolfpack in the thick of events that happen in the main chronology, having run-ins with tyrants, Nikolai, and even Nemesis himself. The issue is, the entire plot is completely throwaway. It all seems very samey. You go here, destroy this file, kill this, and Umbrella will let you go home. Until they don't, and you have to do it all over again. The story culminates with an encounter with everyone's favourite poster boy, Leon S. Kennedy. You're presented with a choice: kill Leon, tying up any loose ends and get in Umbrella's good books, or let him live and try to extort them for all the danger pay you've run up over the course of the last 4 hours. It's a cool ending, which turns the final stage into a 2v2 fight with your own team to determine the outcome, but it's not satisfying. The journey you've been on with Delta Team hasn't brought you together. You don't get a chance to even remotely know any of them. No backstories, no inter-character dynamics or witty banter, they just exist. And for me, this is a real shame. They could have elevated a by-the-numbers campaign to bring life into the characters and make you want to replay with different dynamics to see how stories shape and unfold, but instead, they took the easy way out and made this campaign as forgettable as possible. Now, it's worth saying here, this is the base game. If you wanted to pay £16, you can play another half of the game as US Spec Ops with their own characters and story. But I'm not paying that. I've reviewed this entire series based on what's packed in the box, and I'm not changing that for this. Operation Raccoon City is a squad-based shooter. You and 3 other players can dive into the hellscape of the titular city and start blasting. The Wolfpack is made up of 6 characters, each with their own strengths to add to the wider team. Lupo is the assault character, with perks that enable her to have unlimited ammo or be able to tank multiple hits for a short duration. Vector is Recon, giving him the ability to go invisible or to stay off enemy minimaps. Beltway is the demolitions expert, able to set up trip mines and throw remote-controlled explosives. Berta is the medic, who can boost your team's accuracy, reload and movement speed with her stims. Spectre is the surveillance expert, giving him access to view all items on the minimap and even see opponents through walls. And finally, Four Eyes. She's the field scientist. An expert in virology, she can lure the infected to certain areas and even take them over, controlling them in the battlefield. Each character feels unique to use. They aren't created equally, but each one has their uses, and as part of a team, it's awesome to get everyone together playing to their strengths. Speaking of, I'm playing on the PS3, 10 years after it launched, and I found people drop in and out of my campaign all the way through, and that just blew my mind. I imagined this game would be a ghost town, but no. The versus mode in particular was surprisingly active. It didn't take more than a few minutes to find games, and to be honest, there is a reason for this. This game is fun to play.
A what?
There's 2 words I'd use to describe it. Dumb fun. There's nothing that this game does exceptionally well. It's not deep. It's not really challenging. It's mindless. But shooting waves and waves of infected doesn't really get old. The mission structure sucks. The story that tries to move the plot onward sucks. But shooting stuff,
I like it a lot.
Now, when I was without any human players, the game definitely takes a hit. The CPU teammates are essentially useless. I couldn't trust any of them to kill their way out of an old folks' home, let alone survive the zombie apocalypse. One hunter would often wipe out my entire team, and they go down without too much issue. But as soon as you get Big Dong Charlie 69 drop into your game, you know you're going to have some fun, and this is amplified the more players that join. Operation Raccoon City is a simple loop that's been effective since the dawn of time. You complete a mission and get ranked. This rank then determines your experience, which you can then use to upgrade your character to unlock higher levels of passive and active perks, and purchase more powerful weapons. These weapons are varied, with a total of 5 different weapon classes for your primary, and each category having at least 4 weapons to choose from. It gives you plenty of choice to save up for the gun you want, with each one having its own stats on damage, accuracy, rate of fire, etc. It's a nice system that'll keep you coming back to get the gun that's just out of arm's reach. It's a shame then that this system undermines exploration. Across the map you'll find cases off the beaten path which contain special weapons, such as a grenade launcher or flamethrower. Each of these are devastating. The ammo is limited and can't be refilled, so you'll want to hold on to it for a fierce encounter. The issue is, taking this replaces your primary weapon. If you've been saving up for that top tier arse-clapping machine gun, and then swap it out for a grenade launcher, you'll have to wait till the next mission to get it back in your hands, forcing you to switch to whatever basic gun is lying around in the environment as soon as you run out of ammo, as you can't go back to previous areas to reclaim that arse-clapper 5000. Now in the early game, I wouldn't think twice swapping out my assault rifle for a grenade launcher, but towards the end, when I'd save up for my Ravager, it was a different story. The difference between a basic gun and the more expensive variants is worlds apart. It's not worth the momentary boost in firepower by taking a special gun and holding on to it. Sure, you could splurge all your ammo and go back for your gun within the same area, but then when a boss appears, you'll be kicking yourself. I honestly can't understand it. Why not give the player the ability to hold 3 weapons, a special, primary, and a secondary? This would solve the dilemma immediately and create a real urgency to thoroughly check all side doors for a possible boost. Hell, if I had my way, I'd want a weapon wheel, so I can pick up any old gun lying about and use what I wanted when the situation allowed. But I can see why this would damage teamwork. After all, having specialized roles for situations makes sense, but the special weapons eating primaries feels like an oversight that harms the experience. Now while I'm on the negatives, there's one final one I'll talk about here: the movement. Snapping to cover feels responsive and works as intended. It's extremely important when engaging with the human adversaries across the game, but why can't you vault over it? There's nothing more annoying than diving into cover, putting the hurt on an enemy, wanting to move up and having to run around the cover you're using. Now I'm not talking about 6-foot high crates, I'm talking waist height. For a bunch of highly trained Umbrella operatives, I never would have guessed 3-foot cover would be their biggest weakness. It's no wonder Umbrella is trying its hardest to keep them in the city. As stated earlier, Operation Raccoon City released in 2012, but you'd never guess it visually. This game looks rough. Environments and enemies alike look muddy. It blows my mind that this game was released in the same year as Resident Evil 6. The budget was obviously lower, but for how short the experience is, it really isn't excusable for it to look the way it does. The core cast of characters are all designed excellently to show you their traits, and they look cool enough. But outside of that, just look at this tyrant. My guy looks like he was ripped directly from the PS2. The budget woes extend to the enemy variety. I swear, a crowd of zombies is made up of 4 different models endlessly repeated, and then when they want to add a bit of spice in the mix, they chuck a Crimson Head in, which is just a red skin variant of one of those 4 types. Oh, and the enemy soldiers. Jesus, they're all just in uniform with literally no difference to them whatsoever. It just feels lazy. Now I can't even rate any performances in this game, because there really isn't any. You get faceless dialogue from an Umbrella commander giving you your next objective, while a map screen zooms into a location, and this dialogue is delivered with as much pizzazz as your wife telling you how her day went. Cutscenes are few, and when they appear in the game, they lack any impact. And it's the same for the music. The RPD theme is a nice touch, but apart from that, it's just mindless noise with little to no memorable traits. Now there is a couple of positives here, a few diamonds in all the shit. Firstly, the guns all sound impactful. No matter which tool you use for the job, they all have meat to them, and this really helps the gunplay feel engaging, even if you're hitting them with nothing more than a pea shooter. And speaking of filling zombies with loads of ammunition, they show damage. Now, of course, it's nothing insane, but blasting off zombies' arms, legs and heads is as much fun as it could possibly be, given the scraps Six Slant had to work with. I went into this full of trepidation. I knew Operation Raccoon City wasn't going to be great, but I'd psyched myself up for this to be a total trash fire. And it's not. It's genuinely fun to play, and I can see why it has a dedicated group of players that still fire it up some 10 years later. Now, will I become one of them? Hell no. I had fun for the 4 hours it took me to beat the campaign, but there's nothing here that I'll remember in another 10 years. It's an okay game, but that's it. It doesn't break new ground, it doesn't widen the lore, it doesn't even get cover-based shooting right, but it does create some dumb fun, where you and a few buddies could fire up and be done by the end of the night. Resident Evil 6 was first released in October 2012 for the Xbox 360 and PS3, before coming to Windows in March 2013. It sold exceptionally well at over 11 million units, making it the second highest seller behind Resident Evil 5. Its reception upon release was less than ideal. Critically, it was mixed, but for the fans, it was regarded as an insult. If you asked any Resident Evil fan today which entry out of the mainline games is the worst, 99 out of 100 times you'd get RE6 as your answer, without hesitation. Now my experience with this title was very different, and fortunately for you guys, I had the foresight to put it on Facebook. Flash forward 9 years and I couldn't feel more different. The further away from its launch, the more that I've soured on it. It was at the point where I was dreading getting to this, as I knew I'd have to experience it all over again. Now for the benefit of you all, I willed myself through it, and to be honest, it's been a roller coaster of opinions. Now during this review, I'm going to break down what works, what doesn't, and ultimately come to a conclusion on how I view this game. Is it really in my top 3? Is it a trash fire, or is it somewhere in between? Now if you're enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. It all helps me find a larger audience and grow the channel. But that's enough of that. As always, I'm going to split this review into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. Where do I begin with this? Well, it's probably best to explain RE6 splits its campaign into 4 separate stories that all interweave throughout. Starting in December of 2012 and spanning the next 6 months, Resident Evil 6 takes us on a globe-spanning adventure which centers around the organization Neo Umbrella and the use of the C-Virus. As the game begins, you can choose one of 3 protagonists: Leon Kennedy, Chris Redfield, or Jake Mueller. Now there's also Ada, but she was always gated behind the completion of the other 3 campaigns back on its release. And to be honest, she's the one that ties it all together, so you shouldn't ever start with her. Now I started with Leon and moved down through the others according to their placement on the character select screen, and I imagine that's how most would have experienced it. Now the actual storyline and key events here are insane. Across the game you've got the death of the US president, 2 cities being infected, 1 being nuked, an underwater lab monster which has the potential to infect the entire world, 2 new evil organizations in the family and Neo Umbrella, and a bad guy who turns into a dinosaur. It's outlandish, and normally I'd say something like, it's perfect for Resident Evil, but here, it's too much. There's so many spinning plates throughout its run, it's actually quite difficult to put it all together without sitting down and studying the character timelines. Now this is going to be a theme I explore more in the gameplay section, but to be honest, the game just goes on way too long, like 15 hours too long. And so by the time I got the full understanding of the plot, and why characters have the motivation to do what they do, I just didn't care. There are some glimmers of greatness here. Leon's campaign stands head and shoulders above the others. His plot is the most straightforward out of the lot. It's all focused on bringing Derek Simmons to justice, and it delivers this by exploring Helena's character. Helena is Leon's co-op partner throughout the story, and seeing their relationship grow, while she tries to come to terms with the guilt that she feels for the part she played in the destruction of Tall Oaks and the death of the US president, is actually great. Unfortunately, with Chris and Jake's scenarios, I got nothing good to say plot-wise. Chris and his partner, Piers, are at odds with each other for most of the runtime, due to Chris's PTSD after seeing his entire squad get wiped out, causing a seething need for revenge, and that drives a rift between the two characters. Okay, that's fair enough rationale to act the way he does, but you spend 4.5 hours with these characters hating each other, and then try to resolve it in the last 30 minutes. They don't use the time provided to show gradual changes to their relationship. Here it just swings from one extreme to the other. The ramification of this is when Piers lays down his life to save Chris. It definitely didn't work for me. Jake's campaign, Jesus Christ. The guy learns he's the son of Albert Wesker, the same Albert Wesker who tried to wipe out the world's population only a few years ago. He didn't know his dad before any of this and has zero relationship or ties to him. Hell, he even states, "I don't want to turn out like my father." So when he learns Chris killed him to save the world, what does he do? He pulls a gun out on him.
Right.
Sherry is Jake's co-op partner, and she unfortunately adds nothing to be in there. It could literally be anyone. She's purely there for a bit of fan service. My biggest issue with the plot overall is as soon as the game tries to go big with any of its themes, post-traumatic stress disorder, father-son relationships, abandonment, it fails miserably, and it's all due to it having to weave too many elements together to try and make it feel coherent. It can't spend the time to explore any of these themes to any real depth, to strike that emotional chord that it would need to resonate with us, the audience. So instead, it all just comes across as bland and frankly, uninteresting. Like the saying goes, keep it simple, stupid. After the critical and commercial success of Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 5, it's no surprise Resident Evil 6 follows in the same suit. The over-the-shoulder perspective returns, as does co-op, but its implementation and gameplay feels very different from its predecessors. Just like my experience with 5, I played 6 with my friend and fellow podcast host Spencer. If you want to hear his opinion on the game, as he experienced it for the first time, you can find a link to the podcast in the description and in the card above. Resident Evil 6 takes the action routes that were laid out with 4 and 5 and says,
And this, what's he doing? Is to go even further beyond!
The tank controls are gone. Here, you can move and shoot, making it a first for the series. Now, as I stated in my RE5 review, the tank controls were pushed to their limit the more it leaned into action, and you'd often find yourself going blow for blow with enemies when they swarmed you. Here, in 6, they laser focused it onto the action, and due to this, you get the best movement the series has to date. RE6 brings in a dodge button. By pressing L1 and X, you enter a dodge state. From here, depending on the direction you press, you'll perform different actions. Backwards, and you'll do a Max Payne style leap landing on your back. To the front, you'll do a forward roll. Left and right performs a dive in that direction. Now you'd think, okay, there's bound to be some disadvantage to doing this, right? When I land, can I not do anything? Do I need to time it so I don't get swatted lying there? Nope. Here, you hit the ground, pull the gun up, and start spraying. If an enemy somehow manages to survive this onslaught and goes for an attack, you can roll from this position to avoid hits. Capcom must have been slurping up Jet Li movies during the development of 6, and I have to say, it's excellent. The fun I had opening every door and rolling through it shouting, "Clear!" or putting down a remote bomb and jumping backwards as I detonated it. It's absolutely ridiculous. but so enjoyable. Playing RE6 is the furthest thing possible from Resident Evil. There's no item or resource management. Even though there's full co-op, there's never a need to organise items between you both. Basically 0 puzzles, no horror and no tension. It's an action game, and it knows it. It's not the half step 5 was. Here, you just strap in and enjoy the ride. Me and Spencer had such a fun experience during Leon's campaign, laughing and joking throughout it. We were on board for just how ridiculous the entire thing is.
Yeah. Hey y'all! Kill! Have you got anything left? I've only got shotgun and pistol.
Yeah, I'm using my pistol, mate.
Time to go akimbo.
Can't tell if we're hitting him.
Nah, I can't tell shit. Oh! Kill!
Now if we directly compare Resident Evil 5 to 6, there's a number of improvements here that elevate the experience with this action lens. Firstly, the UI. It isn't the prettiest thing. In fact, it's ugly as hell, but it's easy to navigate. You can select from heals on your explosives with the up and down arrows on the D-pad, and weapons with the left and right. It's super quick, and it keeps you from needing to enter the menu at all. The aim of RE6 is momentum, and everything is built around you moving from area to area as quickly as possible. And this is evident not only with the simple UI and movement options, but also with level design. Here in 6 they add in a waypoint. With the press of L2 you can see where you're supposed to go with a massive on-screen arrow. It replaces a map system typical for Resident Evil, removing any sense of planning or preparation, keeping you in the action and moving you onwards to the next explosive set piece as fast as possible. All 3 of these elements work in tandem to underpin the vision the game had. Action above all else. And I respect it. Sure, it's not what I want from the series, but they set out with this goal and at least they achieved it here, unlike Resident Evil 5, which straddled the line and ended up not performing particularly well on either the survival horror or action front. Staying on this RE5 to RE6 comparison just for the moment, RE5 committed a real sin in recycling enemies from Resident Evil 4, but here, in Resident Evil 6, the enemy design is superb. Zombies return, but they aren't really anything special, and to be honest, all the new versions are ripped straight from Left 4 Dead. It's the Javo here that really shine. Depending on where you damage them, they'll mutate into Special Infected. Shoot their arms, and a massive sickle-like appendage will burst out to smack those cheeks. Shoot the chest, and they'll gain armor all over them. It's small things like this that I really respected. In other entries, it was only the boss enemies that would ever mutate as a result of damage. But here, it can be any of the Javo, and I loved it. It made the C-Virus feel much more alive, especially when compared to the bursting parasite heads of Resident Evil 4 and 5. Now I've been nothing but positive on this section so far, but it's time to get into the issues, and they're pretty major. First, let's cover the melee attacks. With the press of R2, your character will perform context-sensitive melee attacks, just like Resident Evil 5, and this works great. However, they decided to ditch the co-op melee combo system, which was one of the highlights of its predecessor. Now, you both just flail on an enemy. It does the job, but the satisfaction of bouncing an enemy back and forth between you, ending it in a haymaker, is gone. And its removal is one decision I honestly can't understand. The skill system. By killing enemies or exploring the environment, you'll find skill points. These replace the gold and treasures that you find in Resident Evil 4 and 5. Use them to purchase skills to upgrade your character, be that increased weapons or melee damage, increasing the odds of the enemies dropping ammo or skill points. But the issue I have is you can only ever allocate 3 skills to your character, and the limited number of points that you accumulate over the course of the game make it feel pointless. I never changed skills from the moment I put my 3 in there, and even when I leveled them up, I couldn't see any difference that they made to my damage. A visual indicator to show how much of a buff you'd get would go a small way to resolving this. But as it stands, collecting the skill points isn't rewarding, fun, or involving. It's just something you do, and then you go massive stretches of time before even using them, to then not even feel the difference after they've been activated. It's such a step back from individually leveling weapons in Resident Evil 4 and 5, and feels completely unengaging. The bosses. Outside of a couple of decent encounters, like the invisible snake and the final fight with Usanak, it feels kinda lame. They work well enough, but there's nothing that really stands out. It's just pull your gun out and lay into a big enemy. That's it. There isn't any interesting mechanics or anything particularly memorable. It just does the job, and that's a real shame. Now, I mentioned across the review I had a blast with Leon's campaign, and honestly, after finishing it, I thought my mind had been changed on the game. Hell, I was thinking it was a better experience than Resident Evil 4, but that's certainly not the case. So let's explore what happened. During Leon's campaign, the variety is incredible. 1 minute, you're in an infected city, then you're in spooky catacombs fighting skeleton zombies, then you're ejecting creatures from the cargo bay,
No ticket.
and then you're stopping a jet from crashing into a city, all before you build up to the final confrontation and another citywide catastrophe. It's an amazing experience, and if the game ended there at 6 hours, I would have been happy. But it doesn't, and so you have the same level of insane over-the-top action for another 15 hours. It's too much. The length and the sheer amount of lunacy on screen make you numb to what you're actually doing, instead of thinking, Jesus Christ, this is nuts, and laughing at what you're doing. You eye roll as it just becomes normal. It doesn't help that with the plot crossing so much between the 4 stories, you end up replaying sections that you've done before, but with different characters, with nothing really changing. Sure, maybe you're providing sniper cover now rather than being on a boat, or fixing a bus rather than engaging in a fight, but you know what's going to happen. It just feels bloated, and frankly, boring. By the time Chris's campaign wrapped, I was dreading doing the others. It was a slog. Now, I'm not saying that Leon's campaign was leagues better than the others. I believe that whichever campaign you do first, you'll have the most fun with. The problem with familiarity is it breeds contempt, and that's the biggest problem with the game. No matter how varied the actual game is, when you redo the same actions 3 more times with different skins, it's mind-numbing. It also doesn't help that any section not involving running or shooting is horrendously bad. The controls for driving or shooting from one of these encounters are actually insulting. I wouldn't be surprised if this was actually a punishment they'd use in some Vietnamese POW camp. Hell, they'd have me talking in a heartbeat. It's like as if someone coded this in an hour and thought, it's good enough. And just look at that UI. Is that a fucking JPEG of a Jeep?
Do it! Do it! Come on! Kill me! I'm here!
And that's my issue with the gameplay. You get 1/4 of the way through the entire game, and instead of feeling like, I can't wait to dive back in, it's showing you everything it's got, so the other 3/4 just feel pointless, and ultimately degrade the overall experience, turning a fun action game into a mind-numbing slog, where I couldn't wait to get it over with. Resident Evil 6 is a game that feels like it's directed by equal parts Michael Bay and Zack Snyder. The amount of over-the-top explosions and frequent slow motion convey that Hollywood blockbuster feeling the game is going for, and to be honest, it's the funniest experience I've had in a long time. The reason for this is how straight-faced it's all portrayed. Now, I've already explained how this feeling doesn't last, but for that first campaign, I was so on board for this tone. I was laughing hysterically throughout the scenes of absolute carnage that were on screen. Now, the performances that complement all this action are top-notch. I don't have a single bad thing to say about any of the cast. There isn't a bad egg, like there is with most games in the series. Everyone does their job brilliantly, and it's no wonder. Looking at the cast, it's chocked full of the usual names that we'd expect to see leading games in modern times, from Troy Baker right through to Laura Bailey. The level of graphical quality that accompany these voices is also superb. All the cutscenes are directed to amplify the action, and they are all a joy to watch. For the first time anyway. Now when it comes to gameplay, the variety of locations you visit is admirable. Every area feels unique, and is visually striking from the others. The character models all look fantastic, especially Deborah. The level of production that went into this entry is simply astonishing. Over 600 employees worked on this game, and in the graphics department, it's really evident how much money was spent on this title. The game looks better than most games on the PS3, and today, it still holds up exceptionally well. Now let's talk about the QTEs. I love them. That's right, you heard. The way they're implemented this time works really well. They stay away from cutscenes, for the most part. Instead, here they're used as a way to avoid damage from an enemy grab, or to extend a melee attack. A button prompt appears and you have to time the press inside the specified area displayed. It's actually really satisfying, and it's leagues ahead of Resident Evil 4 and 5's inclusion. Now let's end here with the music. What music? Seriously, there are some decent tracks like the main menu music and the end of chapter themes, but that's about it. Listening back to the OST, there's actually some brilliant music here, but during gameplay, none of it stood out, and to me, that's the benchmark. At the start of this review, I showed a graph visualizing my opinion on the game over time. Well, here's now. If the game had been 15 hours shorter, this review would be a different beast. But it's not. For as fun as the gameplay is, 20 hours is far too long to do the same things over and over again, especially when you do them from a slightly different perspective. Combine this with the uninteresting and unnecessary skill system, vehicle sections which feel like a personal attack, and a plot which overall fails to captivate me, and you create an experience that I never want to return to. Ever. I couldn't wait for it to end, and I've not felt like that once in any of the previous titles I've covered. Now that may sound harsh, but it's how I truly feel. My channel has mainly been an excuse for me to tick off games from the backlog that I've never got round to, and it's gradually morphed into reviewing all the Resident Evil games that I failed to check out when they were first released. Following in the footsteps of Code Veronica, Resident Evil 0 and Revelations 1, Revelations 2 is the final Resident Evil game that I've never played before. Now if you're anticipating some nuanced critique from somebody that's played the game hundreds of times before, you're in the wrong place. Still here? Well, this review I'll be aiming to inform you on my experience playing it for the first time, my thoughts and opinions as a veteran of the series, how it compares to its predecessor, and ultimately, if it holds up in 2021. And let's dive in. Resident Evil Revelations 2 was first released in February of 2015 by developer Capcom, and is the first and only time that Resi took an episodic release. Now if you cast your mind back to this time frame, episodic games were all the rage, with Telltale ruling the roost with The Walking Dead, and developers like Dontnod making a name for themselves with the newly released Life is Strange. The benefit to an episodic game's release is twofold. First, it gives the dev team opportunity to tweak and improve gameplay dependent on player feedback across the game's release schedule. And probably the most important of the two, it gives the game more time in the spotlight, with each episode gaining a new round in the media, with reviews and previews gaining coverage to boost sales. The downside to this method is you need each individual section to pop with the audience to avoid people dropping off, and this is especially true for the opening segment. It also doesn't help that most players prefer being able to consume the game at their own pace, and not have this dictated to them with a release schedule. So bearing this in mind, did the game gain any advantage releasing in this way? The short answer is no. Now I was really surprised in researching this that Revelations 2 released each chapter weekly, meaning they can't possibly change anything meaningful to the game if players raise concerns. And more than anything, this was just a marketing tactic, as the whole game was obviously finished and then cut up to try and stay in the public consciousness, which, in looking at its total sales figures of 2.6 million, didn't really pay off. I mean, Operation Raccoon City sold more. Now I'm lucky in that coming to this as a complete project years after its launch meant I could lose myself in the game and not have to worry about waiting week to week to get the next slice. I can imagine that being insanely annoying contemporary to its release. Well, getting the history out of the way, let's get into the plot. And don't worry, I'll ensure to not ruin the game for anyone. Revelations 2 kicks off in the scariest setting possible, the office party. Now fortunately, it's early in the night, and so Big Boss Dave hasn't got trashed, offered you cocaine in the toilet, and started leching on all the interns. Instead, we find Claire Redfield and newbie Moira Burton caught in the middle of a terrorist attack, getting kidnapped and taken to a remote island where they'll be experimented on. Sounds like they got off lightly. What follows is different from your typical Resident Evil story. The game is split into two separate stories, which you switch between one act at a time. And the good thing is, they really complement each other throughout, adding intrigue which never really fades from the start to credits. Claire and Moira wake up to find themselves trapped on an island filled with crazy inhabitants, strange bracelets on their arms, and I'm sure a "not this shit again" flashback for Claire, who always seems to find herself stuck on islands which have gone to hell. The bracelets track their vitals and put them in direct connection to the nefarious Overseer, a character whose plan slowly unfolds throughout the course of the game and has real ties to the wider lore, which I really appreciated. Claire and Moira persevere through increasingly bleak situations in an attempt to escape the island and ultimately take down the Overseer once and for all. For the other half of the story, set some 6 months later, you join as fan favourite Big Bad Barry Burton, the proof that even gingers can be cool. He's joined by a little girl, Natalia, who has somehow managed to survive the horrors on the island for all this time, and agrees to join Barry on his quest to find Moira, his daughter. There's all the usual things you'd expect in a Resident Evil story. Corporations that get top talent from across the globe to create a revolutionary bioweapon, and then use those staff as experiments to test the virus. Now, I'm not in charge of a massive organisation with near limitless resources, but it's probably not a good idea to kill all your staff. Sure, you save on wages and holiday pay, but destroying your entire production line sure is going to make manufacturing slow. And without R&D, how are you going to release the diet version in a few months before then coming back with Classic and making a killing? But hey, who am I to judge how they run their business? But in all seriousness, even with the tropes the series has, it does manage to weave a personal story with Moira and Barry, which I thought worked brilliantly. The way the two stories intersect across its locations is always fun and interesting. Seeing the unintentional barriers Claire and Moira put in Barry's way really flesh the stages out, expanding the scope, and I feel this retroactively improves the game as you play, adding a depth which otherwise would be lost. Overall, the plot worked really well for me. It has a lot of what you expect, but telling the story in this fractured way elevated the experience and really made it stand out from a lot of its bigger, numbered titles. Revelations 2 is like Capcom somehow travelled forward in time, found my Revelations 1 review, and then went back and made the second entry. Everything I complained about in its predecessor has been improved and alleviated here. The weapon mod system is back, but this time it strikes that balance of improving the experience by giving a reward to thorough exploration, but not turning your guns into death machines. It gives you small improvements which are noticeable, but never go too far. I suppose you could make the argument it makes itself more additive than essential, but if that's the trade-off, I'll take that in a heartbeat. Exploration has also been greatly improved. The scanner from Revelations 1 has been completely axed, and I couldn't be more thankful for this design decision. In Revelations 2, exploration is linked to character swapping. Now let's get into this. At all times, you're playing as two characters, which you can swap between with the press of triangle. They went back to a similar system as Resi Zero, but instead put the characters into categories, combat and support. Your combat characters are Claire and Barry, They hold all your guns, grenades, and are used to deal with the enemies you encounter from the start to the end. Moira and Natalia are there for support. I use them to hold all my crafting materials, weapon mods, heals, etc. However, they do serve their own purposes. Using these characters for exploration means they can identify hidden items in the environment, usually crafting materials or ammo. The exploration with these characters doesn't feel as forced as the scanner did in the original, and for me, it meant I played 90% of the game with the support characters before changing back to Claire and Barry to deal with whatever enemies I'd encountered. Now that's not to say that the support characters are useless in combat. Moira has a flashlight she can stun enemies with, for Claire to run in with a devastating melee attack, whereas Natalia is able to sense the enemies in the environment, which opens up stealth takedowns for Barry, as well as enabling you to slip right past enemies to preserve precious ammo. Did I just say stealth takedowns in Resident Evil? Yes. Yes, I did. It's really strange to have this mechanic in a Resident Evil game, but I really enjoyed the act of sneaking around the environment and taking out enemies without having to use any ammo. Having this inclusion to sense enemies and get the drop on them in Barry's half of the game gave it a completely different feel to Claire's. It dialed down the terror and gave you a sense of control. If this was present throughout the entire game and impacted on Claire's half, I'd say that this is a failure. But having this only be for Barry gave the impression that he's a prepared veteran. The enemies never felt too much for him. Now this is further evidenced by his starting arsenal of a magnum, pistol and assault rifle, compared to Claire's pistol-only start. This difference with the support characters fundamentally changes how the game is approached, and for me, having this clear distinction enabled the devs to have fun with enemy numbers and environment design, to be able to have the horror and moment-to-moment tension with Claire, and then still have a more modern action style with Barry, and this really worked for me. Now to further deepen the systems at play here, we also have a point system, which you accumulate for completing specific in-game challenges, or completing a stage with an S rank, which you get for limited deaths and a quick completion time. They unlock character skills, like having Moira's flashlight stun enemies quicker, or giving Claire a follow-up attack which enables you to chain both characters' melees together, to take enemies down quick, without the need to use ammunition. To me, this simply encourages replayability, and doesn't hurt the base experience. Now you don't know what the challenges across a given level are until you've completed it, so it doesn't interrupt your initial playthrough, and the skills that you do unlock are useful but not game breaking, stopping you from cheesing through the game. Apart from encouraging replays of the game, the skills open up strategies for different enemy types. In terms of combat, gunplay is the same as Revelations 1, feeling great and impactful. The dodge command is back, however I didn't feel it as effective or as satisfying as its predecessor. You don't have to time a dodge as perfectly as you did in number 1, and therefore the act of pulling off a successful evade is nowhere near as satisfying. It also feels like enemies weren't designed to really push this technique to the forefront, like they were in number 1, and this for me is a missed opportunity. It's serviceable, but not standout. The only major gripe for the entire game for me is the lack of puzzles. Resident Evil 0 made excellent use of its dual character setup by working them deep into the numerous puzzles found across the game. They all worked brilliantly and created an extra layer of depth. Now in Revelations 2, it's like they forgot about puzzle inclusion entirely, only really including it in Chapter 3. Now when they did remember in this chapter, it's good, but nowhere near the heights of 0, lacking the complexity and nuance that makes you stare blankly before that lightbulb moment that 0 really nailed. I think it's quite telling on their impact. There's 4 chapters for the game, and Act 3 is easily the high point, as it feels like a full experience. Overall, for me, the improvements they've made by straddling this strange line, fusing Resident Evil 0, 6 and Revelations together to create this unique feeling experience, is a success, even if I wish it did have more of the series' puzzle solving roots present. Revelations 2 follows the same format of its predecessor, with title screens at the start and end of all its chapters. With the context this was released in parts over a 4-week period, it does make sense why they'd include it. I don't think they really add any value to the game itself, but but it is an interesting way to keep a shared identity across the Revelations series. For me, playing this as a complete package, their inclusion is pointless, but at the same time I could see this being an easy way to fuel potential content for gaming websites and YouTube, to keep the hype flowing week to week. And at least it makes sense bearing in mind the release schedule compared to Revelations 1, which included these same title screens, but releases a full game back on the 3DS. The enemy design is decent. I wouldn't say any of the creatures you encounter are particularly memorable, and there is a lack of variety throughout the game. All told, there's 12 different enemies excluding bosses, but they all seem to blend together. Only one seems to really have their own identity, which is the Glasps, invisible enemies you mostly encounter in Barry's campaign. They are creepy to begin with, having to frantically change between Natalia's viewpoint to pinpoint their location, and then switch to Barry to try and fight them. But by the time you've encountered your 5th one, the charm fades, and they become more annoying than anything else. The remainder of enemies lack a distinctive moveset or appearance to really make them stand out. Now, it's an improvement over Revelations 1, which literally didn't make any effort with its designs at all, but it's certainly not on the level of its numbered entries. Character is where this game stands out compared to Revelations 1. Claire, Moira, Barry and Natalia are all voiced brilliantly. I enjoyed experiencing the game with these characters, and each of their personalities are complemented by their partner. Barry leans hard into the father role, with Natalia really bringing out his caring character trait, while Claire shows a more mature, composed persona, in contrast to Moira's rough round the edges, newbie traits. Revelations 1 featured characters like Parker, Raymond, and Jessica, which ultimately, in looking back on the game, aren't really very memorable, and didn't add any opportunity for character growth compared to Revelations 2, with Moira in particular going through a nice arc by the time the credits rolled. The Overseer has that classic Resident Evil bad guy performance of over-the-top monologues that you should expect from the series, and it works well enough to carry the plot and pose as an intriguing villain. I really can't fault any of it. Graphically, Revelations 2 doesn't stand out. Everything looks flat, especially when you compare it to Resident Evil 6, which released 3 years prior. And at parts, including some of the character models, Revelations 1 looks the superior game. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that this game released at a budget price of $25, but it's still a shame that the graphics are such a step back. It does look like a PS3 game, and not a great one. It's evident the limited budget the devs had to work with is the sole culprit for the lack of enemy diversity and overall lackluster graphics found across the entire game. Music-wise, Revelations 2 features tons of music throughout the course of the game, and each track is effective in ratcheting up the atmosphere, making each location feel unique. There's nothing overly memorable here, but it does its intended job. Revelations 2 really surprised me. I expected to be in for a similar experience as its predecessor, but what I got was a game which exceeds it in almost every way. The character dynamics are excellent, with each team having their own unique feel. The gameplay styles which naturally develop over the course of the game are all enjoyable, from stealth takedowns to over-the-top action, all the while reinforcing the limited ammo and horror roots the series forgot after Resident Evil 4. It feels like a true return to the series, and for me, achieves the goal Revelations 1 set out to do, to bring old and modern style Resident Evil fans on a trip, where each camp will get the experience they want from Resident Evil. The game is far from perfect, lacking the puzzles so integral to a Resident Evil game, and a presentation which is decent, but certainly not up to the series standard. But even with these critiques, the game exceeds its budget moniker and crafts an experience unique to itself that puts it up there with some of my favourites in the series. Umbrella Corps was developed by Capcom, releasing onto Steam and PS4 on the 21st of June 2016 to coincide with the franchise's 20th anniversary. What was supposed to be a celebration for the fans came off as a punch right to the dick. The game currently sits at a Metacritic of 38 and a user score of 2.4, and I can see why. 20 years worth of history with the franchise, and you'd expect them to bring back the classic games onto modern consoles, or announce a remake to rival RE1. But no, they decided to give us a tactical shooter. Just think on that for a second. The game series that historically began as survival horror, with its limited ammunition, a sense of dread and foreboding, and you celebrate that with a third-person shooter game? It'd be like celebrating your 20th wedding anniversary, but instead of a party surrounded by family and friends, you take your wife to a gangbang. It just shouldn't happen. Now, my experience with this game is non-existent. Following Operation Raccoon City and Resident Evil 6, I had left Resident Evil behind. This series had moved in directions that just wasn't for me, and I sure as hell wasn't going to waste my money on a game that looked like everything I hated about modern Resident Evil. Flash forward to now, and I've been on a journey through every Resident Evil game in the mainline and spin-off series. I've had games which I thought I'd hate turn out to be really enjoyable. I've had games at one time that I thought were fantastic turn out to be middling. So this review, I sat down to experience Umbrella Corps and give you my honest opinion on how the game fares 6 years later. As usual, I'll split this review into plot, gameplay and presentation. Now let's dive in. To make this abundantly clear from the outset, Umbrella Corps is meant to be a multiplayer experience first and foremost, where you and two teammates engage in 3v3 combat against a rival team. The backdrop to these battles are set after Resident Evil 6 and the downfall of Neo Umbrella. The idea being that rival companies are fighting between themselves to steal any and all tech from the fallen Umbrella Corporation in an attempt to secure themselves as a leading bioweapons manufacturer, and they do this by securing research, virus samples or vaccines. Now, as they don't want to get their hands dirty, these companies hire mercs to do the dirty work for them, and that's where we, the player, come in. It is a thin backdrop, but don't worry, the game expands on this with the single player mode called the Experiment. This mode puts the game offline and gives the player 24 stages to clear, and really, this is only there as a way to experience the different online game modes but in a single player setting. Most of them are just go here and hold a location, or go around the map collecting multiple samples. They're all just takes on classic game modes we've seen hundreds of times before. Each stage begins with a tiny bit of text from the commander asking you to test certain equipment or recover samples from different sites, and upon completing a test, you're then given a bit more text to read. It's fucking lame. The overarching plot, if you can call it that, is a merc testing gear. His commanders do the typical Resident Evil bad guy thing of trying to kill their staff. The merc overcomes these odds, and the commanders get scared of him. And then it ends.
You serious?
There's no cutscenes, no cameos to other characters other than hinting that Wesker is alive. There's no tie-ins to a wider story. It's completely faceless, devoid of any performance, care, or character. Text documents in Resident Evil are part and parcel of the series. You can count on them to expand the lore or give key characters background to be able to experience events that shaped the character or the environment without you seeing it with your own eyes. But here, the text just exists. It doesn't drive anything onwards. It doesn't create any stakes. It's just there. It feels completely half-arsed. What makes it worse is this game is classed as canon.
What?
Now, how can you be classed as canon when you've got nothing to say? It'd be like getting Village DLC, but it's just Chris taking a dump before the mission starts. It's a textbook example of a company stating something to try and legitimize its product, to hopefully increase sales, when really, it has nothing to that established lore. Umbrella Corps is predominantly a 3v3 third-person tactical shooter. Think of it as a spiritual successor to Operation Raccoon City, except without the plot or character. What it lacks in these disciplines, it makes up for in movement and options. I complained in my Operation Raccoon City review at how rigid the cover system was. While here, you can leap over cover, you can run up walls, you can lift barricades, you can even charge a flaming hammer and bash a zombie into the next dimension. The game gives you tons of options to do what you want to do in its environments, and they are all communicated to us, the player, with a really nice UI. It didn't take more than the tutorial level to feel like I'd mastered all the tools at my disposal, and that's a testament to how well these features are communicated to us, the player. Now when you feel ready to take on the battle-hardened vets of Umbrella Corps, there's 3 different modes you can experience. One life mode is as it states. You got 1 life per round to wipe out the enemy team or accomplish objectives to win, setting up for some tense moment-to-moment gameplay as you seek to complete your tasks, while your down teammates spur you on from a top-down perspective, giving you a tactical advantage. Multi-mission puts you in multiple modes in one lobby, with respawns on. The modes in question are Target Hunter, Domination, DNA Hunter, SP DNA Hunter, Protector, Collector, and Collar War. Now I'd love to tell you what any of these modes are like, but this was my experience playing in 2022.
This all day.
After what seemed like an eternity, I had 1 game of 1 life mode, and this turned out to be a goddamn boost in lobby, so the teammates didn't actually want to play. I then rejoined the queue, and after multiple 30-minute waits, I found 1 other player. Just 1. At this point, I started doing some digging, and it turns out a month after release, Umbrella Corps was down to around 100 concurrent players on Steam. Now these days, it averages 2. 2 players per month. Now I've played it via the PS4 version, and it's a similar story. So how is it that Operation Raccoon City, which is 10 years old and on older hardware, is still so active, while Umbrella Corps is a total ghost town?
You're standing there, you're screwing me, and you're fucking useless.
So to try and salvage something for this review, I reached out to my fellow podcast host Spencer and got him to download the game. At least we could then try out the 4 Survivors mode. 4 Survivors is a 4-way survival game. Each second that passes, you earn points. You gain extra points for killing other players, and when you die, your accumulated points can be picked up to add to another player's stash. The person with the most points at the end of the timer wins. Easy enough to understand, right? What makes this mode interesting is you can bank the points you've currently got saved up. To do this, you need to find an ink ribbon around the environment and then visit a typewriter to deposit them. This takes time to do, leaving you vulnerable. Your rival players are informed whenever someone picks up an ink ribbon, signaling them to stand guard near a typewriter. Now unlike other modes, here the BOWs are aggroed, so it's not just the other players you need to worry about. And to further complicate matters, you have limited ammunition. It makes each encounter a tactical one. If I shoot, I'll give away my position, but if I don't, I have nowhere to run to if a firefight goes wrong, as a horde of zombies are on my arse. And to my surprise, it's actually really fun. The tactics we built up playing this in a 1v1 setting were constantly evolving. The feeling of running for your life to try and hide while the clock ticks down for the final 30 seconds, and then getting all your points stolen by the other player right on the last moment, is tension incarnate. We were both shocked at just how good this mode is. We did eventually find 1 other player and did a 3-way match, and this changed the tactics you needed to utilize. I wish I had the chance to play this with 4 players, as I imagine it would become even more chaotic. And I suppose that same thought sums up playing Umbrella Corps in 2022. It's a dead game. There's literally no one here. And for as fun as 4 Survivors is, the game can't hang on that when there's essentially no single player or PvE content to supplement the experience. I can't write about something that I literally can't experience. And unfortunately, Umbrella Corps didn't do anything new to stand itself out from the competition around its launch, and doesn't give enough back to the RE community to consider itself as a celebration of what came before, and as such, it failed to foster a long-term player base. Umbrella Corps launched in 2016. For the time, it looks passable. when you compare it to its peers that came out at this time, it's very unappealing. The cramped locations and average map design do little to set this game apart from similar games we had a generation earlier. The only saving grace here is the use of classic locations. The maps for the various modes are callbacks to older games in the series, and I have to admit, I was impressed to see locations from Resident Evil 1 right through to RE6 being represented here. Umbrella Corps wisely pushes on the nostalgia button to put familiar enemies in their correct locations, and this is the one area of the game that actually makes it feel like it belongs in the series. But outside of seeing these environments in newer graphics, there isn't anything particularly special about them. They serve their purpose, but there isn't any gameplay functionality to bring these maps to life outside of hiding under the dining table in the Spencer mansion.
Gee, what the fuck? Little bitch, bro.
The locations are a great callback, and I do appreciate seeing them here, but when the entire package is so devoid of character, the maps can't bring it back from feeling uninspired. Now, I'd normally discuss performances, cutscenes and bosses in this section, but they aren't here. The only lines of dialogue are from Wesker when you begin a match, and after 3 games, you've heard all he has to say. Umbrella Corps feels like a game which has been made without any real passion or creative flair. It's a game which does what it sets out to do well enough. The shooting is fun, the movement is fast and fluid, with tons of ways to move around the environment. However, the map design is poor, the game modes are limited, and it lacks any meaningful single player or PvE content. And as such, there is no reason for anybody to buy this game on its release, and especially now. It's a product which is using its Resident Evil background as a namesake, riding off previous success to try and sell a game which no one wanted and no one hung about for. It's not a terrible game, but it's certainly half-baked. It doesn't offer enough for the competitive gamer, and it doesn't give enough back to the RE community to garner goodwill. It's a game that should not be on sale. Anyone that buys this game is doomed to sit in empty lobbies in perpetuity, and all you'll be thinking about is all the other games that you could be spending your time on. Developed by Capcom, Resident Evil 7 released on the 24th of January 2017 on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One and PC. It went on to sell 8.5 million units, not reaching the heights of Resident Evil 5 or 6, but to many fans, it was a return to form for the series. Now, to give a bit of background going into this, Resident Evil 7 was first shown at E3 2016. My excitement for Resident Evil was at an all-time low. I had soured on Resident Evil 6 by this point, and choosing not to experience Revelations or Revelations 2, my last experience of the franchise was Operation Raccoon City.
Poor bastard.
That all changed with E3 2016. The initial trailer stoked a flame which I thought had long extinguished, and it was then set ablaze with the beginning hour demo, which launched the same date. I was scared shitless. Capcom assured the fans it was a return to roots for the franchise, and I was sold. I played this game to death upon release, achieving the Platinum Trophy, which is something I've only done with a couple of Resident Evil titles, and it comfortably slipped into one of my favourite entries in the series. It's been 4 years since I last experienced the game, and after playing all these entries back to back, does it still have the same shine that it used to? During the course of this review, I'll explain what I loved, what I hated, and ultimately, if it holds up. Now, if you're enjoying my content, then put a like on the video and subscribe. It all helps me find a larger audience and grow the channel. But that's enough of that. As always, I'm going to split this review into plot, gameplay, and presentation. And I will warn you, there will be spoilers. So if you haven't experienced the game before, go and play it. Or not. That's up to you. Now let's dive in. Resident Evil 7 finds us in control of Ethan Winters, a new protagonist for the series. His wife, Mia, went missing 3 years ago, and out of nowhere she reaches out to share her location, asking Ethan to collect her. Arriving at the Dulvey estate in Louisiana, Ethan enters the house and learns Mia isn't exactly the same as she was before. Now I will say, Ethan is a much better man than me. If my wife threw me through a wall, came at me with an axe, and then chopped my hand off with a chainsaw, you best believe my reaction would be,
consider that a divorce.
Instead, Ethan sticks to his marriage vows, spends the entire game trying to find Mia and escape this hellhole of an estate. In the way of this goal is the Baker family, Jack, Marguerite, and Lucas, and a little girl that's at the center of all of it. The game's plot is straightforward, and weirdly for the series, not as verbose as previous titles. It's scaled back and simple. There's no insane monologues of world domination. It's a family story. On one side, you have Ethan trying to save his family, and on the other, Evelyn, a bioweapon searching to belong in a family unit. Now, unlike other entries, there isn't multiple campaigns. Here, it's a linear story, with one key choice which determines the ending that you receive. And it's a tough choice. Do you save your psycho wife who's tried to kill you multiple times in one day? Or Zoe, your one and only assistant throughout the journey? I mean, come on, did anyone ever pick Zoe? I'm sure it was designed to be a hard choice, but in reality...
Both of you just go!
Bye!
I think with actual screen time she may have left a lasting impression, but with only seeing her for one moment just before having the choice to save her, you just don't care about her. Now throughout the game, and just like other entries in the series, you'll find files which seek to expand on the backstory for the events that unfold during the course of the game. They work exceptionally well to flesh out the Bakers and the events which caused this catastrophe, but you're left wondering if or how this all links to other titles. Until the very end. When he said his name was Redfield, I actually didn't believe it was Chris. They turned our favourite meathead into a soy boy. Seriously, who signed off on this? He looks like that one uncle that you just don't want to leave your kids with. Like someone just hit default on the character creator menu and thought, it'll do. Seriously though, we learn that yes, 7 does take place in the same universe as the rest of the series, but it doesn't explicitly explain how it links together. The ending of the game raises so many questions. What's Blue Umbrella? Who is the organisation behind Evelyn? Where are the BSAA? And how did Ethan reattach his hand and legs with just a dousing of first aid? I guess we'll never know. But going back to the plot itself, I believe its simplicity is a real asset. It gives you time to focus on what matters to our protagonist, and to learn that the real victims here are the Bakers themselves. It really worked for me. I was on board throughout and felt a real sadness for Jack. And the twist, my god, that got me on my first playthrough. Seeing the photo of E001 and putting it all together was something I'll never forget. I was blown away. I just wish I could experience that realization again. RE7 seek to bring the franchise back to its survival horror roots, and in my mind, they overwhelmingly achieve this. How? Well, for starters, let's take a look at what I'd class as the core design elements to a survival horror-based Resident Evil. Limited resources, item management, exploration, and choice. Now, if you've seen my previous reviews, you'd know that Resident Evil 1 Remake is my favourite entry in the franchise. The reason for that is the mixture of these disparate elements is distilled to their purest form, with each one complementing the other to create a sense of apprehension as you close the map screen and exit the save room. RE7 is no different. The item box and limited inventory return. Having not been present since Code Veronica, their inclusion is so welcome. Couple this with the save room theme, and it creates a sense of safety. You can plan your next move, study the map, identify what you may need to take with you, and what can be left behind, and then venture out into the unknown. Combined with this, of course, is limited resources, forcing you to explore to try and gain any advantage you can, be that ammunition, coins which allow for upgrades, or to solve the puzzles which lead to a bigger arsenal. It's a brilliant gameplay loop, which has been used to great success from 1 all the way through to Code Veronica. RE7 expands on this exploration further by integrating a crafting menu into the action. Crafting has been present in Resident Evil all the way back with Resident Evil 3. It's taken many forms across the series, but here, its inclusion is realised brilliantly. Across the environment you'll find herbs, gunpowder and supplements, all of which can be combined with chem fluid to create whatever you need in a given situation. Gunpowder creates pistol rounds, herbs create first aid kits, and supplements create psychostimulants, which make uncovering items in the environment much easier to find. There are more varieties than just these, but you get my point. Chem fluid is the most important resource in the game, as it gives you the choice to craft what you desperately need. Now, the only downside I have with this system is the separating agent. The purpose of it is to break down an item and separate it into its base parts. So, for example, you have pistol ammo, which you don't need right now. You can combine that with the separating agent to regain the chem fluid, and then use it to create a first aid kit. You could argue that it's just giving more choice to the player on how they use their resources in a given situation, but my stance is the separating agent means your choices don't have the same weight. You don't have to worry about deciding on which you may need down the line, as you have the ability to reverse course and adapt as your situation changes. Now, the separating agent does come with a price. Using it will only give you back the chem fluid, so you lose the other key component in whatever you break down, but finding these base resources isn't really the issue. They're abundant throughout the game, and so the cost doesn't feel detrimental in any way. Choice is fantastic, but locking down those choices so they have real impact is what makes choice effective. Without that, the system can feel hollow. Now let's talk about the obvious change to the Resident Evil franchise. RE7 is in first person. I've seen over the years fans come down on two sides with this. They either love it or they hate it. For me, I fall into the former. Resident Evil 7 being first person makes you feel part of the action. You feel the horror. Ethan sinks to the background and you project yourself onto that character. It makes the whole experience feel visceral and much more grotesque than any other entry in the series. Exploring environments and having a limited field of view, coupled with narrow corridors and small rooms filled with set dressing, create a real sense of claustrophobia. Combine this with how the game controls, with your slow movement speed, aim which is never pinpoint accurate, and enemies which close distance impressively fast, and you've got yourself a winning formula. Now don't be fooled, even though the game is first person, it's anything but an FPS. Sticking to combat for the moment, Resident Evil 7 adds in a blocking mechanic, and it's essential. Enemies close distance impressively fast, and due to Ethan's speed being closer to a saunter than a full-on run, you will be going blow for blow with the molded. With a press of L1, Ethan raises his hands in self-defense. You still take the hit, but depending on timing, you can reduce damage considerably. When you get this down, you can basically shrug off attacks, giving yourself a window to retaliate. Now, I'm a sucker for a dodge system in Resident Evil, as it helps you to take ownership for when you take damage. You aren't without options in a tough spot. You can push back and survive, if you're good enough. Now, this is especially true for Resident Evil 7, as space control isn't always possible, so you will be getting hit, but at least you can limit how bad that hit is. Classic Resident Evil always included menus which pause the action, giving you time to reload weapons from the menu or heal in peace. As the games moved into action, Resident Evil 5 and 6 moved away from this, putting the menus in real time, and the purpose of this, for 5 especially, was to make you feel unsafe no matter where you are.
Right.
Now in RE7, they decide to keep this, and it's the first time that its inclusion actually does make you feel as intended. Outside of a save room, you ideally don't want to spend much time in the menus. Sure, if you're confident you've killed everything, then by all means, go in, check the map, organise your items, but as soon as you have an enemy in the area, checking it may end up causing your death. and it's when you need to go into the menu to craft some ammo or a heal in a bad situation that this all comes to life. The tension when you know there's an enemy closing space and you have to make a decision quickly before it catches up to you is superb. Now, it's not something you encounter too often, which helps alleviate any frustration that could arise from this, but that's what makes the moment stand out. It's panic-inducing, and you never quite get used to it. Let's close this section out with puzzles. Resident Evil 7 fortunately moves back to actually including them, which is a welcome change. Following Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6, RE7's use of them throughout the game is excellent. They aren't particularly difficult, mostly centering on moving an object from one location to another, or reading the file in the room and figuring out the solution immediately. But that all changes with Lucas's section of the game. The birthday puzzle is everything and more I could have asked for. I remember being stumped there for quite some time before I put it all together, and I felt like a god for completing it, and is easily one of the best puzzles I've completed in the entire series. Now, could I have done with more puzzles? Yeah, especially ones which leave you scratching your head, but I realise I'm probably in the minority here, and at this point, after playing the previous 3 games, I'm just happy they're back in a major way, even if it is just for a short section of the game. RE7 is the first title to be developed on the new RE engine, which replaced the empty framework of previous titles. It's absolutely stunning. Even 4 years later, the game looks incredible. Character models and environments pop, especially when combined with the lighting, which can turn the most mundane of environments into a living nightmare. It's truly a marvel to behold. Now, fortunately, it's not just the looks department that this game stands out. The sound design here is stellar. The game utilizes silence and ambient noise to add a sense of unease throughout. Exploring an environment, even when you know it's safe, causes doubt. And that leads to paranoia. And when the music ramps,
oh shit! Oh, Jesus!
The inverse is also true. When you reach a save room, hearing the welcoming yet haunting track is immediate relief. It captures the same feelings I have across the original trilogy and Code Veronica. You don't want to leave this bubble of safety, but you have to. It's exceptional. I think it's time we move into enemy and boss design. This is a tale of 2 parts. Boss-wise, Jack's first 2 fights are great, incorporating set-piece action with interesting gameplay, and Marguerite is, for my money, the best boss in the entire series, bar none. Her fight in the greenhouse is absolutely terrifying. Now, for starters, I hate bugs. Like, legit hate them. If I could Thanos snap them out of existence, I wouldn't think twice. So seeing an elderly woman with a bug's nest down there?
Oh my god!
Add on to this, she skulks off to sneak attack you with nothing but audio cues to go off, leaving you to stew in your own shit-stained undies as you white-knuckle the controller. Now, if terror takes years off your life, then I'm looking down the barrel. Now, I remember running the game through on Madhouse and getting to this section of the game. I was standing at the door to the greenhouse, just psyching myself up to go in and take her on. It's one of those memories from a game that just stays with you. And that's when you know it's made a lasting impact. Now, unfortunately, this isn't consistent for the remainder of the game. Jack's final form and the Evelyn boss battle are bad. They do the job, but they don't add any spectacle, don't elicit any fear or tension, and honestly, I could do without them. This same analog applies to the enemies. The molded. They are an obstruction in your path, and serve their purpose well enough, but where's the variety? You got your normal ones, them ones with a mangled sword arm, liquor rip-offs which go down with no real effort, and then fat ones. They are a challenge, but they aren't interesting. And that's the issue. With the imagination that's put into every facet of the game, they stand out so much as the one blight to the overall presentation. Resident Evil 7's goal was to return the series to its horror roots. Using inspiration from Hollywood horrors, from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre right through to Saw, and combining this with staples of the early series and a new perspective, they certainly delivered. I adore this game, and it sits up there with the best in the series. Sure, it doesn't have the best enemies, and half of the bosses are underwhelming, but in terms of a narrative and gameplay experience, it exceeded my wildest hopes for the series, and restored Resident Evil as my favourite series across all of gaming. Playing it through again was an absolute joy, and I look forward to revisiting it in the years to come. So here we are, Resident Evil 2. Now when it came time for me to decide which version I was going to review, the PS1 original or the remake, it was a hard choice. If you ask the fanbase which Resident Evil is their favourite, it's going to split into 3 camps. Resident Evil 4, RE1 Remake, or Resident Evil 2. Now there's only one correct answer here.
Bullshit!
The truth of the matter is simply Resident Evil 2 Remake is the new canon for the story, so it felt right to include it in this series of reviews on the run-up to RE Village. Eventually, I'll come back and revisit the original, but we have a long road ahead, and not much time, so for now, it'll have to wait. Now as usual with my reviews, I'm going to split this up into plot, gameplay and presentation, but first, before we do that, let's go through some history. Resident Evil 2 originally released on the PS1 back in 1998 to critical and commercial success. Critics praised the steps forward from the original outing, and it quickly became the default favourite for millions of Resident Evil fans to this day. Following the release of Resident Evil Remake in 2002, fans craved for Capcom to take a similar approach with Resident Evil 2, but we heard nothing for 13 long years. Then, in 2015, our prayers were answered with the greatest t-shirt of all time. We do it. The fandom broke into equal parts apprehension and excitement, wondering how far off the original vision the game would be. Would it lean into the action-heavy entries that had defined modern Resident Evil, or would it somehow do the impossible and exceed our expectations? At E3 2018, we had our answer. The game looked sensational. I still remember my nuclear level pop-off watching it for the first time. To learn it was due out only a few months later was the icing on the cake. Resident Evil 2 launched worldwide on the 25th of January 2019 to critical and commercial success, netting sales over 7.5 million, which exceeded the PS1 original. Now this review I'll be talking through my experience playing the game 2 years on from its initial release, what I loved, and where I feel it falls short of its potential. Now I will be going through spoilers, so if you haven't played the game yet, then get off YouTube and go play it. Then come back, please. I need the subs. Now for the sake of clarity, I'll be basing this entire review and the different scenarios on my experience, which syncs perfectly to the majority of players. Leon is scenario 1, and Claire scenario 2, or second run if you will.
Do you get me?
Sir, yes, sir!
Now that's all out of the way, let's dive into this. September 1998, Raccoon City. 2 months have passed since the Spencer Mansion incident of Resident Evil 1. Leon S. Kennedy is about to start the first day of a new job, working for the Raccoon City Police Department, the RPD. But on his approach to the city, he stops to fuel up and learns firsthand that this isn't going to be a typical workplace induction. After narrowly escaping death, he bumps into Claire Redfield and quickly starts getting to know her.
Live around here?
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
She's searching for her brother Chris, who she hasn't heard from for a number of weeks. And upon getting into the city, they're quickly swarmed by crowds of the undead and are split up, vowing to rendezvous in the police station. Leon arrives first. Now, this has to be the worst first day imaginable. When you start a new role, you'd expect to be the office lackey. You automatically get the role of T-boy and work your way up to gain respect from your peers. When all your peers are walking corpses, they don't care how good your biscuit game is. The only thing left to do is to haul ass and find a way out. Now what begins as a quest to escape the police station and find help quickly turns into an investigation into what caused this to happen. who was at fault, and why we all should be taking notes from Leon. My guy has game in the worst scenario possible. Leon's motivations to uncover the truth and get justice is spurred on with the NPC you meet in his scenario, Ada Wong, who helps drive the plot beat to beat. Claire's scenario is similarly influenced by who you encounter on the journey. Claire, while searching for Chris, encounters Sherry Birkin, a little girl who somehow finds her way down to the basement in the RPD. Her motivations quickly change to protecting Sherry and making sure that she survives the night. The use of these unique NPCs in each campaign to tell the story for each character creates a need to play the game twice through at a minimum to be able to see the full story. It sells the need for two campaigns much more than Resident Evil 1 does, from a plot perspective anyway. The questions you have at the end of Scenario 1 are all expanded upon with new scenes and locations in Scenario 2, and this works excellently to tell a complete tale. The plot in Resident Evil 2, compared to other Resident Evil titles, is very different. There isn't a big bad monologuing while they unveil their plan for world domination. This is entirely an accident, which has gone way out of hand. A story of revenge, love and loss, which is something I didn't remember on my playthrough in 2019, and one which stands out so much to me after playing all these Resident Evil games back to back for the past few months. Now of course, there are similarities. There's betrayals, abuse of power and corporate greed, which are staples of the series, but it's the way it's woven and portrayed to us, the player, which makes it really stand head and shoulders above most of the entries in the franchise, and it's all sold through character. I'll compare Resident Evil 1 to Resident Evil 2 for this example. In RE1, we learn that Wesker betrayed STARS for his own purposes right near the end of the game, and this is a big shocker to Jill and Chris. But to us, the player, we've only encountered him a handful of times across the game. We don't have any emotional connection to him as a character, and so his betrayal is just a, oh right, I knew I shouldn't trust a guy that wears sunglasses indoors. Ada, being a true femme fatale, pulls a similar card showing her true colours while the whole base crashes down around us. But the difference here is we have been with Ada for hours. We played as her. We've seen her and Leon interact throughout the story, and so this betrayal, albeit obvious, is much more emotive. Now there's countless examples of this throughout the game. Kendo and his daughter, Annette on a deathbed regretting not being there for Sherry, Marvin slowly dying and then reanimating as a zombie in the foyer of the RPD. I never expected to get an emotional response from an RE game, outside of shitting my pants in fear and feeling the disappointment in my wife's eyes as I shuffled to the bathroom. Did I just say that out loud? Unlike the 2002 Resident Evil Remake, which sought to improve upon the original game rather than reinvent, RE2 Remake went in a different direction. They focused on modernising the game. They decided that tank controls and fixed camera perspectives wouldn't wash today. Now we all know how I feel about them. So how did they modernise? Well, the over-the-shoulder perspective was chosen. Now this has been the standard for third-person RE since Resident Evil 4, and it's not exactly been to the benefit of the series, especially on the horror front. This camera change affects every aspect of the game. You can't have the same level design and enemy layout as the original outing, as you'll see threats way before they can be threatening. You also can't rely on door opening animations to create a sense of unease and apprehension. So how did they attempt to create the same oppressive atmosphere while giving the player the ability to move and aim much more freely than before? Well, they decided to obscure threats. A clever combination of darkness, limited field of vision with the flashlight, low fog, and clever level design to hide enemies just out of sight, and implement this with the lessons learnt from the original Resident Evil right through to Code Veronica. A use of sound. For you to hear there's something in the room that forces you to find where the sound is emanating from, all the while white-knuckling the controller for what you're inevitably going to encounter. Now it goes without saying this isn't my preferred setup for Resident Evil. However, I was, and am, still in shock on how well this works for Resident Evil 2. it truly is sensational. There are many positives I can give to Resident Evil 2's modernization when it comes to gameplay in particular, but the one that has the biggest impact on the overall experience is enemy design and the roles that they play. Now let me explain. Zombies. They're back. For Resident Evil, we haven't seen them front and center since Code Veronica. Now by the time 2019 rolled around, we had more than our fair share of zombie experiences. They aren't scary anymore. Or so we thought. So how do you recreate that feeling of dread which has long since passed? You make them literal bullet sponges, and then restrict the ammo to the point where engaging one in combat is a real tactical choice, while upping their damage to a 2-hit kill on hardcore or 3 hits on standard. Now I mentioned earlier the extra freedom in movement for our protagonists, with the new camera and movement options, but this immediately sweeps from under you with extremely tight corridors and environmental obstacles that you need to maneuver, all the while dodging strategically placed zombies who, when they get sight of you, will approach menacingly. Sure, you can outrun them, but if you need to get past them in one of these corridors, you better make sure you clench that ass, because they'll find a way in if you slip up. Lickers. Now these skinless, brain-exposed bastards are a nightmare. They hit like a truck, have the speed to catch you the moment you expose yourself, and they take an absolute beating from the biggest arsenal you have access to. But they have a weakness. Sound. If you remain quiet and walk slowly, you can slip by them. The feeling of being moments away from your potential death as you watch it scuttling towards you only for it to walk right past at the last moment is truly remarkable. Mr. X. He's the Terminator. He will stop at nothing to hunt you down and fist your face. He relies on sound and sight to find you. You shoot a weapon and he's there in seconds. You run too loudly, too close to him, and he'll zero in.
And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
Sure, you could waste a shit ton of ammo to stop him, but within 20 seconds, he's up and back in the mix. It's never worth it. The mix of these 3 enemy types combined is the secret sauce here to creating a level of tension and regret not felt in any Resident Evil game to date. Zombies, space denial. Lickers, for slow, deliberate movement. Mr. X, run for your life. Now go with me on this walk as I paint a picture for you. You're going back through the RPD to get to a safe room. You've walked this corridor many times before. There's a licker around the corner, and 1 zombie. You can shuffle past the licker, avoiding the zombie's sightline, and dip right behind him before he gets a chance to turn around. No problem. Then, Mr. X bursts through the door. You have to run. The plan immediately goes to shit. The licker pounces on you, and you use your last self-defense item. The zombie's alerted and immediately cuts off your path. You can't turn back as the licker is getting back up, and Mr. X is on that ass. Now this is next level enemy design. They all have a role to play, which when combined create a no-hope situation that makes you wonder why you chose to keep that one enemy alive. The design on these 3 enemies in particular make the basic fundamentals of a Resident Evil game come to life. Resource management, item scarcity, and proper route planning. In a way not achieved in the series to date. Now unfortunately, it doesn't stick to this winning formula for long. As soon as you step foot outside of the RPD and head into the sewers at the halfway point of the game, the quality drops substantially. Sure, the zombies still show up consistently, and in certain points they can prove to be a pain, but without the threat of Lickers or Mr. X, they don't have the same bite. Instead, we get the G-adults. The amount of ammo to take these guys down is ridiculous, and to me, it felt like their inclusion here was solely to use your resources, which really isn't as interesting as the 3 enemies I've highlighted already. Things do perk back up in the lab with the introduction of IVs and 1 licker-infested room, but it's not a patch on the first half of the game, not even close. Now I do have problems with this game, and as we've opened the door onto the negatives, we might as well explore them. The puzzles. Where are they? Sure, you've got memory games with the portable safe combinations and solutions to lockers hidden in file pickups, or written on whiteboards across the station, but I mean real puzzles. The ones that require items to solve or specific solutions found within the environment, the kind that make you scratch your head and think, who designed this madness? You've got a couple, like the chess pieces and making the Plant 43 herbicide, but outside of those, it's really straightforward, and even those ones aren't remotely challenging. It's a real shame, especially after coming hot off the heels from playing Resident Evil 1. The difference here is worlds apart. Now, I praised the inclusion of 2 separate campaigns in the plot section. I do believe the implementation of this is way superior to what we got with RE1 Remake. But I believe there's some real missed opportunities that could have elevated the experience even further. In the original Resident Evil 2, they incorporated zapping. What this meant is one playthrough with one character will impact the subsequent playthrough with the second character. So for example, if in Clear A you chose to collect the submachine gun and side pack, these items wouldn't be available for Leon B. Now there are 9 instances of this across the original Resident Evil 2. Seeing it not appear here in Remake is a real shame. There's so many opportunities to make the scenarios wildly different from each other, where you inadvertently make the subsequent playthrough much easier or harder based on the choices you made with whoever turned up to the police station first. Now there are differences between the first and second runs, regardless of character-specific story elements. Key items change location. Certain items aren't possible to collect from Run 1 to Run 2, which changes the routes across the RPD. Mr. X appears much sooner in second run, and both characters get unique bosses and arsenals, which are all positive. However, as soon as you leave the RPD, the difference in routes fades dramatically, and it all becomes a bit samey. The simple act of one character's choices affecting the others would have added that extra layer of tactical depth to the gameplay, which would have made multiple playthroughs a real joy to explore. Now as it stands, I can't see the value in multiple playthroughs outside of the first 2 runs, like there was with the original PS1 release. So in summary, Resident Evil 2 Remake took a big gamble in changing how we approached this game compared to its original outing, from the camera to movement and enemy design, and for the most part, it's a wild success. Unfortunately, the game is very uneven, with the first half of the game wildly outperforming the second half, and a lack of meaningful puzzles throughout to add that oft overlooked key component in the Resident Evil formula. Using the RE engine, which was first utilised in Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 2 Remake looks absolutely stellar. 2 years after its release, it still looks sensational. The environment looks lived in, wet, dank and dirty, yet very, very real. The way your torchlight shines off the blood splattered on the walls and bounces back at you through fog is captivating. Now nowhere is the attention to detail more realised than the character models and enemy damage. When you shoot a zombie, you don't get minor marks and sprays of blood like you would in most games. Here, the flesh literally rips off their bodies as you unload into them.
Gay!
Seeing a zombie's head peel open from a shotgun blast, or exposing the kneecap on a zombie from a couple of love taps with a pistol, is grotesque in the best way possible. The attention to detail on this context-sensitive damage is unbelievable. What also adds to this level of immersion is the character performances from the entire cast. Now, if you've seen any of my previous reviews, I'm always saying, it's good, but nothing stand out. Here is the complete opposite. Everyone is perfect in their role. Excellent script work, mocap and line delivery are all key to eliciting an emotional response, which they certainly got from me in spades. Now, across the different sections of this review, I've mentioned time and time again the tension and fear I felt playing the game. The biggest contributor to this is sound design. Resident Evil 2 Remake incorporates 3D audio to levels which were at the time unheard of for video games. Kentaro Nakashima, the audio director at Capcom, explained there's 3 technologies at work here. A real-time binaural system, the first ever stereophonic sound technology of its kind, impulse response creation, and Dolby Atmos support. All of these in tandem mean the stereophonic sound quality is clear, with the direction of sound sources having a presence and real weight. With the impulse response creation, the size of the environment you're in will impact how that sound sounds. It will carry in an open environment, echoing as it travels, whereas in closed spaces it will thud. These improvements to sound, which weren't possible in the PS1 original, elevate the terror to new heights. Hiding in a room and hearing the approaching stomp of Mr. X as he searches for you is terror incarnate. There were multiple times my wife came in to chat to me and I was sat with the game paused, clutching my chest as my heart felt like it was going to explode. And most of the heavy lifting here was accomplished just with the sound of footsteps. It's truly exceptional. Resident Evil 2, in my mind, has one of, if not, the best soundtrack out of the entire run of Resident Evil games. The themes of the RPD and save room are iconic. Now, the new soundtrack holds its own and is enjoyable. Hearing familiar notes as an homage to the original is a brilliant touch to bring that slight wave of nostalgia before flooding in with a new take. I don't think it's as good as its original outing, but that could be nostalgia guiding me more than anything else. Being a newer title, you get the benefit of a boatload of improvements to the player experience to alleviate common complaints, and nowhere has this felt more than the map. Resident Evil 2 Remake, in my mind, has the best map system in the entire series to date. Being able to view which rooms are fully searched, which aren't, and the items you left there to collect at a later time is a small change that has massive implications to the user experience. Add on to this the ability to see which doors correspond to which key on the map, and you've got a winning formula. Taking memory out of the experience so you can plan efficiently and quickly is superb, and stands out so much to me after coming hot off Resident Evil 1 a few weeks earlier. Resident Evil 2 Remake had big shoes to fill. Remaking any game is always going to cause headaches for how you make it feel unique, while at the same time honouring that which came before, modernising while staying true to what made the original so iconic. This kind of pressure is doubled when you've already set the bar for what a remake can be with the original Resident Evil remake. The team here can stand proudly with what they've created. It's certainly not a perfect game, and there's missed opportunities with a lack of engaging puzzles and an uneven experience which, after peaking in the RPD, never quite rises to meet it, but with standout performances from all the cast, fantastic sound design and graphical prowess, all the while balancing the old and new in the gameplay department, it certainly is nothing short of exceptional. I honestly don't know if it's better or worse than the PS1 original. They are different games and different experiences, and each of them have parts that are done better in each version. To even be torn on that is a sign of how successful this game is at capturing the Resident Evil formula and refitting it for both newer players and returning veterans. Resident Evil 3 Remake released on the 3rd of April 2020 for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One and PC. As a follow-up to Resident Evil 2 Remake, it had a big shadow leering over it. So how did it do? Well, let's compare the critical and commercial results just for a second. The original RE3 is one of my favourites in the entire Resident Evil series, holding the #1 crown until Resident Evil Remake stole it. And so, it comes as no surprise that when I first started my channel, I covered this game. So, why am I giving it another shot? Well, if you've seen that review, it's lacking. At the point of its release, I didn't script, I just sat down and recorded stuff, and then tried to salvage it in the edit. It's more like a ramble or a one-man podcast than an actual review. And as Resident Evil 2, 3 and 7 just got their next-gen updates, it gave me a perfect excuse to right the wrongs of the past, to give Resident Evil 3 Remake the review it deserves. Just to give you some context going into this, I feel like one of the only people who adores this game. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than the original? Hell no. But I think it stands on its own. Or that was how I felt going into this. With more time under my belt and a more critical eye for the series, I plan to break down what works, what doesn't, and how expectations will ultimately decide whether or not this game succeeds. This review, as with all my others, will be split into plot, gameplay and presentation, and I will be going into full spoilers. So let's dive in. September 28th, 1998. 2 months have passed since the Spencer Mansion incident. The STARS unit have been dissolved following their damning report on Umbrella, and we find our heroine, Jill Valentine, at home. Suspended from the Force, she's put the pieces together and vows to leave town and bring Umbrella to justice. Suddenly, she gets a call from Brad. Before she can ask Brad if it's hard pissing standing up since his dick fell off,
pussy!
She's rudely interrupted by Umbrella's newest bioweapon, and to make matters worse, it's European.
Bonjour.
After narrowly escaping certain death, Jill forms a tenuous alliance with the UBCS, the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, with the aim to escape the city. The plot of Resident Evil 3 Remake is quite faithful to the original. As far as plot points go, all the main ones are here. You need to get transport online. It derails. Jill becomes infected. Nikolai reveals his true colors, and Carlos finds a cure, culminating in a final confrontation with Nemesis. In how it's told to us, though, it's very different. So, what did they get right? Well, for starters, the characters Carlos and Nikolai in particular have been overhauled to make their personalities shine. Nikolai is ruthless. He's the true villain of the game, acting as the physical representation of greed, which is ultimately what caused the outbreak to happen. He's the kind of bad guy you just love to hate. His motivations are simple. He wants money and will do whatever it takes to get it. And this sits in contrast to Jill. It's a tale as old as time. Create a protagonist and antagonist and have them sit on the opposite ends of the moral spectrum. And there's a reason for that. It works. I don't need to know why he wants the money. I don't want to discover he's got a family back home and this money will ensure he can cure his terminally ill daughter. I don't care. I want a Saturday morning cartoon villain who is evil just because. And that's exactly what we got. And I love it. Carlos in the original Resident Evil 3 was equal parts ladies' man, creeper, and total whiner. Here, in Remake, his personality is dialed up to 100. He's charming, dependable, and loyal. Watching his relationship blossom with Jill over the course of the game is a joy. It also helps. He has some of the best lines in the entire game.
Hey! Fuck this!
Resident Evil 3 Remake not only improves the characters from where they were, it also gives us extra time with them to forge these relationships. Nikolai pops up frequently to goad Jill, stealing the scene in every encounter, and Carlos gets a whole new section in the RPD. Speaking of, this section is incredible. You get to see what happened to Marvin, why there's a hole in the shower room, and you finally get the classic liquor scare. Tying it back to Resident Evil 2 was the best kind of fan service for me. It's short and sweet. Seeing Kendo, blowing Brad away. It's all the things I didn't know I needed, and I really appreciate them. When it comes to the negatives of the plot, they steer more into gameplay territory. So let's move it on. Resident Evil 3 Remake follows the same gameplay as Resident Evil 2 Remake when it comes to control and combat, but in execution, it couldn't be more different. When it comes to the remakes, I think of it like this. Resident Evil 2 is modern survival horror, relying on item management, backtracking, and a permanent sense of dread, whereas Resident Evil 3 is a summer blockbuster. It's short, snappy, and throws a ridiculous amount of spectacle your way. Now there's pros and cons to this, but before we get into that, it's important to explain the vision I believe the devs had when it came to this game. Resident Evil 3, as I've stated, is all about Jill's escape. They funneled everything through this lens. Anything that could slow you down or impede your progress has been stripped out. Puzzles, long backtracks, the ammo creation tool, stuff that makes you think, plan, choose. It's all gone. The game wants you to keep moving forward no matter what. Further proof of this is in the dodge mechanic. It's been brought back from the original RE3, but here, it actually works, and it's essential. Enemies are numerous, way more than we had in RE2, and with Nemesis on your ass, you need a way to avoid hits while also looking stylish. By pressing R1 just before an enemy attacks, you can dive out of the way, and even pull up a gun in Max Payne style slow-mo. It's always satisfying, and performing multiple in quick succession makes you feel like a super cop. The benefit to this focus on momentum is the pacing. It's incredible. From the moment the game starts, it goes 0 to 100 and remains that way. And as such, it's fun from start to end. However, this does present its own problems. The one that I believe has the biggest impact on the overall experience is the lack of classic RE game design. So, what do I mean by that? Well, let's take one section from classic Resident Evil 3 and see what they did here in Remake. Getting the tram online. In the original Resident Evil 3, to get the tram working, you need to find 3 separate parts: a power cable, a fuse, and mixed oil. It's not as simple as go to these locations, collect them, and bring it back. Along the route, you may need to find additional items or solve a puzzle to be able to procure the item you seek. It requires you to look at the map, to plan, to make a choice on what to do first and which items you'll need to take out with you to get the job done. To accomplish this goal, you'll need to do some backtracking, and that puts you in direct confrontation with Nemesis himself. Appearing in set locations, the illusion is created that he's stalking you, and with how frequently he pops up, it's an illusion which works just as well today as it did on its release. In the remake, to get the train moving, you need to turn on the power and plan the stops. The only obstacle in your path is the fire which needs to be put out. The city has so much potential to explore, but here, to accomplish this goal, you'll only need a short jog between locations, and out of these locations, the only one with any real character is the power station. After activating these, the game gives you a shining moment to see what Nemesis is truly capable of. His movement and damage output are next level. Your dodges need to be crisp, and you need to run. It's excellent, but as soon as it comes, it goes. And what you're left with is scripted moments of action, pocketed with boss encounters. The lack of classic RE game design relegates Nemesis to a more fixed approach. Without the need to explore and backtrack for large sections of the game, he doesn't have the opportunity to feel like he's actively stalking you, to feel alive. In contrast, take RE2 Remake. While you're in the RPD contending with Mr. X, you have to move from one side of the map to the other, all the while keeping quiet while he patrols. It ensures your paths will cross, and it always leads to panic. RE3 doesn't give Nemesis the same room to breathe, to create the organic terror that comes from player freedom, that comes from choice. It ensures everyone has the same base experience, one which is crafted for momentum and spectacle, but one which underserves one of the coolest enemies in the entire series. When comparing RE3 to its remake, there is one other design decision I can't get on board with: the lack of live selection. RE3 was the first Resident Evil game to have one campaign, so to add replayability, Capcom added live selection. During key moments in the story, 2 choices would appear, and you would choose one of these to move the story on. They could be as simple as choosing to fight Nemesis or to run, but some will change the route you take into new areas. It was a nice touch that added another element of choice into the experience. It gave you a reason to boot the game back up and see what would happen if you chose differently. RE3 Remake omits this, instead opting for a linear approach. Everyone will have the same experience no matter what, and the only reason to replay would be to hide the difficulty or to try and set new completion times. It's a damn shame. I'd love to chat to you guys about which route we took, or which choices we chose on our first playthrough. But no, instead, I know what you've done, because it's the same as me. I'm not even sure what the reason for this is. Were the team under time constraints? Was it a budget issue? Or could it simply be they didn't feel the system would gel with their streamlined plot? Who knows? Now, I could go on and on about content which I'd love to be here that wasn't included, the Dead Factory, the Clock Tower, etc. But I'm not really that torn up about it. I can see why people are. They are locations that, as a fan of the original, I'd love to see return. But for me, The bigger issue is the vision the team had for the game. A game which they want to ensure sticks to the story at the expense of giving the player choice on how it unfolds. A vision which simplifies everything to achieve breakneck pace. A vision which relegates Nemesis to all spectacle with no substance. Releasing only 2 years ago, RE3 Remake looked spectacular on its release. From the new character models to the city itself, it was a visual showcase. With the next-gen update, things have been improved across the board. There are now 2 options for you to pick: high frame rate or ray tracing. Both options are in 4K, with ray tracing targeting 60 FPS and the higher frame rate version targeting 120. Which version you pick is up to you. If you have a TV or monitor capable of displaying 120 FPS, then you may have a hard decision on your hands. But for me, I'm a sucker for ray tracing. I feel it adds so much fidelity to any environment, and I'm quite happy taking a hit on performance in the quest for beauty. With ray tracing enabled, entering the lab and seeing the light refract off the metals was enough for me to believe the game launched this year. It was sensational. Now, I'll level with you. I can't tell the difference between 50 and 60 frames if my life was on the line. As such, I've done my homework and seen the Digital Foundry comparison video, which I'll link in the description. They note a drop in frames to around 40 FPS in busy sections while using ray tracing. But to me, it ran fine. Again, that isn't saying much. I'll hold my hands up and admit to that. But as they say, ignorance is bliss, and I lapped up every moment of those sweet, sweet reflections. Now, I played the game through on the PS5, and as such, the other features included here are worth a mention. So here's what's included in the update. Near instant load times, 3D audio, adaptive triggers, and haptic feedback. The 3D audio is incredible. Capcom already had a great audio system on the game's release, but now it's even better. I use SteelSeries 7P Pluses when I play games, and by God I felt like I was actually in Raccoon City. It was immersive as hell. I wished I could say the same for adaptive triggers and haptic feedback. For me personally, I like adaptive triggers that make me feel like I'm in the game, to feel the tension in the gun as I pull the trigger. Games like Returnal or Call of Duty use them amazingly. Here, in RE3, you feel some resistance, and there is a noticeable difference between a grenade launcher and a pistol, but I'd have wanted it dialed up another notch. Add extra resistance when the clip runs dry, or have you feel the weight of the gun as you go to aim it. It's the little things that make these next-gen features sing, and in retrofitting them, it feels more like a tick box exercise rather than anything substantial. The big draw with these upgrades is the visuals, be that fidelity or performance, and from my experience, I have nothing to complain about in this department, but feel free to tell me how wrong I am in the comments. Moving on to the game itself, RE3 Original has for my money the best soundtrack in the series, and I'm glad to confirm that Remake pulls out all the stops to match this. From the incredible save theme to the end fight with Nemesis, every track stands tall. Mixing the old with the new into hybrid versions of tracks sends my nostalgia into overdrive. Now, I've included a number over the course of this review, and there's still plenty I could recommend. It's perfect. It's about that time we discussed the enemy and boss design. Across the game, you're going to encounter all the usual suspects from the RE2 remake: lickers, zombies, and dogs. And they are all as you'd expect. But there are some familiar faces that appear for the first time in these remakes. The Hunters. 2 versions are included here. The Hunter Gamma, with its grotesque mandibles, and it's capable of killing you in one shot. Uncovering the story behind their creation and Umbrella's termination of the program in favour of other models was a highlight for me. The sewers, where they are located, is over far too quickly to truly appreciate them, but for the limited time they appear, I enjoyed baptizing them in the fire. The second Hunter class appears in the hospital, the Hunter Beta. Holy hell, they look incredible, and they pose a real challenge when you take the difficulty up a few notches. I've always adored classic Hunters since their appearance in the Spencer Mansion, and I wasn't disappointed here. A classic enemy, updated for modern times. And that brings me on to my negatives. We've had 2 remakes now, and both of them have omitted enemies which are series mainstays: spiders and crows. Can you imagine how terrifying giant hairy spiders would be in 4K? I can. I've got arachnophobia. A money spider is enough to send me into a bloodthirsty rage. So increase the size to a small car, and my reaction will be something like this.
The thunder of my vengeance will echo through these corridors like the gust of 1,000 winds!
And that is exactly why they need to return. I want to bring them into this world, so I can take them away from it. The other enemy missing from the lineup are the crows. Them not being included is insane. They are everywhere in the original trilogy. Now I get it, they're annoying to fight. But that's the point. Put them in a mix with a horde of zombies in a liquor, and boom, you've got yourself a challenging area. Imagine walking slowly to get around a liquor, and suddenly you're getting pecked, alerting everyone there. I just don't understand why RE3 goes through the effort of adding pale heads, which are essentially zombies that can only be killed by heavy hitting weapons, when you could just bring back classic enemies to the mix. It's a total missed opportunity. Another own goal that I don't understand: the damage system. In RE2 Remake, enemies showed the damage you've unleashed on them. Here, you get bullet holes and an exploding head, but that's about it. The difference in quality is night and day. Now, it's not game breaking or anything like that, but it indicates a lack of time or budget offered to RE3 as opposed to its predecessor. Moving on, the bosses are all against the big boy himself, Nemesis. You square off with him in 4 separate boss fights, and they are all unique and visually striking. Each one has its own mechanics which stop them feeling repetitive, and the challenge presented by these really spikes up on the higher difficulties. Now, I remember running the final fight on Inferno for what seemed like hours till I finally overcame it, and the only thing that kept me sane was the sight of Jill firing the railgun. Just look at this. So badass, and such a great way to up the spectacle of a game which rides the lightning from the start till the end. Resident Evil 3 isn't a perfect remake. It's a short roller coaster experience that will have you white knuckling the controller for 4 to 6 hours. It's a game which distills what came before into the basest of its parts, an escape. If you go into this expecting a faithful reimagining of RE3, you're going to come away disappointed. But if you are happy to dive into a fresh experience, there's a lot of joy to be had. It's a departure from survival horror, leaving the puzzles, alternate paths and whole entire areas from the original, and replacing that with pacing which just doesn't stop. Everyone seems to hate this game because of everything it's not, but I love it for everything it is. We've arrived at Resident Evil Village. Released May 7th for the PlayStation 5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and PC. I honestly can't remember the last time I was this excited for a game's launch. During all the pre-release press cycle, I was tuned in, speculating on how the game was going to turn out. Would it be a Resident Evil 7 hit? Or fall too far down the RE4 path for my taste? Well, during this review I'm going to cover what works, what doesn't, and ultimately answer the question, did it live up to my expectations? Now, this channel has been on a journey covering all the mainline entries, and this is where it ends. But what's next? Well, that's up to you. I have a poll which will end 2 weeks after this video goes live. You can find it in the description, and it'll be the pinned comment. I honestly can't wait to see the final result. If you've been enjoying my content, don't forget to put a like on the video and subscribe. It all helps me grow the channel and find a larger audience. But that's enough of that. As always, I'm going to be splitting this review into plot, gameplay and presentation, and I will be going into spoilers throughout. Now let's dive in. Resident Evil Village is set in February of 2021, more than 3 years after the events of RE7. Ethan and Mia Winters have made a new life for themselves in Eastern Europe with their newborn daughter Rosemary. Ethan and Mia are trying to come to terms with the events that transpired all those years ago, and the lasting impact it may have on their lives when Chris Redfield and his squad shoot Mia and take Rose. In this entry, we are back in control of Ethan Winters as he seeks to get his daughter back. It's a simple premise. Much like RE7, it's a family story, and that's what makes it so easy to understand Ethan's motivation, regardless of the odds that are heavily stacked against him. Now let's start this review off with a bombshell. This is the first sequel in Resident Evil history. Think about it. Do you need to have played through 1 to understand 3? No, not really. Does 2, 4, and 6 link in any way? Resident Evil follows a similar path to James Bond, where you get the same cast of characters, but they're self-contained stories. Sure, they feed into wider lore, which you only pick up on from playing previous titles, but it's not a necessity. It's unlike any other video game franchise I can think of. You can really jump in at any point and not feel completely lost. Resident Evil 8 is the exception to that rule. You need to have played 7 to get the most out of it. RE7 left a lot of plot points hanging, and they're mostly all covered here. How does Ethan glue his hands and legs on every 5 minutes? He's a mold. Where did Evelyn come from? She was a defective copy produced by Mother Miranda. What the hell turned Chris from an alpha male beefcake to a generic default character creator soy boy bitch?
I am just a figment of your imagination.
And finally, what happened to the BSAA? Well, okay, they didn't cover it all. They need something for RE9 after all. But they did put to bed the notion that RE7 and 8 are separate entries away from the main timeline. When you walk into Mother Miranda's lab and read the files, it blew my mind. Just like in RE5 seeing the site for the progenitor flower, I'm a sucker for discovering past events which shed light on the entire series. Now I can definitely see the argument some may make that this tie-in is a forced attempt to link the entry into the wider series, and I can respect that viewpoint. But personally, I loved it. I feel it just adds an extra layer of depth to the series, while not taking anything away from it. It doesn't cause any harm, and made my jaw sit agape while I contemplated the differences in Miranda and Spencer's philosophies. Now let's go through how they deliver that plot. Resident Evil Village uses a mixture of in-game cinematics, lore pickups, flashbacks, and brilliant dialogue from key characters to drive the story forward, shedding light on how all the supernatural elements work in the confines of the Resident Evil universe. Vampire daughters? They're just flies which all form a human image. Okay. Lichens? Failed experiments. Magneto powers? You know the electric eel, yeah? It's that. Without the lore pickups across the game, these mythic enemies would feel really alien to Resident Evil, but when it's explained how they exist, it does make sense. It's not too far of a stretch from what we've seen before from the series. Just look at Resident Evil 0 and Code Veronica for comparison here. Leeches and Queen Ants. Do I need to say more? They did a really good job at this. I honestly didn't know how to feel seeing lichens and vampires in Resident Evil, but they just put that concern to bed. The only issue I have with the plot overall is the Duke. He's your go-to guy for most of the game, driving you onwards to your next objective. But what's his motivation? Why does he save you at the end? Why does he even care? I really felt like he was going to double-cross me after taking out all the Lords, but nah, he's just along for the ride. Why? It really feels to me that he was supposed to have a larger purpose, but it was left on the cutting room floor. It just feels a little too convenient for my taste. Actually, while I think about it, why didn't Chris just say to Ethan, "Oh, by the way, that's not your wife, don't worry, lol." Okay, maybe I shouldn't think too deeply on this. Overall, the plot really worked for me. I was on board for Ethan's quest to reunite his family and get answers. It had me hooked throughout, and when the credits rolled, I was left really satisfied with the journey I'd been on and the revelations that had come to pass. Resident Evil in my mind is split into two categories, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Survival horror Resident Evil is item management, choice, and exploration, where the game purposely puts barriers on your mobility to heighten the threat of a limited number of enemies. Action Resident Evil is all about the gameplay loop and spectacle. Kill enemies to gain resources to power up and fight increasing odds, all the while being able to have more nuanced control to allow for big set-piece moments. Resident Evil has long struggled with its identity. How do you make a survival horror franchise mainstream in appeal while still keeping the core happy? It's an issue which has plagued Resident Evil for years. There have been many attempts at fusing the styles together to cater for both camps, but in my mind, Capcom have never quite achieved this goal. Until now. Resident Evil Village fuses RE1, RE4, and RE7 into a greatest hits of the entire series. Now, let me explain. When I first learned a merchant type character was in the game, I knew immediately it would be on the action side. A merchant needs a purpose to exist. You need to tie him into every element of the game. You explore to find treasures, which can be sold as is or combined into other treasures to increase their value. This then rewards you with buying power to upgrade your arsenal or buy items you desperately need. Killing enemies has the chance to drop resources, which can be sold to further increase your wealth. It's an effective gameplay loop ripped right from Resident Evil 4 and 5, and to their credit, it's the best part of those titles. If it was the survival horror style, it just wouldn't work. What would be the point in upgrading if you ideally don't want to use ammo in the first place? What I didn't expect is this system to be combined with meaningful exploration, crafting and puzzles, which are hallmarks of the survival horror category of Resident Evil 1 and 7. The exploration from RE7 is back, but here it's even deeper. Every drawer, cupboard and desk you rifle through, you're bound to find something which can be used to create items, be that health kits, ammunition or explosives. You no longer need chem fluid to make everything like you did in RE7. In Resident Evil 8, there's more base parts which are combined in various quantities to differentiate from the weaker and stronger ammo. The sheer amount of ingredients you can collect and combine force you to comb through the environment, and to aid this, Capcom made it much easier to locate them, even with just a casual glance. To me, this style of exploration feels more in line with The Last of Us than Resident Evil 7. And that's not a bad thing. If anything, that's a compliment. Resident Evil 7's crafting was simple, a choice between health or ammo, and that aided the return to roots feeling 7 was aiming for. But in 8, it's a choice of which ammo do you want, and do you save up for it, or just take what you've got. Health kits are never really a factor. It's not a choice between fight or flight, it's a choice between fight or fight with heavier hitting stuff, and this all feeds into the cycle of upgrading through combat. Now the puzzles, oh boy they're back. Resident Evil 7 had one incredible puzzle in the Happy Birthday section, but the rest was pretty straightforward affair. Here in 8, they're varied and numerous. I loved them all, and my appreciation for them was taken to the next level when I arrived at House Beneviento. That entire section is the highlight of the game for me. You have an entire section dedicated to one large puzzle, all the while experiencing complete and utter terror. Having your weapons stripped from you, making you feel vulnerable, combined with a slow walk through the house which seems completely normal, all before it all changes, and you're confronted with the stuff of nightmares. Now I'm a 32-year-old man. After a heavy night out, I've woken up next to some creatures in my time, but nothing could have prepared me for seeing this monstrosity.
What the fuck is that?
It takes a lot to get me to scream, but I'll be the first to admit I was wailing. My wife was hysterically laughing at me, and my neighbours probably think I suffer with night terrors. I was a mess. It was sensational. Now the rest of the game does borrow one more thing from classic RE. It has atmosphere. Going into a new location, I noticed myself slowing down, becoming enraptured by the visuals on screen, all the while feeling tension build as the silence grew ever quieter before strings kick in and enemies appear. It's a shame really that the game being so combat heavy means seeing the enemies actually dissipates that tension. Outside of a couple of enemies, I found I wasn't ever concerned for my safety, so the build up is far more compelling than the actual payoff. The map. Resident Evil Village takes a similar route to its map system as RE7. You don't get to see what you've left in a location, you only see if it's been fully explored or not, and this is fused with Resident Evil 4's treasure system. Now, I've already explained how you combine treasures to increase their worth, but it's the treasure boxes that are located across the map and the hunting grounds which you use to craft upgrades for Ethan that add another reason to go off the beaten path and take in your environment. I found all of these activities really enjoyable, and the payoff is so worth it. You never feel that you've wasted any time or resources in taking these extra challenges on. You're bound to find either a new weapon or a bucket load of cash to upgrade, so why wouldn't you do it? It adds so much extra to the game without causing any tedium. Combat. It's RE7, but without the hindrance to your mobility. I played Resident Evil 7 full review right after I played Resident Evil 8, and the difference in movement speed is night and day. Not only are you faster, your aim is much more accurate, and you reload lightning fast compared to the Davey estate, and this gets you back in the driving seat quicker, so you can go toe to toe with swarms of enemies without concern. Blocking is back, but here you can push the enemies back after a successful block to give you some space, and this is a welcome feature. You don't have any concerns with getting ganked, which otherwise could have been a real issue. Now, this newfound prowess with Ethan is explained in the lore. He's had combat training, and nowhere is this more evident than when you take over as Chris. His entire section was incredible. It's pure chaos. Proper action set piece stuff, but it just works here. Going into a dark building and seeing night vision goggles come down before you lay waste to hordes of Lycans shows just how badass Chris really is. He's a seasoned professional. This is just another day on the job for him. The fact that this section is so short makes it stand out as a high point for me. It contrasts so much with the rest of the game and the struggles that Ethan encounters with these same enemies. It really gives you a pure power fantasy, but only for a limited time. It's excellent. Now, unfortunately, not all parts of the game are equal. The factory. If there's one section that I should love, it's here. It's laid out exactly like old school Resident Evil. The mold is the central piece which you need to revisit multiple times in order to progress, unlocking more of the map as you explore for that next missing piece, then return back to the mold and repeat this same cycle, all the while choosing to engage or avoid tough enemies that will eat through your resources and actually give you a challenge. The problem is, it's visually unappealing. On the journey you've been through a beautiful estate, a haunted house, a fishing village, while dealing with a giant fish monster, and then a factory full of Robocops. It all looks samey. It goes on way too long, and it's boring.
This isn't very nice.
I wish this section had been cut down and I'd had more time in Castle Demetresque. That environment was so visually striking. It was a joy to be in. It's such a shame that entire section is over so fast. If I had an extra hour, or hell, even 30 minutes, they could have made the daughters in Lady Dimitrescu feel like an actual threat. As it stands, you get pursued by them for 30 seconds, go through the next door, and you're safe. A bigger environment would have given them chance to add a bit of busy work into the castle, forcing your path to cross more often, creating a sense of panic, as you need to get past them without arousing attention. It's like they tried to recapture Mr. X from RE2, but failed drastically. Mr. X worked brilliantly due to tight corridors, an enemy mix which dictates your speed, and objectives which force your paths to cross. Without any of these things, you can get past Lady Dimitrescu without an issue. Who cares if you go loud to take out an enemy? She doesn't seem to react to it anyway. It's a real shame. That section with extra time could really be elevated. Instead, we get that time in the worst environment in the entire game. At the start of this section, I mentioned that RE8 is the first time the mix of action has worked with classic Resident Evil, and I stand by that. I was never a huge fan of 4. It's a great game, just not a Resident Evil game. But here, in 8, it brings all the best parts from 4 and fuses it with key ingredients to make it feel like a true Resident Evil. Now, is this my favourite gameplay in the series? No, of course not. I prefer resource management and choice in my enemy engagements to invoke tension. rather than combat to upgrade gameplay loops, but I can truly say the mix did work for me, and I need to tip the hat. If this is where the series goes from here, I won't be disappointed. I played Resident Evil Village on the PS5, and it goes without saying, this is the most beautiful game I have ever experienced. I was constantly blown away by the environments and the character models. The RE engine never fails to disappoint. The amount of times I stopped and did the E3 pan was insane. Now, for those that don't know, the E3 pan is where you stop and slowly move the camera around the screen to take in all the detail on offering. Pretty much every gameplay trailer does this to show off its fidelity. I swear, most of my 9-hour runtime was spent stationary panning the camera. I was enamored by it. Now, I did experience some texture popping, but I'm sure that's something that'll be patched in the near future. And regardless, it didn't affect my experience in any way. One big improvement in 8 compared to Resident Evil 7 is how they visualize damage. In 7, when you take a hit, you get blood splatter which fills the screen. It's hugely annoying. In Call of Duty or similar games, you auto heal, and so the blood splatter is a temporary thing to visualize how close to death you are. But in RE7, that's not the case. It's there permanently until you heal. So you run around for an hour with half the screen obscured, all because you don't want to use a first aid kit, as you're only on caution. In 8, you can check your health in the menu, and it's only when you take a major hit that you get on-screen indication that you're in danger. It's far less intrusive, and is a welcome change. Now let's talk sound. Resident Evil 8 follows in RE7's footsteps by use of silence with ambient noise, accompanied by rising strings to really build atmosphere and tension. Now, I stated in the gameplay section how this tension never really lasts, but the atmosphere it creates up to seeing the enemies is palpable. Now, due to this, there isn't much in the way of memorable music. The save room theme and the intro and outro song are both great, but that's really about it. Now, in terms of performances, the entire cast is superb. The voice acting and motion capture are top notch and really sell their individual characters. And I've got to say, it's nice to see Jeff Shine return to Resident Evil. He previously voiced Carlos in Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's just a shame that he's taken the place of Roger Craig Smith as the voice of Chris. Chris's voice is so ingrained in me from repeat playthroughs of Resident Evil 5 and Marvel vs. Capcom 3, it still throws me off hearing someone else fill those boots. Now let's end with the bosses and enemy design. The enemies across the game are varied, and they each have their own unique traits which make them interesting to fight. From Lycans through to the Soldat, they each have their own unique weaknesses, and figuring these out was a real joy. The optional bosses are where the challenge spikes. Now, in saying that, they aren't too bad to deal with. Normally, you're given a way to cheese them, or ample prep time to lay down a minefield and pull out a magnum, but if you're caught unawares, they will mess you up. I do love the diversity in the enemies across the game. It really helps each section feel unique. I never found myself getting sick of a particular enemy type, as you never stay with one for too long. They were all fun to fight, even if they weren't particularly challenging. Now, the bosses are a real mixed bag. You've heard of the X-Men. Of course you have. Well, forget about them. We have the RE Men, Magneto, Lady Deathstrike, Jason Stryker, Morph, and crack addict Quasimodo. Now, I've already gushed about Donna Beneviento. Her entire section, which culminates in her boss battle, is exceptional, and for my money, is one of the best sections in any Resident Evil game. Joining her with a great boss battle is Salvatore Moreau. Sure, he's got a face not even a mother could love, but the run up to his boss fight is pure spectacle. It's visually stunning, and fortunately, he backs it up by having a great arena battle, blocking your movement with destructible walls while he chases that ass, and then, when you get the upper hand, he forces you to seek cover from his acid rain, starting the chase all over again. It's enjoyable every second, and I loved putting him out of his misery. With Lady Dimitrescu and Mother Miranda, the fights are okay. Nothing really stands out, and nothing overly offensive either. It's Heisenberg that I have an issue with. The guy has the most busted power ever. He can control metal. It's literally my dream power. And what does he do with it? Does he lift a stadium? Or pull a bridge? Nope. He turns into a massive blob monster and coats himself in armor.
Right.
Such a letdown. Sure, taking the lift up, I was excited to try out this new machine that Chris had put together in an afternoon, but actually doing the fight wasn't even interesting to watch, let alone play. It was boring. Just hold down the right trigger and pepper in the occasional rocket blast. What a waste. Resident Evil Village finally achieved what the series has been trying to do since Resident Evil 4. Bring the old in with the new. And it does this by fusing key elements from both, while sticking to the first-person perspective that made Resident Evil 7 so refreshing. It answers mostly all of the questions that we had at the end of 7, and found a way to link it all back to the original entries in the series. I thoroughly enjoyed this game, and while it isn't my preferred style of Resident Evil, I can honestly say that this entry blew my expectations away. I was floored by it. Now, I expected a similar experience to Resident Evil 4, and what I got was puzzles, atmosphere, and amazing exploration, combined with RE4's stellar item management and gameplay loop. I couldn't ask for a better mix. I've said it in the gameplay section, but if this is the style Resident Evil adopts from here on out, I wouldn't be disappointed.